our map pool for this series. Bring it up on the screen for everybody with our 7 map pool. Hopefully, maybe, perhaps there will be changes in the future. Not sure about that. It's a best of 5 series, so it's pick, ban, ban, pick, and then decider for map 7. Clubhouse, Consulate, Coastline, Villa banned out, and Theme Park, Cafe Dostoevsky, and Oregon. Removing Coast and Villa that are kind of polar opposites of one another. Let's focus on Clubhouse first. Union Gaming's pick. What do you got to say about that one there, Steinhappers?
I mean, I dropped her, at the end of the map there when we were casting it, but I did see quite a lot of things that they have to improve on. The droning is the biggest of them all. It used to be, it was such a big problem in that map. They kept on being caught off guard by someone just being in a random room in the middle of nowhere, and they just didn't know, whilst a single drone could have solved the entire issue. For example, Dirt Tunnel. For example, Construction. They lost that map. Keep that in mind. So they're coming off the loss of a map there. They're going to be trying it again, so they better make sure that droning is fixed.
Union always play club. Even if you look at the last major, they played club in both their showdowns there against Kira and against Mercenaries, and they took them 7-5 against Mercenaries in the final. It was the second game.
It was like 7-5, 7-5, 7-5, right?
Yeah, it was the days of 7-5s. You kind of look at their performance on it yesterday, and you look at how well Mercenaries were playing yesterday, and you think, as you said, it's the fundamentals. It wasn't just that Union was slipping up. Obviously, as they stated themselves, they were under a huge amount of stress because they didn't have the roster they wanted, and even then, the roster was shaky, obviously with the disconnects. So it was unfortunate that the fundamentals were falling through, but if they don't take it and they end up on Consulate, which isn't a great map for them, but is a good map for Mercenaries, you're sitting on a 2-0 now for a while. You're sitting on the end-all map for a while. If they don't take club, I would be surprised if they took Consulate. And if they're in a 2-0 situation, that's Theme, Cafe, and Oregon. They've got to try and do a sweep on. That's not easy.
Yeah, I'm genuinely curious how this will go, as Union has defeated Mercenaries last time we were here in August for the finals of the Summer Major. So I wonder how this will go. Map number 1 is ready to go. The entirety of the lobby is all set. So Hap, Fluke, thank you so much. We'll be back here to break things down after map 1. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to kick things off for the South Asia APAC Major Finals. It's Mercenaries versus Union Gaming. Please give it a clap for Gio and James. Take it away.
Thanks so much, James, clap! Right, there we go. Thank you so much, Milaj. This is so exciting. I'm so ready for this. This is a deja vu, almost, of what happened in August. A deja vu. This is a deja vu of what happened in August. And I don't know whether to expect it going the same way.
Yeah, it's a big toss-up between these two teams. Union have the legacy. They've been around for longer. They were the kings of South Asia back before it was introduced into the ecosystem. But recently, Mercenaries have been that challenger, coming up from the shadows. And while they could not challenge Union successfully in the August Major, this is Mercenaries' time to shine.
Now, obviously, as was discussed on the desk, there's a lot of observations coming from this series about who is going to go to SI. Don't forget that if Union Gaming win, they are locked in. They also lock out a number of other teams, including Na'Vi from EU and Cyclops Athlete Gaming, also from APAC, but APAC North. Whereas if Mercenaries win, well, that's what MIBR are banking on, as they will get the 15th spot. But let's kick off the series and see which way it's going to go. And things starting off with a Maverick ban coming from Mercenaries.
Yeah, it's funny, really. This is obviously the map pick for Union Gaming, who in my eyes are on the back foot in this series. Mercenaries has won 4 out of the last 5 maps these two teams have played against each other. But we are on Union's map, so you'd think, right, hey, that's actually pretty good, right? But I have a bit of a theory. I feel like Union like Clubhouse more than they should, because I've looked up 7 times they've played it. It's their most picked map overall. But they've barely a 50% win rate across those 7 times that they have played it. And they, in fact, just lost it yesterday to L2K. Now, if you do look in the South Asia Nationals Grand Final, they did beat Mercenaries on it in a 7-4. So that's what I'm looking at. And if we compare that operator veto to what we're looking at today, there are some differences. So Union, they're pretty familiar banning the Thatcher, and MercenarieZ banning the Maverick. So this is the exact same attacking operator bans that we saw last time these two teams came up against each other on Clubhouse. But the defense has shifted quite somewhat. MercenarieZ have decided to forego the mirror ban that they would more typically do, and instead get that Goyo off the table. And from Union's perspective, they usually ban the Wamai, but in this case, they've gotten rid of the Kaid. The Kaid ban's a really important one when you have Maverick and Thatcher banned, because there are very few ways to counter a Kaid denying hatches and walls once those two operators are off the table. And you really have to get creative, and it typically sways these maps in favor of the defense, which, of course, with Union banning the Kaid, it would have gone against them as they are starting on the attack.
I think one thing that's really worth bearing in mind with these two teams is there does seem to be, every time they come up against each other, a constant backwards and forwards as to who it is who ends up winning. You speak about your concerns specifically here on Clubhouse, given that this is one of MercenarieZ's best maps. Union Gaming always come here though, and it could put them on the back foot, despite the fact that this is their map pick. But one thing that I do remember from the August Major was it was very easy to turn around and say, well, MercenarieZ won the South Asia Nationals, and here are the maps that they won, so we expect them to. Union Gaming still came in and took a 3-0 victory against them when it really mattered in the grand final. So even though we can look back and say, here are some of the instances under which MercenarieZ have taken advantage of Union Gaming, and we would expect them to be in that position, I don't know if I want to lean into that too confidently because of that past, that past history.
That is where things get a bit complicated between these teams, because MercenarieZ, on paper in recent history, is favored, but Union, when the pressure is mounting, as we saw in the August Major, they tend to have the advantage, and they are technically fighting for more here, right? If Union win this, they will qualify for Six Invitational. They'll head to Europe for that in February. MercenarieZ, if they win this, they will deny Union Gaming going to the Six Invitational, but they will not themselves qualify, as even winning this will not get them enough SI points to qualify for that event. So in some ways, Union have more on the line winning this game. But I was chatting to MI7, captain of MercenarieZ today, and he said that the last time these two teams came up against each other in the August Major, Union Gaming, they outplayed MercenarieZ at every round. They weren't ready for it. MercenarieZ tried rotating players, but they just didn't have a stable mindset. Now, though, everything has changed. This time, we are fully prepared. Our main 5 lineup, which we practice with, we're going to give it all our effort. So MercenarieZ are coming into this game with confidence.
Ooh, Doctor's going to be losing some health, though. You can see that even though, there's that first kill, even though they are defending, downstairs in the basement we're seeing a very deep roam, and that's definitely been taken advantage of there by Sandy and Union Gaming. Maker ready to spring back into action, though. He was the player who really showed up the most in the last Grand Finals here in South Asia. He was the highest rated player of the entire series, so definitely one to watch. He's one to expect to be relatively ballsy and aggressive, as we definitely are seeing right now.
Wow, what a salvage there from Maker. That was huge. The 2 opening picks went for UG on that SSG-style roam clear, and then Maker managed to even that up to 3-3 and get back to site safely. Now, unfortunately, MI7 gets a little bit too greedy up on those secret stairs and falls, leaving just Maker and Hasib left to repel the final 3 UG attackers. Now, with the moto hatch pre-opened by the defenders and now the kitchen hatch breached by Sparko, Union actually have a really strong position coming into this execute and the man advantage to boot.
Yeah, that said, Hasib and Maker are really the 2-star players for MercenarieZ, so you never want to write them off in terms of what they could do in a situation like this. But with 30 seconds remaining, you can tell that Union are just taking that time to drone into the site and ensure that they have as much intel of this situation as possible. Now, both these players remaining from MercenarieZ are guarding those hatches, but a Hasib won't be anymore. Deleted by Sparko, and this could be the opportunity for them to drop down. There's the attempt at the plant, and the final kill from Jittery means that Union Gaming take the first round.
No execute needed at the end of the day for Union. A very strong roam clear, 2 picks off the bat. Fairly early on, less than half the round had subsided before really things started to heat up. Union, of course, found the first 2 kills. A great pinch Particularly, we noticed the Kali on the Jacuzzi balcony, players to push on forward with drones and entry frag onto those roamers and flush those roamers. If they're not to die from those entry fraggers, they will be falling into the players watching those rotations, such as Beat on the Kali. And while Union found 2 kills, like I was saying during the round, Maker fought back very valiantly and found 2 more picks for his side, which brought it back to a 3 versus 3 when he came back to site. Unfortunately, though, for Mercenaries, and I hate to rag on people, but MI7, I really feel like as a Vigil, yeah, he could have, as a roamer, had more impact, but I would have liked to see, with 1 minute left on the clock, he just came back to site. Instead of getting aggressive on those blue stairs, I would have liked to see him just play the numbers equality and force Union Gaming into an execute. Fortunately, that didn't happen, so Union Gaming was able to leverage not only the man advantage, but also that map control for their advantage and the eventual execute.
I think that's one of the really interesting things when you do look at these regions that are developing and coming into their own and making their mark on the map of Rainbow Six globally, is I think one of the really distinguishing features is how well disciplined they can be in situations like that. You look at a region like North America or like Europe, and oftentimes it is the discipline and it is their ability to rein themselves in when they need to that is the defining feature. It is what leads to a win or a loss. And despite the fact that these two teams clearly have a lot of skill, they have decent strategy, it's going to be things like that that will eventually be the make or break. So definitely something to watch out for. I know they really like to be aggressive, but sometimes that can just end up leading to your demise.
Yeah, I don't know, Gio. I watched a lot of EUL this season, and I don't know what some of those teams are doing.
We don't talk about it.
So, MercenarieZ, they failed that kitchen, the church defense. And so they've moved on straight away. They're going to cash. I like this setup. It's pretty typical from what we've seen as a more aggressive style setup. I really like that they're leaning into the shields here, with one actually in CCTV, facing towards where the Kennels breach is now, and also the second one facing into construction. Now, with the full reinforcements on the office walls and a hole in the construction to cache wall, it's really difficult for an attacking squad to take control of construction and execute through there. So I really like this setup.
Could mean that Union Gaming are going to have to spend a lot more time focusing on Garage. It looks like that's what it is they're going to do, as the Selmas go out onto the garage wall. You do have a player from MercenarieZ prone there on the rafters, and clearing him out is going to be pretty key for them to take this necessary space. That's Doctor who's up there. He's now focusing down on the garage doors as pressure is applied there too, and he'll be throwing out a disc to prevent any of those potential incoming projectiles. But already his position has been forced. He's going to take his place here in server, just watching onto the breach.
Can Sparko punish him? This breach being... Oh, he sees him on the rotation! And Doctor trying to retake Garage is punished. I really like that from Sparko. A really good strategy using the Ace Selma to breach that wall into Garage, into Rafters, and it basically denies that position at the top of Rafters, and that was why Doctor retreated back, but he thought that he could get back in there. He couldn't, unfortunately for him, and wow, Union Gaming are just running away with this. Great vertical pressure from Jittery nets him a kill. That's another 5 versus 3 man advantage, but this time, Gio, there is no reply from MercenarieZ.
Yeah, it's like trapping fish in a barrel. You had 3 players up there in cash, all trapped in there, and Jittery's just taking advantage of the situation. Now all he has to do right now is wait underneath these holes he's made and try and gather some information to continue to try and do so. We've seen that Union Gaming have cut off a lot of those potential rotations. They're holding lines of sight. That'll make it much harder. Tar takes his opportunity and can bring down Sparko, but MercenarieZ don't look like they've yet gained any kind of advantage in this situation, as only 1 player is left. Beat's gonna go in for the plant. He tries with the C4, but it's not enough. Getting shot down right at the end, and Union Gaming put a second round on the board.
We're gonna see Beat planning the diffuser then, because that final kill was a trade. Both those players, Fatar and I believe it was Sandy, ended up killing each other at the end. What's funny is those two are the new players on each squad, actually.
Well, I think Fatar was already on the squad back in the August Major. He just didn't play.
Right, yeah. So for these teams in this region, unfortunately, there are sometimes a couple of external factors outside the player's control that means the players cannot play. For example, we saw it yesterday with the team subbing out players. Sandy didn't play all 3, and Fatar didn't play all 3 just yet. All of all of the 2 maps yesterday, and it's there was actually a cyclone. Fortunately, everyone's okay. I spoke to the players, but that's why actually these teams have I believe 7-man rosters. At least I'm pretty sure Union has 2 backups. So yeah, hopefully that won't be necessary today. I know that both of these teams have been practicing really hard with their core lineups, which are the 2 rosters you're seeing on screen now. And hopefully we can see them played. It was kind of ironic yesterday. So Sandy's net cut out, and then their first sub, Poseidon, his net actually also cut out.
Oh, no.
And they went to their 3rd sub, or their 2nd sub rather. That had to go to a 3rd player, Dagger. Very unfortunate for Union. But hopefully we won't have that this time around.
Look, you're getting good use out of your full roster at the very least.
Yeah.
I suppose.
I'm sure the subs would have loved it. They're just getting to some actual playtime.
Oh, man. Well, Mercenaries have decided to head back down to the basement, and this time it looks like they're going for something a bit different. Maybe not leaning quite so heavily into the deep roam they went to before. There isn't a Legion, there's not a Vigil anymore. Instead, or a Mozzie actually for that matter. Instead, they're still keeping on to the mute, and they've got a Melusi as well. But I'm wondering if they will actually find reason to be more disciplined this time, not necessarily stray too far from the field. You can see a lot of the players are downstairs. In fact, I think they're all down there. All right, yeah,
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's 5.
Is that sneaky 5th player?
There's literally 5 of them right there.
I didn't see Jaeger. Yeah, my bad. That's all right. Jaeger's got this new camouflage. It's just dev-proof camouflage. It makes it impossible for anyone with the pseudonym Dev to actually see them.
Right. That sounds like a very legitimate concern. Well, the thing is here, Union Gaming are likely still to, invest time in trying to hunt out anyone who may be upstairs. It could be by this point they know just through the use of their drones that everyone is downstairs, and we're seeing Jittery focus here onto blue. No Zofia being brought, so once again there's going to be the Ash who makes that their job, and Maker's going to push up towards Oil Pit to try and catch out anyone who may be in Garage instead. There is actually a player just there. He's right behind the reticle of the gun. Can't see just quite where the Maker's going to be able to catch him out now, but at least the position should allow him to take the opportunity.
So it looks like Union are preparing for a kitchen plant. Oh, aggressive peek, and Jittery punishes Doctor. That's a nice first frag, but there are more players in blue. Jittery may get refragged here, but he doesn't need to aggress as of yet. As I was mentioning, the attack from Union is focusing around kitchen, and that's where Sparko finds 1 kill through the floor as well. I'm not sure whether the hatch has been successfully breached as of yet. Not yet, but Sparko uses his final Selma, and it looks like there are no impacts on the board to counter that.
And goes the nade to try and get rid of the shield. Actually, I think it got eaten up by an ADS because it hadn't been... It got completely swallowed up there, so that means the shield is still standing. They'll still have to get rid of that. But as you say, it does look like they're preparing for this kitchen drop, and that's why that smoke came out from Fatah, just trying to deny the drop down. Maker still hasn't been cleared out of blue either, so Mercenaries could be in a position here where they can just swarm in. As you say, Union Gaming looking like they're actually coming towards Church as they sneak straight into Armory. Does Me7 know they're in? He must do by this point, but Sparko's going to go in for the plant nonetheless.
MI7 deleted, peeking from dirt. What a late push here from UG, but it works for them. And Union get aggressive now. 4 versus 2. And EX7 polishes off Maker. All on Fatah. He can find 1. But it's a tumultuous task ahead for the smoke player. Crossing into blue. Surely he'll be peaked. SMG11 versus SMG11. And EXG7 gets the better of Fatah. Union Gaming make a full rotation, 3 successful attack rounds on Clubhouse.
And this is why I said you can't necessarily base things when it comes to these 2 teams in this region on what has happened in the past. So far, it's looking pretty good for Union, and they're on attack on Clubhouse. And this is supposed to be Mercenaries' best map, arguably. Union are looking incredibly comfortable right now, ready to adapt when it is required, knowing where they have to cut off rotations, knowing which utility to get rid of, knowing what approach to take. And so far, Mercenaries have not been able to get on top of that.
Yeah, I really love that late push from Union Gaming. Not because it was late. Typically, we would praise teams for doing things earlier in the round, right? But the idea is that there was not very much time ticking away. There was still gas from the smoke, which was hindering their drop through Kitchen Hatch into Arsenal, which is kind of the default, what they were intending to do at the start of that round. But they knew that dropping that, they didn't really have enough of a man advantage or enough utility, especially because the ace, Sparko, had already used his smokes to force down that kind of an execute. So they actually rotate all three of those kitchen players to bottom main stairs. They use the sledge to breach what I call Ash Wall. It's the wall in Arsenal right near main stairs. Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly why we call it Ash Wall, because there was a meta at one point, particularly in ANZ, I think it was like the first season of Pro League, where teams would ash that wall, and the execute actually was exactly what we saw from UG. They would push multiple players through that wall, and it was just perfect. The thing I love about that from Union isn't just like necessarily the macro strategy, but just the beauty in which all of those players committed to it at the same time. And that kind of synergy wins you games.
I'm really interested in this round because we spoke at the beginning about how Mirror gets banned out a lot by Union Gaming, and they forewent that decision here. And now MercenarieZ have decided to bring Mirror. That's really early pick there from Doctor. Props to him. That means your Hibana has been taken off. And on a site like this, where you want to be breaching basically both ends of the map and potentially want to get rid of those Mirror windows, Hibana is not the operator you want being lost so early. And that could make it harder for them to deal with the Mirror. As I was saying, this operator who they infamously dislike going up against, losing your Havana does not make your task any easier.
Absolutely. It is a massive pick, and it's the first time this map, and of course the series, that MercenarieZ has found the opening kill in a round, and it looks like it might be two if Maker gets this one right. The IQ pushing on through, drones it up, the C4 shot mid-air. Great job there from Jittery with the G8, but the aim's a bit jittery, if I'm honest. And doesn't find that kill. I think Maker's been able to escape. The drone's still intact. Don't underestimate how valuable that may be for the IQ later in the rounds. He's continuing to push here.
Yeah, he's smelled the prey and he wants to hunt it out, but Maker is well far away at this point, all the way downstairs. Sparko takes a decent hit of damage as he and Beat continue to work here on the jacuzzi wall and the bathroom wall as well, continuing to apply pressure. Remember, all 5 members of MercenarieZ are still standing. There's a whole minute remaining, so there is time. But Union Gaming are going to struggle to execute a kind of pinch which you would necessarily expect to see on this site.
So is the Mirror actually breached there? The idea for UG was to use Kali to destroy the mute jammer on the Mirror in washrooms, and then an ace to destroy it, but no, he actually throws it a bit low, and it makes a hole, but that hole can actually be used by Hasib, and indeed it is to take down Sparko. He gets what's coming to him after all that, but the Mirror has now been popped. The diffuser, though, out on this balcony, while another kill goes the way of MercenarieZ, they have scrambled and clutched this back into the realm of possibility. 4 versus 2 now. Just 20 seconds left. I don't see XG7 and Jittery making this happen.
It doesn't look like it. I mean, virtually complete safety there for Hasib in the position he was in. Jittery does get 1 kill, but Hasib, once again, he exploits the situation. X7, he does pick up the diffuser, but he's going to get taken down straight away as soon as he steps in through the wall. And Hasib, a little dance of victory, is pretty much the MVP for that round.
Absolutely. A big round from Hasib there. And conversely, I hate to be hypercritical and focus on the micro things, but sometimes you've got to do that. And Sparko, had he thrown that Selma slightly higher, it would have destroyed the Mirror window. Unfortunately for him, just slightly too low. All it did was make a hole next to the Mirror window. Of course, that led to Sparko's demise. Funnily enough, I'm pretty sure it was actually Hasib himself who popped the canister and hence opened the Mirror window when he was trying to spray Sparko. So if he hadn't done that, then, well, that would have been yet another thing for UG to deal with. But yeah, big 3K there from Hasib. And I also want to credit Doctor for finding the opening pick onto Sandy. Had Sandy stayed alive, maybe Union could have used the Hibana instead of that ace and then allowed Sparko a bit more freedom to use his Selmas elsewhere, perhaps for a larger breach on the jacuzzi wall. But no, Doctor got that spawn peak and it had ripple effects throughout the rest of the round.
I mean, you know, one of the things that really helped facilitate Hasib's positioning was the fact that the castle barricade on the gym door hadn't been opened. That's another thing where you can look at and say, if they had a Havana, maybe that would have been a bit easier, and it just meant there was that one more angle he didn't have to worry about, and he could have been a bit more forward and aggressively positioned, which he was. We have just had a disconnect, so just waiting to see if there is going to be a rehost granted. But
If so, we might have to say hello to Darth Devmata. I've turned off my lights. It's about 30 degrees here again.
because it's the summer for you now.
It's well, technically it's not summer for another 3 days, but it looks like that no one's calling rehost, so I expect we should treat this as if we are to play on.
All right, well, back down to the basement site. We're seeing a lot of this. I mean, it's not even just mercenaries who seem to like, you know, the more kind of SSG style roam. There are a few differences here. It's not necessarily fully SSG. It's just a regular roam, I suppose. But Union Gaming are also a team who will most likely exhibit that. But a nice early kill from Fatar as X7 gets taken down.
Yeah, that's actually evens up the numbers.
Yeah.
So I like the idea here from Mercenaries. As you said, going for a bit of a loose roam. Quite a different operator lineup to what they had last time. Vigil's been traded around from Me7 over to Maker, and they've opted out the Legion. Opted out of the Mozzie for a Legion this time. Of course, the Legion was wanted DC'd. And Me7 decided to play the Alibi instead. But Maker, I guess giving him the Vigil was a good idea because he's not only made this a numbers equality, but, well, he got the numbers advantage before Beat narrowly takes it away. And when I say narrowly, I'm referring to the HP here. Have a look at Beat. One stray bullet, and, well, he'll be done for.
So 3 versus 3 at this point, and we are just under halfway down. And, you know, given that you had the losses of the Sledge and the Ash, you don't have that operator particularly who's going to be able to, for example, open up the kitchen floor or the floor above the bottom of main stairs. You don't have the operator who you rely upon to put pressure down blue, and you have to start sharing those responsibilities out when people like Sparko and Sandy are going to want to be busy opening up hatches and dealing with other things. They did throw down the flashes into blue, and Sandy's going to be heading down Oil Pit and potentially approaching this from a different angle as Sparko continues to wait upstairs. Maybe if they can clear this out, it'll give them a better scenario and a better position to take the site. He's just given away his position. He does land a headshot though. That was great. And that means Sparko can also jump down as well. Sandy's going to keep looking for those picks, but Mercenaries know what's happening at this point.
Really nice use of that smoke from Sparko to prevent the push-in from AKs. Sparko's rotated all the way back to kitchen. I thought they were going for a blue push, but Sandy, he can do that all by himself. Just Hasib left. But the question is, can Union get that diffuser planted? This is very clutchable, but Sandy says, you spawn peek me, and that only enrages the fire within. And he finds the final 3 kills for UG.
And after some quite difficult operator losses that you would have thought were necessary for this kind of site take, Sandy took it all into his own hands and said, well, I got this, boys. We got this sorted, lads. Well, that does put Mercenaries in a difficult position, knowing that they just have one more round of this half, and this is their defending half, which you would have hoped went a lot better. And of course, if they lose this one, then that's going to be a 5-1. And that's very hard to come back from on this map particularly.
Yeah, massive credit here to UG and the lead that they've managed to get thus far. Guess what? No Darth Devmata now because I managed to turn my light on when I saw that rehearse confirmed in chat. Yeah. I know what I'm doing
for me,
sometimes.
it's always like, because I cast standing up, but as you can tell, we've got the backdrop. There's not loads of room, so I try and push my chair to the side, and it's like I try and pull it back without making too much noise. I'm going to move my microphone, sit down, and hope that no one notices. So it's always
hope for the best.
The pressure.
Well, Mercenaries are certainly hoping for the best right now. Not the start that we're expecting. I think we've all been quite critical of Union here, and I think a lot of people, you just look at the stats, like you look at the history, and you're like, okay, Union Gaming, they've won 4 games, lost 3 games on Clubhouse in the recent history. And one of those losses was just yesterday, a 5-7 to L2K. One of those victories, however, was to MercenarieZ, or over MercenarieZ, I should say, in the Nationals that qualified them for this event. And if you look at MercenarieZ side of things, like, this isn't a map that they don't play. Like, this is a map that they actually do occasionally play, and they did beat Union, not only in the August Major. No, that was a loss. But they did beat Union in the semi-final of the Nationals. So it's not like this is a map that always falls in Union's favor, which is why, as a whole, that on top of the fact that MercenarieZ were so confident going into this game, and they've just been almost flawless for quite some time now, I definitely had confidence in MercenarieZ, and I'm definitely surprised Union is this far ahead.
I mean, it's a similar story to what we saw last time. I mentioned it before, but in the August Major, we came into it seeing how MercenarieZ had just had dominance over Union Gaming in the South Asian Nationals, and things like that led up to it. And you think, well, MercenarieZ must have this in the bag. And then when it came down to the actual series, Union go 3-0. Now, again, like, when we saw the map veto selection and things like that, you think, well, at least the start of this series looks like it could favor MercenarieZ, because coming to Clubhouse, it's a good map for them. It's not necessarily so dominating for Union. And then Union had Villa taken away from them as well. That was the map ban that MercenarieZ went for, and Villa is indisputably Union Gaming's best map. I think it's fair to say. And so you think, wow, like, MercenarieZ have got them figured out. They've got their fix here. But unless they take the next half of Clubhouse in some kind of sweeping fashion, that may not be the case.
The one thing I will say is, yes, Clubhouse may go the way of Union, but is their map pick? And we have Consulate coming up next, which is, I would love to say, a strong map for MercenarieZ, but I didn't by any means troll through every single result that MercenarieZ have, but I here have, obviously, the November Major thus far, the South Asian Nationals that qualified them, so that was Stage 2, plus the August Major, and I have absolutely zero data on Consulate. MercenarieZ simply have not played it, and the only time Union have played it, they lost it. Actually, no, they won it once and lost it once to Monka S both times. So I would definitely favor MercenarieZ. If they're picking a map and there are absolutely no VODs, it means Union can't go in there with any kind of counter-strat or expectations. And it means that, I'm going to give MercenarieZ the benefit of the doubt and say that they're good on that map, despite not having any info. You look further on down, Union picked Theme Park as the third map. I would still favor MercenarieZ on that. Like, they have a better record if you look deeper into history. The only times MercenarieZ has lost Theme Park is to, you guessed it, Union. So I feel like, I don't know, I'm swaying back and forth every single time, Gio. I feel like if you task me, Dev, can you write a persuasive essay on why Union Gaming should win? I could probably give you a couple thousand words. If you ask me the same for MercenarieZ, I could probably give you exactly the same length.
It is interesting because it seems that when you look into the history of these two teams, there are consistencies in their performance until they face each other. That is where everything kind of breaks down. There's a sort of signal jam and you just don't know what to expect sometimes. And that's what's been really nice about the development of the South Asia region and seeing them in these two majors is we've had these two teams end up in the finals both times, and you can feasibly see either one of them taking these rounds, taking these maps, and taking these games. Despite the fact there was a 3-0 last time, it was still a valid point back then, just as it is right now. And it's a rivalry that I don't see ending anytime soon.
Absolutely. These are the two rival teams in South Asia, and there's a lot on the line for them. MercenarieZ, they want to proclaim themselves as the best in the region, as the best from South Asia, even if they can't qualify for SI. And of course, Union, well, they've got a shot at competing, representing their region for the very first time on the global stage. South Asia was not a part of the global esports program until 2020, and they have not had a chance to compete at even an APAC level event. Never before. And that could change if Union Gaming wins this series and hence qualifies.
Oh, that would just be absolutely insane. But we at the very least have to see through to the end of Clubhouse to have any idea how this is going to go. And this is the final round of this half. Union Gaming looking to make it a 5-1. Now, MercenarieZ, be very aware of some of the mistakes that they made last time on defending this site. They put in a lot of work to try and make it hard to take construction. And Union Gaming just said, well, okay, we'll come in from another angle. And they ensured that they cleared out Garage pretty easily, held on to the relevant lines of sight. Jittery getting taken straight down by Maker is another pretty good move from MercenarieZ. He caused a lot of grief last time. Now they don't have to worry about that vertical pressure that helped bring them to their demise before.
I really like that strategy with the shield. It's something we've seen in particular. I think the first team I saw do it was Giants from APAC North. They used to run Ysera with a Goyo down there. And it's just a great way to hold on to lobby and deny any attackers pushing in downstairs. Sorry, lobby and lounge to the larger extent. And of course, that enables this bandit trick. Typically, one way you would counter the bandit trick that MI7's currently doing is to go downstairs and destroy the floor and shoot the bandit if he tries to bandit trick. Now, there are a couple of other ways to do it, but you'll notice Union Gaming aren't bringing a Zephyr, which is your other way to counter the bandit trick. A nice nade, actually. That was through the floor, and the Kali as well. But this is going to get bandit tricked all the same. The nade comes through. It does damage, but does not secure the kill. This is so good for MercenarieZ. What an adaptation. And Sparko is all out of Selmas.
Yeah, it's going to be significantly harder for them to recreate the successes of last time they came to CCTV, especially with such little time on the clock remaining. How many options do they have left? Doctor not relinquishing his position in Garage like he did before, but he does get taken straight down by Sandy. But even then, with just 20 seconds, well, that's exactly it. With just 20 seconds on the clock, what can they do? They can't have that same pressure on Cash that they had before. MI7 is retaliating onto X7. They can try and push in through Garage, but this is going to be an aggressive and quite messy fight, I would imagine, as they try to jump in. Here are the kills coming out from MercenarieZ, and they should have the opportunity to deny if Union Gaming even can go for a plant, but they can't. It was just Sandy at the end, and he wasn't holding the diffuser. MercenarieZ put another round in their pocket and try and quell the fire that has been raging for Union Gaming on this first half.
Adaptations, that's what that was. MercenarieZ perfectly counter-stratted Union Gaming. They saw that never once in this game had Union Gaming run a Zephyr. So for those who don't know, bandit juggling is a way to counter the wall dinner or the wall breach that Union Gaming was trying to do on the Kennel's wall. It's super important. We saw that because that wall wasn't breached, at the end, MI7 was actually allowed to play inside of CCTV and still contest Garage. That was super powerful. But Union Gaming, they didn't bring, obviously Maverick is banned, which is the easiest way to counter a bandit trick. You just Maverick the top and the bottom and bandit can't sit there, the wall falls apart. Or you can use a Zephyr and you put the concussions through the drone hole. That will then cancel the animation of bandit putting his battery down, but that's gone. I mean, UG are just simply not bringing a Zephyr, not even once. So the only way Union Gaming can counter that bandit trick is to go downstairs and contest the bandit through holes in the floor. Well, MercenarieZ, they decided to set up with a shield down there to contest that. They found the first pick, they peeled off, and even then, by that point, 2 of the Selmas had already been bandit juggled off. The third one came through, and, well, that was pretty easy for MI7 as well. So absolutely beautiful adaptations from MercenarieZ. My only regret is that we didn't see that 3 rounds ago.
Yeah. And that means that despite the success of the adaptations that MercenarieZ made, they still find themselves on the back foot heading into the second half. Union Gaming just have to take the next 2 rounds to put themselves on match point. And at that point, if MercenarieZ want to win, they'll have to sweep all the way through to overtime to even have that opportunity. And even then, they will have 2 attacking rounds of overtime rather than defending. So this completely lies in Union Gaming's favor right now, and unless something goes incredibly wrong for them, I suspect the Clubhouse will probably fall into their hands.
It all starts here for MercenarieZ. We've seen Union Gaming attack this SSG Roam style setup when MercenarieZ did it themselves. We haven't seen the inverse as of yet. MercenarieZ, 1 minute down. Both of these teams have nigh identical defensive setups for their quote-unquote SSG Roam. There's no castle, of course, what we typically see from SSG Roam, but instead that's been replaced with these barricades. And it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players on the objective. So it's an SSG, quote, roam from Union, where they are doing the setup. They're putting all that information denial, the mutes and mozzies to deny drones or delay drones, but they're not actually roaming. And so it's just a time burn strategy. And I really like that. The question is, will Mercenaries, now that they've actually cleared the map, the 1 minute and 30 that's remaining, will that be enough time for them to execute?
Doctor's going to make his way down regardless. Oh, that's it. Nice camera that they have there. Nice drone that's been placed. It's going to give Jittery some more information as Mercenaries still continue to place their drones even at this point in time. First kill comes out from Sandy. He's taken some damage himself. Both he and Jittery are a little bit on the low end, but still the man advantage lies in Union Gaming's hands. Wow. Still got players coming in from all kind of different angles on the side of Mercenaries. Doctor took a lot of damage there, but it wasn't quite enough to kill him.
Yeah, Hasib was actually one of the most important operators on this attack. As you can see now, Doctor has used the Ash breaching round to try and open some holes in the floor. The reason why such is important is for opening those holes in the floor so you can prevent the defenders from impact tricking and get the breach off on the kitchen hatch. Now we have seen that. Fortunately for Mercenaries, Union are not impact tricking. In fact, they haven't brought a set of impacts. So losing that sledge wasn't super detrimental, but now they've lost the one breaching round. In fact, both breaching rounds from the Ash. And still, I believe the shield from Sparko should be in play. It's going to be a hectic execute now for Mercenaries, and there's the first kill.
Oh, well, they're definitely going to know the Doctor's coming in. They know that the church wall hasn't been breached, which could make him easier to trap. But in the meantime, Fatah does go in for the plant. 2 kills from Union Gaming. They may find themselves in a post plant anyway. The kills still come in, but they haven't been able to fix that problem. Only Maker still remains, and he's upstairs. He can't deny all on his own from there, so he's thinking that he may have to start moving down, because at some point there is going to have to be the disable. There's a kill for him. That's nice.
He has concussions
coming up. He does. Sandy's going to go in for the disable. There's a second kill as well. He can't quite finish it though, and that'll give Union Gaming the room and the time to disable this diffuser and take a 5th round.
Wow, a very, very close affair between these two teams. My goodness, I did not think that plant would be allowed to go down. Mercenaries, a very late execute with well, not a lot of control. They had a player pushing in through Moto while the rest executed through Kitchen, but fortunately the smoke coverage was just enough for that diffuser to go down from Fatah. But of course, Union Gaming had a 4 versus 1. All they had to do was revive Sandy, and then that's a 4 versus 1 against poor Maker. Maker actually gave it a really solid crack, though, and I was yelling out during that clutch. He still has the concussions, similar to how the Zephyr can concuss and cancel the animation of a bandit putting his batteries down. It'll also cancel the animation of someone actually disabling the diffuser. So he could have used those, just shot them down the hatch, and it would have prevented that diffuser from happening. He decided to go for the kill, which I think was the right choice. He was still at a 1v3 at that point, so he needed to thin out the numbers, but UG played it really well. Sparko rushed up the main stairs, and Sparko, if he had not gotten that kill, if that had gone the way of Maker, I think that, without a doubt, Mercenaries would have won that round. So really credit to Sparko. He actually found a 3K across that whole round, and Union held on. Really good stuff from them.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely tell that Maker felt the pressure because of that feeling where he kind of felt he had to deal with a potential flank coming up the main stairs. He couldn't just focus on the disable from the kitchen. And in that time, you also know, they could have the opportunity to get going on the disable while you're distracted as well. A difficult position to be in. It could have swung the way of Mercenaries. It didn't. And that once again puts them in this very strenuous situation where now they are just 1 round away from potentially seeing this game fall out of their hands. Union Gaming have come to gym and bedroom for their second site. They haven't decided to bring a mirror, just like MercenarieZ did, but Mercenaries themselves are going for something a bit different as well. They've once again gone for the IQ, knowing that Valkyrie is on the board and want to try and deny as much information to Union Gaming as possible.
Great thing about the IQ as well is you can just stand on the roof and walk directly on top of the entire objective, call out every single ADS, magnet, mute jammer, whatever it is. You call out all that information, and you know where all of the defender's utility is. But for Mercenaries thus far, they're starting to push from the kennels wall across. Pretty standard. Defenders extending onto the cache side. Ooh, XG7 spots out a player in lounge. In fact, there are 2 down there. He's strenuously holding this position, but he does have 2 players to support him. It's really on Mercenaries here to clear this.
I mean, at the very least, Mercenaries are having the opportunity to do so. That was something that was denied to Union Gaming when they lost their Hibana very early and couldn't have that same kind of pressure. But it really does look like the pressure's going to be on X7, as it is taken straight down by MI7. And there is a trade, actually quite a few backwards and forwards, which puts this in a 3 versus 3. Mercenaries can start to move in a bit more as Union Gaming have to retreat closer to the site in the hopes of being able to defend it.
Oh no! That's the 2 hard breaches. There's no more hard breach left on Mercenaries, and they didn't breach the jacuzzi wall yet. They didn't even breach the con exterior wall.
Oh, no.
Wow, this is going to be a really, really difficult task now for Mercenaries. Typically, you would breach open the jacuzzi wall, you cut off the entire rotation at the top of main stairs, logistics, you name it. But now suddenly things have turned around. So a great call from Union. They equalized that numbers count, 3 versus 3, and then they just backed on off. Now Mercenaries, they still have some util to deal with the Evil Eyes and the deployable shield from Sandy. But man, not having that breach open is going to be detrimental.
Yeah, it definitely gives Union Gaming a lot more space to move with, knowing that those angles aren't being held, knowing that they don't have to worry about what's behind them if they push up towards that wall. As you can see, Beat is very close. He's watching out onto the gym window. There's rather poor attempt at going in for a defuse, but at this point, you kind of just got to take what you can get. Maker's going to have another try, but Union Gaming know his exact location, and at that point, it was a bit of a Hail Mary. You just had to give it a go. It wasn't likely to work out, and Union Gaming find themselves on match point.
Well, things have certainly slid in favor of Union. The majority Bangladeshi team has stepped up. Actually, no, they are majority Indian, I'm pretty sure now. I think that with some of the way things have changed
so many players,
around,
it's hard to tell.
It is
like
pretty
they constantly
hard.
switch
Depends
out.
on which sub is playing. Depends which sub is playing. For those who don't know, it's actually fantastic in the South Asia region. We do have quite a bit of diversity in terms of what countries these teams are from. We had some Pakistani players yesterday, and today we actually have some more Pakistani, Doctor and Maker. We've got the Bangladeshis, and of course also some Indian players. I think there's even some Nepalese in the scene as well. It's very, very cool. A lot of countries which, and I personally haven't followed a lot of esports from these countries, so it's really exciting to see all this talent, especially because these countries are huge. Not only like geographically, like if you ever look at India on a map, population-wise, these countries are absolutely massive, completely dwarfing, little old Australia down here.
Oh, especially here in the UK.
Well, I mean, definitely geographically, you guys get dwarfed, but in terms of population, we get dwarfed.
We have a population like 70 million, but we're something like 220,000 square kilometers. We are tiny.
Yeah, I think my state has a population of about 5 million, and it's bigger than
my city is bigger,
country.
is more populated than your state. So.
Oh, it's London. I mean, come on.
Yeah. But no, I mean, your point is completely right. It's cool because I think a lot of people don't necessarily know. It's not even unique to Siege, but how popular esports is in South Asia. It's crazy. Yes. It's actually crazy.
Back onto the rounder. This is match point for Union Gaming. The reigning champions here, well, at least in the majors for South Asia, not so much in the nationals. Mercenaries have a monopoly on that. But it certainly doesn't look like it right now, Gio. A 6-2 lead. Things are getting strenuous now for the Mercenaries, even on their attack. And it seems to just be a matter of time before Union, well, as Hap said earlier, get out that hammer and put that final nail into the coffin. Great use of I think that was an Ash breaching round from Maker. I didn't see where he was. But it was to ensure that there was no one bandit tricking. Of course, there is only Sparko for wall denial. The first pick, though, is EX7 in Rafters.
Still going to be able to hold on to that control. He knows there's someone directly outside the breach, but he doesn't want to peek. It doesn't
What is
matter
this?
though, Fatah still manages to get him and he's just going to move straight on in. A very aggressive and ballsy move from him.
Oh no!
You have to bear in mind Sandy is bleeding out as well, so this is essentially a man advantage. Another kill from MI7, Fatah on top. MercenarieZ just taking complete advantage of this situation. Jittery tries to peek, he gets one, but is he going to be able to deny the plot and deny what they're attempting? He's not. A very aggressive move in from MercenarieZ works out in their favor and allows this game to continue at least one round further.
This is exactly what we needed to see, Gio. Exactly what MercenarieZ have had in store for us. It's just that confidence. MercenarieZ have everything they need to take down Union and steal away that SI spot. Not for themselves, but for a team from another region. The only thing standing in MercenarieZ way is themselves. They said it themselves. This time we are fully prepared. Well, it certainly hasn't looked like it so far, but there have been some nuggets of gold in this otherwise bleak mine. MercenarieZ, if they can put a couple more rounds on the board like that, this is going to be a real competition.
I really want to see them continue to claw their way back. I want this to be a close scoreline. Union Gaming will grow ever more in their confidence that the SI spot will be theirs if MercenarieZ continue to relinquish rounds that they should not necessarily be losing. And with competition like that, and a display like that, as we saw in that last round, it's things like that that will make Union Gaming think, maybe this isn't quite as easy as we thought. But it doesn't stop the fact that they're still on map point and they could take it in this round. They did win Church Arsenal back in round 7. And that was even in a post-plant situation. MercenarieZ did get the defuse down. Now, you could also take that to be optimistic for MercenarieZ. They managed to come in and plant before, so what's to suggest they can't this time, especially if they kind of neaten up their strategy a bit and clean it up, and maybe there won't be the opportunity for a post-plant and a disable. You don't know what's going to happen just yet, but after that last round, it does make you feel more confident that MercenarieZ could pull it out.
If you recall, the last time Union defended this bomb site, they set up the SSG room with the Mute and the Mozzie, all that util off-site, and then they just full 5-man turtled. In fact, they're doing the latter part of that. 5 players on site, but they forfeited the Mozzie for the Valkyrie. Well, they did have the Valkyrie last time, but it was actually on Sandy, who's now playing the Smoke. And I really like this. It's leaning very much into that anchor-centric utility and the play style, the kind of game that Union wants to play, which is MercenarieZ, it's on them when they're going to execute, how they're going to execute, and Union are going to play for denial. And you mentioned that MercenarieZ planted last time around. That's less likely to happen with Sandy on that Smoke.
And before, they did lose their sledge pretty quickly, but it looks like Hasib's actually being able to do some work to open up the floor. First kill comes from Fatah, getting rid of the Valkyrie, and they're going to take the opportunity to open up, or at least attempt to open up, the kitchen hatch. It does work. The Malusi could not deny anything. Maybe. They're all in the same position. They could get ready to just jump straight down. Sandy's in dirt tunnel. He could throw out the smokes, but if there's all 4 of them, then it's not going to do much. Maker over towards blue as well. They could be coordinating. They haven't chosen to commit to any decision just yet.
I actually really like this. And my question is, Sandy, with 3 gases left, does he have what it takes to chuck them in? He's playing in dirt tunnels. Someone from MercenarieZ can just cut that off. And here the execute comes about. 1 minute still remaining. But MercenarieZ bring that gusto that we know them for. MI7 barely survives a C4 bot main stairs, but Sparko manages to sneak on in. Plant goes down, but MercenarieZ are running away with it. It's only 1 player left for UG, and it's Beat flanking up the main stairs, but he's been read every day of the week by Hasib. MercenarieZ, 2 back-to-back early plants, and they are well and truly back on track.
Now, once again, facilitating their own aggression and playing their own game has worked out in their favor, knowing full well what it was that Union Gaming were going to do. I mean, last time this site was here, it was Beat who tried to flank back up the main stairs. What did they do this time? They read into it. They knew it was going to happen. There was nothing he could do at the end. Mercenaries suddenly don't look like they're on such a back foot, just 2 rounds behind Union Gaming now. And maybe in spite of everything I said about their defensive half not being too great, this is just a case of 2 teams who excel on the attack.
Speaking of the attack, I do love the variance that we're seeing between these 2 teams and how they interpret the attack. Union Gaming saw that Maverick Thatcher ban and they're like, all right, let's bring Carly every single round. They also tried to adapt a little bit depending on what their opponent was doing. They actually had the Jackal at one point to counter the Roam. Mercenaries are for the most part sticking, but we're actually seeing Doctor and Maker juggle the Ashe and the Zephyr between them, depending on whether Doctor wants to play that IQ. So I'm really liking that, and just as a whole, Mercenaries, the thing that absolutely stands out for me, without a doubt, is just the time and how they use that clock in the round. That's 2 rounds in a row where they have executed way earlier than is par. Like, for reference, the average execute for Union was about 16 seconds, and in the last 2 rounds, the average execute for Mercenaries, well, 2 rounds ago, they executed with 1 minute 30 left, and that round just then was 1 minute left. It is just miles different to what we saw from UG and what we see in this typical meta.
Another instance now of a site that Union Gaming won the first time they came to defend it, and now after what we've seen in the last 2 rounds, I can't say I'm too confident to assume that the same thing's going to happen again. The really big issue that happened in that round was the fact that Mercenaries lost both of their hard breaches, and they had no way of applying pressure onto the Jacuzzi wall, and Union Gaming could just kind of bunker down and just take what comes as it made its way into the site. Mercenaries attempted plant twice, but it was in the last 20 seconds and it was a desperation attempt. But this time, you know, what we've seen from them is their ability to adapt. And I expect the same thing would happen again now.
Gym and bedroom defense. We saw this last time, all fall apart, trying to clear cache. Mercenaries, well, they lost 2 players, and it happened to be their 2 hard breaches. Surely that'll teach MI7 and Fatah to be a bit more cautious. We've seen both of those players happy to be in the opening engagements. In fact, in the last 3 rounds, they have been. But it looks like it's a full forfeit from Union. Instead of waiting to get picks first, they decide to just forfeit control of that entire east side of the map and play 4 players on the objective with Jittery downstairs. No C4 as he is the Jaeger, but he can deny a push up the bot main stairs and potentially shoot players through the floor to deny plant. This is a pretty good setup though for Merc.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it. Union Gaming, as you said, they kind of gave up control of the east side, so it's them who have been shifting to kind of adapt against what they think Mercenaries are going to do. It's them who's giving up position. Maker also downstairs, so he could find himself in an engagement with Jittery, but we've got another player on the main stairs too, and that could make it harder for him to push on up, maybe get flanked by Jittery, maybe get caught out in a crossfire. You can tell that he's ready just for someone to come in through kitchen, how he's watching over towards that angle. And so Union Gaming are somewhat prepared, and there you go. He catches him out, and that means that he can rotate back up towards the site. MI7 adds on to the casualty list, though, bringing down EX7. There's another one onto Jittery, and Union Gaming come in with 2 of their own. All in the meantime, Fatah has a go at making a plant that's brutally taken down by Beat. And now we just have fewer than 20 seconds remaining, and Mercenaries couldn't pull it out this time. Union Gaming take it into their hands, and the first map win on Clubhouse goes to them.
Mercenaries certainly brought the fire near the end of it, but Union Gaming have just enough to hold on. Those early executes won't catch you off every time. Union take their map pick and go 1-0 up in the Six Major Grand Final for South Asia. What a play we have just witnessed, Gio. What an absolute treat. And, well, Mercenaries are on the back foot. UG look pretty well set up now. But, of course, it was only their map pick, so it's not over just yet.
Yeah, it makes me very excited to see how Consulate's going to go, because, as we discussed, that's Mercenaries' pick. We don't have a ton to go off. We know they're an aggressive team, just like how Union have banned banned Coastline against them consistently. So it could be a changing of the fates, but we'll have to wait to find out. For now, though, let's toss it on over to a break and then have a talk to our analysts.
Oh. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the show. We just got our countdown in French. How exotic is that, right? Hap Fluke,
Specially requested.
Specially requested. Yeah, this is what we get. Best treatment from our production team. Hap Fluke back on the analyst desk. We have a few minutes before we head into map number 2 between Mercenaries and Union Gaming. And I gotta say, man, this is a Union Gaming that looks way more refreshed versus yesterday.
Yeah.
They do.
I thought Hap was
first
going
of
to take it.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. I
Okay.
just needed to take a little breath,
Wanted to
you
put
know,
a bit of silence in there. That's fine.
because
Dramatic
there was a
pause.
bit of frustration yesterday, you know, when we saw them play, or at least there was frustration from my side. I'm not sure if you guys, share in that feeling. But yeah, they definitely seem to be a lot more confident in this match. They started off really strong on their attack. A 4-2 split is something to be very happy on a map like Clubhouse. The only thing that I might worry about is, the comeback potential, because Mercs really started to kick it up into the next gear as soon as it was up on that 6-2 mark.
I think that was the thing about it as well, is when you open up 3 rounds down on your defense on club, it's not looking good. They got the 4th because of some big plays by Hasib, and then from then on, obviously only getting 1 more after that moment. They were always on the back foot throughout the entire game. They didn't quite wake up into it. They didn't quite get into a club that, as was pointed out, Mercenaries have taken that from Union twice over the recent kind of course of history. They've played it, Union have played it 15 out of their games, and now it's 16 out of their previous games. So they always go to club, and I think they're lucky that today was a good club day for them. They played the best that, as you said, we kind of wanted them to play at this level yesterday, and they didn't quite make it, whereas Mercenaries unfortunately didn't play at the level they played at yesterday.
Yeah, there was social distancing all over the club. Let's just put it out there, make it very clear for everybody. And now map number 2 is going to be Consulate. Mercenaries versus Monka S yesterday. It ended up in Mercenaries winning 7-4, 7-3 against Monka S. Fairly comfortable lead for them. Consulate was slated to be the 3rd map that we never ended up playing. That was set as our decider. Now, looking at that point and at the data overall, how does Consulate really kind of tend to go? Does it favor one team or the other? And for really what reasons here? It's Mercenaries' pick in the end.
I would see it going towards Mercenaries. As I said before on the desk, it's a good Mercenaries map, and it's not been the best for Union before. They haven't really had the best time on it. So if it was a standard play day, I think it would go well for them. But we've got to take into consideration that Union are playing very well today so far. So Mercenaries kind of have a heck of a team talk if they want to meet what can be a very aggressive map.
Yeah, Clubhouse, Hap, you mentioned 4 rounds on the attack, and we can pull the summary for the last map very quickly here for everybody to see.
Let's do it.
4 rounds on the attack, very effective on Clubhouse. I wonder if that can translate into similar success on Consulate.
Yes, I look. It's how did those rounds get there is probably the first question you want to check. And you see a lot of skills, meaning that they came down by kills. Now, that's an important piece of information considering the fact that Consulate is a very, aggressive map. You could compare it to Coastline to some extent. It is a map that isn't necessarily defense-sided, where others could be. And I'm quickly checking over the recent history of these two teams. And I haven't seen Mercenaries actually play Consulate in the past. But I did see Union Gaming go up against Monka S. However, the score is unknown, so I'm not going to be able to give you that one. But they did manage to win that one. So Union, with their, revitalized selves, are definitely in a good opportunity here to try and make sure that they are going to be able to pick up this map as well. And we said it as well yesterday during the Mercenaries game. We would even give maybe a little bit of an edge towards Monka S if they wanted to have hope that they needed to go to Consulate. So who knows?
I think one of the things to look at very quickly on this is just Sandy showing up 11-6, because obviously this was a player who couldn't connect properly yesterday, didn't have the connection issues. So maybe that's one of the things as well. If that's been leveled out and you've got a roster that's playing at full strength, yeah, sure, they were there for 2 maps, but the fact that they cut out for the 3rd, they were obviously struggling internet-wise. The difference of 20 ping can make a difference like that.
It's possible that it was happening also during the game. We had a lot of disconnects and reconnects within the same match, players all around, and spikes in your ping or overall in your packet loss is something that happens. Yeah, we know all about it. Sometimes all of us will have those problems where suddenly you see oh my god, 144p camera, what's going on? Even though every one of us has has invested quite a bit of money into their setup, yet, it doesn't translate. Same thing would go for players. It's just, you can't always rely on things like that. So, Consulate, things to change, things to look at, operator bans, what can be brought forward here from Mercenaries, because if, in my opinion at least, if Union take this second map, I don't know how Mercenaries can come back in the mental game first.
I think you first have to look on where they will start, right? You want to be abusing the likes of Consulate to your advantage. You want to make sure that you get the upper hand. Now, a operator ban combo we often do see is a Nomad and Valkyrie. Now, I would say, you are starting off onto that defense, for example. You do ban Nomad, you do not ban Valkyrie. You force your opponents to go for that ban, because then you have the opportunity to make the difference on that defense. Same goes if you're starting off on the attack. You make sure that the Nomad is actually going to stay open and force the opposing team to ban it. You want to be manipulating it like that to get the best possible advantage to start off good in your first half on this map.
I think one of the things that we saw yesterday across was a bit of Valkyrie play and a bit of a struggle in getting control of it from Union. It was in Cafe, I believe, the first map, where there was a lot of bringing an attempt at locking down those cameras, bringing an attempt at locking the control there, and they just couldn't seem to do it. Information was their big downfall yesterday. Obviously, they still won, but it was an only just kind of win. This is a map where if the information game gets too far away from you, you die. There's such a quick turn and punch with all the windows, all the big flat outside and external angles that you can get yourself set up on. It's such a quick split between getting intel and making it work. If that happens here, that's quick, unfortunate rounds.
Well, Mercenaries, of course, picked the map. We're going to have a bit of a delay here, by the way. That's why you're seeing the timer going off. One of the players has disconnected, so we're going to try to get them back into the lobby and roll in. Don't worry, we're going to blame Hap for all the delays as usual. Yeah, but right now, we can't really do anything about it. Devmarta's trying to press the S button, but it's just not running more well for him. So,
yeah, Caster, start game, please.
Caster, start game, right? That's always the case.
Oh, we do that. I forgot.
Always. It's been years still doing it.
Thanks for reminding me, Twitch chat.
So here it is. Mercenaries are on the attacking side. Of course, they get to pick the map, which means that Union get to pick which side. They start on, how the system functions. So Union on the defense early on. They really get to manipulate things on their end if they would like to. So I wonder if we're going to see a similar Thatcher ban, for example, coming out from Union. Maybe a Nomad ban from Mercenaries early on to deal with Union if they feel like they want to get aggressive. What sort of data would they be working with if Consulate?
If I'm correct, attacks has the second and third ban. That means that the attack ban will be going over to the opponent first, so to the team that's on the defense, meaning that they will have the choice to either, let's say Union doesn't ban Nomad. Then you have the choice, do we leave open Nomad so we can use it but have to play against it later as well? Or do we take it out as well, just to be sure, because we also need to go to that second half. That's basically the play that they need to go with now. Because if it gets left open, they have an opportunity to go for a counter ban, to try and ban out one of the opposing players, or, they might have seen something in the strategy and be like, oh, this operator is key for the success. Take that one out.
And there was quite a few moments on Clubhouse where you were seeing Mercenaries trying to go for those peaks, spawn peaks, or even within the first minute of the round, especially if they were upstairs in construction. So I find Mercenaries to be a team that's fairly ballsy. If they need to take a chance, they find the opportunity, they're going to take it if necessary.
Oh, yeah. And I think that's one of the things where the skill kind of comes through for them. They were yesterday the team that looked head and shoulders above everybody else. Today, it wasn't great so far. That first map wasn't great, but we know what they're capable of from just this tournament alone. We know what they can do. They were consistently one of those top teams. They were consistently the number 2 or the number 1, depending on the tournament and depending on the day. You wonder what this day's going to hold, because when they are working with that information, when they are working with that synergy, they can be sharp, they can be aggressive, and they can just look for pockets of space and attack them and take them.
We're just getting word that a substitute player will be jumping in for Union Gaming. It's possible that there are disconnects, and there it is. Poseidon will be entering in as, we mentioned him in the roster earlier on. So, yeah, here it is. Sandy is not back for this one. So, yeah, that's why I mentioned Union Gaming have something that a lot of teams in the region have, and them specifically more than others, multiple substitutes to come in whenever necessary. So Devmara is crying right now. You can't.
Are they just gonna bring all 6, and can you swap them in between maps? Like, is that
technically
like during the
technically
map?
You can during the map? I don't know. Between maps, it should be possible. It even happened back when when you had the old Penta Sports lineup.
Stuff,
yeah, you had Falco KS substituting, and it worked, but it's expensive usually to do it because you just have a player that sits there. How do you scrim with them and all? Yeah, but for incomer, you might need it for online. So yeah.
It's good for this indeed, because you have these internet issues every now and then. It's probably the best if you have an extra men on the roster. Otherwise, you would have had a forfeit coming up right now. That's something you don't want. That something that happened with the Empire Vitality during the regular season of EU. Couldn't disconnect coming in, couldn't come back. That was due to the fact that everybody's internet dropped, of course. But yeah, be useful. Yeah,
little bit of an irritant. Obviously, with all the stuff that's going on with the cyclone. And with all of that stuff that's struggling with them.
Navarre,
Yep. If you have a look at the heavy rains in the pictures, it is flooded. It's a horrible time to try and play at your best when it's not just the stress of what it is on your infrastructure and on your internet and on your house and whatever, but the stress of being in that situation of you have to try and focus on that whilst all of that's going on around. You've got family, you've got friends, you've got a whole community and a whole country you're worrying about. So it's not easy. There's no two ways about it.
No.
And we hope that everybody in the affected areas is safe. You're watching right now or not, hey, stay safe. Make sure that everything can, help the people that need the help for it. It seems like our lobby is ready. So we're going to toss it to our casters back with Gio and Devmara. Ladies and gentlemen, how will this go? Union Gaming can push their advantage and, make it maybe a potential 3-0, just like they did in August. Who knows? It all has to pass through Consulate. Let's get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, toss it back. Gio, Dev, enjoy.
Thank you so much, Milos. Yeah, Dev, I am super stoked to see how this is going to go. The enigmatic consulate. We're going to get to see which way it's going to swing after what was a pretty exciting game of Clubhouse between these two teams.
Indeed, it is time for MercenarieZ to have their revenge. Union Gaming took the first map and took the last major 3-0. But MercenarieZ, they have been the up-and-coming team in the South Asia region, and they have bested Union at almost every turn, except these elusive majors. Time for Consulate, time for MercenarieZ to get on their home turf and show us what they've got.
Very interested to see how this is going to go, knowing that MercenarieZ have players like Hasib, like Maker, who can definitely frag, and that Consulate is definitely a map suited to that kind of playstyle. I mentioned it before, Union Gaming really like to ban Coastline against MercenarieZ because of that playstyle. This is where they thrive. This is the environment that they are so good in. And I want to see how that's going to translate here to Consulate. So, kicking things off with the operator ban. Unsurprising that either of these teams would ban Thatcher, but it's Union Gaming.
Yep, over the stats I collected, Union Gaming banned Thatcher in 70% of matches and Wamai in 75%. So definitely a popular ban for them. The Nomad, as a response, now the Nomad was mentioned on the desk. It has obviously been banned a couple of times by Mercs, but as I was saying previously, of the stats I collected, I haven't found MercenarieZ playing Consulate once, but Nomad fits very much with Consulate. It very much enables the runouts. If you ban her out, you're only worrying about Claymores. So great job. I think that's going to enable that aggressive playstyle, and I really hope we see some explosivity from MercenarieZ. As for the defensive bans, it's actually two info ops who are really noted for their C4 play, especially for countering plants. And the XD comes out in chat from Hasib. I don't know what the go is. Wrong chat. No. Okay, it was meant to be team chat, and he put it in all chat. All right, can we get some XDs? Okay, can we get some XDs in the Twitch chat just to remind Hasib which one is the right chat to put the XDs in? Thanks.
Exactly. But yeah,
we actually have some XDs in our production chat right now.
Oh, nice. As you say, those information operators, pretty key. Valkyrie's very common to ban out here on Consulate just because of the nature of the map. There are so many windows. You can use them to facilitate runouts. Anything like that, those black eyes can be really key. Pulse is not necessarily an operator we see get banned a lot, but certain sites on this map, particularly thinking of the Archives Tellers site, people like to use Pulse a decent amount. Can be incredibly useful, and maybe is a comfort pick or something like that Union Gaming have had in the past that we have not seen too much of because of the fact this has been somewhat of an underground region for a while so far. But I guess we are yet to find out how this is going to go, and Union Gaming, who are starting things off on the defense, have opted to come down to Cafeteria and Garage as their first site.
Yeah, I think that's actually partially because of the operator bans. We talk about operator bans, we say, wow, yeah, Valkyrie is so good on Consulate, Nomad's so good on Consulate, but do we actually talk about what it means that these operators are bans? Well, for Pulse and Valkyrie, well, it actually means it's really hard to get a lot of information. For Valkyrie, she's basically the only operator that gives the defenders information, what's going outside the building, if she can land one of those black guys out there. And she's also great for denying plants vertically with C4 if it's an upstairs objective or a lobby objective or tellers like you mentioned. Same with the Pulse. And I think that part of that reason is why we're gone downstairs. The info is instead on the Maestro, but the kill is instead for Maker. Jittery goes down already. Holding on to admin, MercenarieZ says, hey, we want to take control of that room, so you better get gone.
Yeah, really nice and early, and it does give MercenarieZ a lot more of an opportunity to clear out the necessary parts of the map that they want to be taking control of. Sandy's still upstairs, and he gets a nice kill onto Doctor. That's his cue to rotate all the way back down. He's done his job. And time has been wasted at least somewhat. MercenarieZ still have to get into the building, despite the fact that they felt like they had this control.
A loose roam from Union, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, not too bad. Especially considering that it is the Zephyr gone down. Now, there's a lot of explosives on the side for MercenarieZ. I'm looking at the Ash and the Sledge. So I don't think that they'll be at a loss for breaching the floor in Piano and Antechamber to clear out those players on site. And they probably won't be at a loss to destroy those two Evil Eyes from Sparko. That's the pivotal thing. That's what those explosives, the 2 nades and the 2 breaching rounds from Ash, need to dismantle. But if they run out, I mean, of course, we've actually only have 1 nade and 1 breaching round left. Now, the question is, are those Evil Eyes still up? Because if they are, then both that nade and that breaching round have to land. And if they don't, then wow, that's a very impactful kill onto Doctor there, losing those extra explosives.
Yeah, and I mean, the Wamai discs are still being regenerated on Sandy's side, so you have to bear in mind that those and the ADS are still an option. A nice C4 from EX7 deletes Maker off the map. And that means that one last breaching round that you mentioned is no longer there. That could actually now make it incredibly difficult to remove that necessary utility and put MercenarieZ in a much more difficult position.
And what does that mean? That means that it's going to be really difficult for MercenarieZ to plant. Usually both of the Evil Eyes are around the side of White Van. You can see actually one spotted out now by that ping 2.0. Yeah, in fact, we can see Sparko right now. He's got one, both in Garage, right? So both are facing the plant spots. Now, likely this nade from MI7 just destroyed the one at side White Van, but there's still one left. And no utility, simply no utility from MercenarieZ that can destroy that. So this is going to be really impactful. Here comes the plant. It gets spotted by Sparko, but he can't get the angle, so there has to be another form of denial. EX7 finds one, but the plant's still going down. Fatah secures it, but can he get out safe? EX7's choking in the gas, but now MercenarieZ all fall in the post plans. And Union Gaming scramble together a messy round win with the retake.
A desperate attempt there from MercenarieZ, and yeah, sure, it's great that they got the plant down, but they just couldn't get out alive. That put Union Gaming in a position where one of the hardest sites to retake actually fell pretty easily into their hands. And a lot of that definitely was set up from the fact that MercenarieZ could not as efficiently and as swiftly remove utility that would have made their life significantly easier in that pursuit. And so Union Gaming had a lot more strength in that scenario. Now, moving on to lobby, are they going to be able to recreate those same successes? This time we are actually seeing them we are seeing them adopt the mirror, which is that operator they like to ban, but I did get debated. Instead, they're going back for the maestro. Kind of unsurprising when we talk about the fact that you want to have that information available to you. You've had 2 of the info ops removed. You're going to take what you can get. And of course, Maestro is really powerful operator, not only from a, weaponry standpoint. He has the impact nades as well, but particularly the evil eyes, which not only provide information, they can see through smoke, but they can deny a plant. And that is so crucial.
Yeah, and if you want anecdotal evidence, just go and rewatch the end of that last round. We talked about it. MercenarieZ failed to clear out that second evil eye, and while the player planting was hidden from the laser itself, so Sparko couldn't just deny with the laser, it gave all info, like complete info. That plant went down in smoke, but Sparko sees through that with evil eye, and that enables UG to get that retake down. So credit to UG. Also, fun fact, Sparko also 6-picked off mirror to Maestro on Clubhouse as well, so it's a common theme for him. MercenarieZ, though, they've made an operator change of their own, and it is the Yana taken in favor of the Sledge. The Sledge's hammer not as necessary here, mostly just useful for opening up the floor in piano to get vertical angles onto the bomb site when you're attacking garage, and of course, that being locked now that Union's won it once, MI7 knows that that's not next up on the table. So the Yana, a bit more info for the attackers.
Yeah, it's almost like she can act as an extra drone in a way with the Geminis. It's particularly useful because of the nature of attacking onto this site. You do want to come at it from a vertical angle. A lot of attacking teams will aim to take control of meeting because that means that they can hold on to that ever important hatch that's directly above circle, directly above the lobby site, which is where a lot of teams prefer to plant. You don't frequently see them go into piano to plant. It doesn't happen quite as much. And you can see that there are at least 3 players of Union Gaming who are upstairs who will need to be cleared out. So that's going to be MercenarieZ's primary attention right now.
Yeah, it's a really strong setup from Union up here, and it's going to be very challenging for MercenarieZ to clear it out. And Beat actually feels that pressure, and he drops downstairs. That forfeits meeting control. The question is, can MercenarieZ actually take it? Because at the moment, they're just struggling with this single Malusi Banshee, and UG have not forfeited the top floor. What a vertical angle! I don't think I have ever seen someone use that particular vertical hole. But Beat gets the job done. He can drop downstairs, but still hold meeting. And MercenarieZ looking absolutely lost.
And now it's Hasib who is looking to move forward. Not going to be getting anything is the explosion, but Fatah is holding on from above. As you say, both these teams significantly weakened at this point. A 3 versus 3, 1 minute remaining, which I'd say is plenty of time, but when you're not got your entire roster at this point, the entire squad who can join in, it makes it so much harder. And it's Fatah who's going to be looking to jump down because he's holding the diffuser. But Sandy's holding on to that angle. He knows he can't just do it yet. He needs the support from his team. But there's only so many of them to even be able to attempt it.
This may well come down to that plant denial and the site info once again. Where are the evil eyes? That's my question. This smoke plant's going to be pretty sketchy for Fatah to force down. We've seen he can frag out when needed. An evil eye in lobby. But the plant's going down. The evil eye can't deny it. Sparko knows from the sound cue where it is, but his Sid to cover. Sandy, very cautious of that lobby double door, but plant goes down. 3v2 now in the post for the attackers. Sandy has to get a move on, but he's shut down. It's all on Sparko, the maestro who could not deny the plant, and now he has to deny the round. Over MercenarieZ, 1 versus 3 becomes a 1v2, but he's like to get shut down. Strong post-plant positions. Eyes on diffuser, but just about no idea what to do. Shot in the side of the head, and MercenarieZ, a 3 versus 3 plant, goes down to a 2 versus 0.
Now things evened out after the first 2 rounds. I always feel like I'm repeating myself when I say that at this early on in the map, you can't necessarily draw any conclusions, but I think it is telling that we saw Union Gaming run away with quite a few rounds in a row on the last map. And this time round, what we are instead seeing is it evened out very, very quickly. Both times, Mercenaries have been able to make a plant. And yeah, back on round 1, it was in more of a desperate attempt and not necessarily something that I think even they expected to work out for them, but they still did it. And what we did see on Clubhouse was the rounds that worked out for Mercenaries predominantly were the ones where they took the initiative to lean into their confidence, lean into their aggression and their ballsiness and their willingness to make risky plays. And that's what they did in round 1. They did take the risk. And they felt confident in that last round as well. And so I think if that continues here on Consulate, yeah, it could go towards them.
The thing I love about Mercenaries is they are so confident on their executes, but they have been disabled and lost the retake twice so far in the series. Now, if we have a look over on lobby again, Easy, we actually saw that Sparko moved one of his Evil Eyes. Previously, he had one Impress Room or Piano. This one is the same as last time, but this second one in the northwest corner of the room is directly where the plant went down last time around. Now, if Sparko had this Evil Eye last round, Union might have won that game. Won that round, rather, and be 2-0 up. But Mercenaries are very much prepared. We'll see whether they can dismantle those Evil Eyes.
I mean, it'd be funny if this time they did just decide to go for a piano take instead.
Exactly.
And completely undermine that adaptation from Union. I did say before that it's not that common to see a piano plant be made, not compared to the amount that you see it happen in lobby, but Mercenaries will drone that out. They'll know that those Evil Eyes are both in lobby, and we have seen them adapt pretty well in Clubhouse, so you never know.
Speaking of adapting, it's not the only thing that Union have done to try and emphasize that plant style a bit better. They brought beat on the smoke this time instead of that mute. Effectively the same in terms of loadout. Like, you're probably just bringing the shotgun and the SMG-11 on both of them. Smoke's got the shield, which is nice. You can add a second one. That means Beat can hold harder up in meeting. It also means not only can he play his smokes here if he wishes, but if he drops down to sight, he can use that for Plantanol too. The ace detonates on the wall behind him, and he's actually committing to this. This is pretty ballsy.
He's going to drop down now. He's decided it's a bit too much of a risk, and I was wondering if it was a bit too ballsy, and so I think it's a good shout that he's come down. He has utilized one of those smokes now, which means he just has 2 in hand. But he's got Sandy right by him for support as they try to hold on to the hatch. What they desperately don't want happening is Fatar to just jump down and get away with a plant again, and you can actually see how much manpower they are donating to Piano. They know that they have the utility over here in lobby where they can deal with a plant should it happen. Ooh, Jittery narrowly missing that kill. They know that they have that, so they want to place themselves to defend Piano at the same time. Jittery looking just the wrong way! And now 2 kills coming through from Mercenaries, just taking advantage of those angles. That's going to make Union's defense so much weaker. There's only 2 players left, and Sparko taking a lot of damage as well. Now that just means Fatar has so much room to have a go at the plot. He's going to keep doing it, even despite the Evil Eye going in. And there's the kill onto Sparko. Yes, Fatar didn't manage to get the plant, but it's just Beat on his own. He gets 2 kills. He could continue to go forward with this, but he's got to get 3 more if this is to work out in his favor. The second attempt at the plant didn't even need to be finished. Mercenaries getting that last kill and putting another round on the board.
In some ways, things actually went better for Union that game, or that round, I should say. I really like the Evil Eye and the smoke adaptations. It actually successfully denied that plant. But of course, when you're in a 2 versus 5, you can't really sit on your observation tools without getting pressured. So Mercenaries played that really well. They leveraged their numbers advantage to their advantage. They knew that, okay, well, we hear that Maestro Evil Eye ringing out, lasering. That means that Sparko is somewhere sitting on his cams, and they just pushed him and killed him. And by that point, it's a 5 versus 1. I think it slipped to a 3 versus 1, but that's still pretty favored to the defense, rather the attack. Especially when Mercenaries, as they have so characteristically done across the series, are executing very early on in the rounds. It means that even if that first plant gets denied, even if there's a bump in the road, there's plenty of time to correct things. They're not in danger of losing as that time hits 0.
Union Gaming now find themselves waning for the first time in this series. could this be where the shifting of the tides are? You have to remember, of course, that because here in the APAC Major, whether it's in South Asia or Oceania or in APAC North, we don't have a double elimination bracket. And what that means is when you come into the grand finals, you don't have a bye round. There is no winner's bracket team to have a round already on the board like we see in NA and EU. That means that whichever team is to win the best of 5 has to do it legitimately. They don't just have a free map. And so Union Gaming or Mercenaries, I suppose, neither of them have that to rely upon. And that means that there's an even further fight to be battling in order to win this out. So far, that's swinging in Union Gaming's favor, but Mercenaries are looking like they are putting up a pretty strong fight. Now, back down to the basement, Union Gaming looking like they're holding actually quite an extended roam here as they're holding onto the top floor, which we did see Mercenaries take the effort to control back when they were attacking this in round 1.
If Union fail to win this round, then indeed it will be a shifting of the tides, as you said. Fun fact, Operation Shifting Tides was the first season, I believe, with an operator from South Asia, Kali from India. So that's a bit of a fun fact for you. But MI7 says, here's a fun grenade for Sandy's face. Trying to drop through the hatch, that won't save you.
No, not good for Sandy. That's a rip. I mean, one of the things we spoke about in round 1 was how Mercenaries started to lack their explosive potential, and how Sandy on the Wamai was still standing, meaning that the magnets were continuing to be regenerated, which would make it even harder with the limited explosive damage the Mercenaries even had available to them. So now that problem has been removed, and yeah, the ADSs are still going to be out and about, and Jittery is on the board somewhere, but it's still a slight difference that could just edge things towards Mercenaries as they continue to open up the floor above the site and get the garage wall open.
Characteristic Mercenaries style, I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to execute very imminently. That Evil Eye actually survives there. Good catch, easy. Our Observer, very talented. Fatar is actually going to set up for this plant. This might swing the way of UG. Fatar trying to get through that breach. That Evil Eye is still up. Nice long shot into Kitchen. Sparko to retake that position. Should be able to deny this plant, but he doesn't see! What a plant spot from Fatar behind the metal box! And Mercenaries are running away with this. Indeed, there is a shifting of the tides, but Jittery has something to say about the situation before it slides against UG. EX7 as well. He has a C4, but this is the most difficult objective in Rainbow Six Siege to retake once the plant is down. And a 1 versus 4 does not slide his way. Mercenaries lock out another attack round.
And despite the fact that Mercenaries have taken just 3 of the 4 rounds we've already had, this is actually the 4th round that they've even attempted a plant. Every single time, they have gone in for that objective focus play. They've gone for the plant. And it has sent a hot breath down the back of Union Gaming. And we're seeing the results of that. We're seeing the tangible evidence that this is making Union, the current reigning champions of this region, uncomfortable. We said coming into Consulate that we didn't know which way this was going to swing because of the lack of information, but that we suspected that Union Gaming were maybe going to have a hard time. And right now, that's exactly what it looks like. Union Gaming chose to start on the defense, and it's not looking like they're hanging.
Mercenary is very much a strong attacking team. It's an absolute pleasure to watch their executes, and I really like the doctrine that they follow. A lot of teams have this thought process, and I think that we're, as talent, often guilty of treating the game this way. This is a checklist, and you have to complete your checklist before you make a play. If you don't clear out all of those Evil Eyes and deployable shields and you kill the player at pipes, you cannot execute. Mercenaries, I wouldn't say throw caution to the wind, but they're not afraid to go for something and take a bit of a risk. For example, Fatar, he solo pushed into garage, took a 1-versus-1 gunfight with the player in cafeteria, and then planted in a plant spot that I actually hadn't thought of before, which was southwest corner of your screen, behind this metal box. For those who don't know, as you're planting the diffuser, the player profile actually becomes a bit smaller. You duck down, you're much harder to see. As he was planting, it wasn't actually possible for Sparko to deny from kitchen. He would have had to push up. I really like that from Mercenaries. They're like, we don't need to clear that evil eye, let's just go for the execute. And they make it work time and time again.
It's nice examples of creativity and intuition and also just legitimacy, you know? I think, you know, the two major regions in Rainbow Six can be guilty of thinking that their way is the only way and their way is the correct way. And yeah, of course, the meta is the most effective tactic available. You know, people will always see that as the best way of doing things. But it's just proof that shifting outside of that box of comfort sometimes is not necessarily a bad thing. And right now it's looking to be working for Mercenaries, even if they aren't being super flamboyant and crazy about it, still just slightly they're having differences. Generate not being able to catch that first shot, trying to get the pixel angle, and he's going to shift down spiral stairs and actually head down towards the basement. He doesn't want to be taking those fights. There's no point in losing your life early, not when you have struggled on this site the 2 times that you've come.
Yeah, but I do like the thought process for Union. They're thinking, okay, well, Mercenaries last round executed with 35 seconds left. The one time Union did win, it was when the only time in this game thus far that Mercenaries executed with under 20 seconds left, and that was the first round. So if Union can bleed a bit of time from Mercenaries and force them into a later plant, I think that will definitely favor the defense. That said, there's really good time management now for Mercenaries. There's a lot of time still to get this done, especially if you adopt the doctrine that we see from Mercenaries, which is not necessarily to destroy all the util before they go. Doctor wants to destroy that evil eye. He's not quite sure if it's still there. Kitchen hatch has been breached. That evil eye is actually... I didn't see it, actually. I think it's gone. Is that kitchen hatch breached? Yeah, I think it is. No, it's not. It got Kaid tricked. That's nice.
There's the smokes coming out from both teams. You have the Toxic Babes as well as the Ace smokes. That's going to help push them back a bit. Now we are getting towards that time where Mercenaries would want to be executing, and Fatal opening up with a kill onto X7. Nice. Another attempt to deny the push on in, but Doctor's going in with the lifeline, excuse me. Jittery getting a kill as well onto Maker. That denies some of the aggression that Mercenaries like to play with. But now we're at the 20-second mark. A nice headshot. That gives Fatar the room to go in for the plant right on top of the barbed wire. Jittery's trying to rotate around. They're not going to be able to deny this as it's happening. Once again, a post-plant situation is in play, and Sparko's finding himself having to push up. We have seen this before, having to take time to reload as well on the ammo. That takes a significant amount of time, and you don't have a lot of that to waste, especially as you can be seeing the line of sight from outside, which is where those attackers are going to be positioned. There's the kill onto Sparko, and it looks like Mercenaries are going to have this in the bag, as Beat is the only one remaining. Doctor finishes things off, and a repeat of last time shows what Mercenaries can do on Consulate.
An absolute showcase of Mercenaries on their attack. 4 rounds straight after losing the opening on this map. They have been in full control every single round. They have gotten the plant down or won the round via kills while the plant is going down. So I would count that anyway, right? And 4 out of 5 of those, they also successfully converted. And as I was saying before, my stat still continues, actually. That round, Mercenaries executed with 22 seconds left. So still, every round that Mercenaries has executed with more than 20 seconds left, they have successfully not only planted the diffuser, but also won the post-plant. Really, really impressive stuff from this team. I absolutely love watching the execution that Mercenaries bring to the table, and it is leaving Union Gaming at a complete loss. And they'll retry Garage Cafeteria for the 4th time.
Yeah, I think it is such a testament to how evidently uncomfortable Union Gaming are on this map that there are only 2 sites they've attempted. You know, Cafeteria Garage, they've come here 4 times now. They went to the lobby press twice. They haven't even attempted to go to CEO, which for a lot of teams is a primary site. Understandable that they may not feel that comfortable going to Tellers and Archives, but they've rotated between 2 sites. That's not a good sign. You're not exuding confidence.
No. CEO or console office and meeting is actually becoming less and less favored these days. There was a great conversation on Twitter that was being had the other day about why teams are still picking it. I believe it was one of the most picked bomb sites, but least successful in EU. Sandy's found an early pick. That's MI7 going down. That's a big one. Your Sledge, who needs to be opening up that floor above the objective and flushing out those anchors. And what's more, this is the adaptation that UG intended to implement to Roam. But a Roam this time facilitated with utility, with information denial, featuring those pests. And I like this idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think it starts to even out the access to utility that has been hampered for the defense purely by the operator bans. Fatar taking a lot of damage as well isn't great because he's been such a facilitating member of Mercenaries, attacking specifically onto the cafeteria garage site. Not just because he's the one who's been making the plants, but because he's been able to take those necessary 1v1 engagements twice in a row now that have allowed him to get to that position. He's not necessarily in a place where that's going to be too great. A nice kill from Jittery onto Hasib weakens Mercenaries further. And as you say, the fact that the Sledge isn't there, that's going to be a problem, specifically because Zafir is bringing a Claymore and not breach charges. So Mercenaries are still going to be finding themselves struggling to tread water here as Union Gaming hold on to that man advantage as well.
Yeah, this is perfect for Mercenaries in my mind. Even if Union lost one more player here, I would still favor them. Even if that was the smoke, like let's say you don't have that util, I would still favor Mercenaries. Like they do not have very much util left, and Fatar's lit as well, really, really low HP. Fatar is that player who's often breaching the wall and then pushing into the objective, but he almost always gets a kill before he plants the diffuser. So if he has to take that fight, as is customary for Mercenaries, he's probably going to lose it with this low HP. Add to that the fact that Sandy is actually upstairs. Now he doesn't have any holes in the floor to deny a plant vertically. And he doesn't have a C4 to make any holes, but he does have presence, so he could be ignored. There are still 3 players on site.
Oh, well, it looks like Mercenaries are maybe going to attempt some kind of push on in, although not just yet. They were just setting up. They know that Sandy's still out and about. He could just turn around and bring Maker down. How did he not notice him? Could he get a second one as well? Not quite. Fatar securing that kill for himself, but it's just him on his own. He can try and open up the hatches, but with such low HP, does he really have a hope in hell of securing this? Well, the hatch has been opened, and that will take some of Union Gaming's attention as he starts to edge down Spiral. But there is a player looking that way. It's Jittery. He kills him. And that means Union Gaming do take a second round before the half switch. But does that still really mean that much has changed for Mercenaries overall?
A great adaptation when they needed it for Union, but as you say, it is very late in the pipeline to be implementing a new strategy. It was the aggression that Union needed. Mercenaries are so good at executing if they have the time and manpower to do so. So what's the solution? Don't give them the manpower. Spawn peek them. Contest the roam. Do whatever you can to make it so that you are knocking Mercenaries off their game. I think that is the running theme here. It's what Union were quite good at, well, in that last round, but just prior to that, absolutely not. We have seen a constant game of adaptations from both sides, but they only sometimes bear fruit. And our Mercenaries, well, they'll take that 4-2 half comfortably and gladly, set themselves up very nicely on their map pick. But there is still a hope here for Union, albeit a slim one, to get back in the game.
You can tell the Mercenaries are going for a different approach here. They haven't decided to bring a Maestro, so in terms of how they want to focus on their ability to deny, the Evil Eyes are not going to be it. Instead, of course, you will have Smoke, and you'll have Mirror as well. Likely going to have presence here in Public Bathroom, which not only is given away by the mirror windows being placed, but all of the reinforcements, and I mean simply the fact that Hasib is in there right now. Opening it up as well does provide the rotation. The soft wall means they can shoot through into Piano. So they will have that kind of central reservation from which they can try and defend both of the bomb sites to either side. It's likely that they'll also have presence upstairs, as we spoken about before. It's pretty necessary to have that vertical take. Control over meeting is incredibly important for both sides. That's why the attackers tried to take it off the defenders, because they don't want to put them in a position where they can deny a plant from above. So it's a different approach, and whether Union Gaming will read into that or be able to successfully deal with it is something that we are yet to find out. But it's certainly going to be interesting to see how the fates fare now that Mercenaries find themselves on the defense.
A couple of loose sprays. The first kill for Mercenaries, and is indeed aggressive from them. Beat goes down. Primary hard breach, but it is a lobby defense, so not super impactful. You likely wouldn't use those exothermic charges. He's also the primary droner, typically for the squad. This may well affect Union as they progress forward. Wamai is going to make that a bit more difficult. I think that actually would have destroyed the Banshee anyway. Oh, no, just out of range, fortunately. And indeed, the second, well, a flash and both breaching rounds to destroy one Malusi Banshee. If I'm Doctor right now, I'm saying, yeah, that's definitely a pretty good bang for my buck.
Mm-hmm. And they still haven't been able to move this player out of meeting. This Fatah going down, a nice kill in return onto Jittery. That means Mercenaries are still holding top floor control. We have a minute remaining. This is a long time for the defense to still be holding on to the top floor of this map. Union Gaming can't confidently move down. Maker finally dispatched with, and MI7 is still there. This is still an issue. A 3 versus 3 in this situation, I don't think necessarily favors the attackers.
I know most regions have a 5 versus 5 gameplay in Rainbow Six, but I feel like watching South Asia, these two teams are always at a 3v3. Doctor, another kill on the round for him. And Sparko goes down. Mercenaries, though, they haven't secured the deal yet. UG still have a chance in this. Sandy and EX7, two great players to step it up. Lots of good util still on the table as well. The Banshee, though, brings out the position. EX7 lands that shot. It's exactly what he needed. And now Sandy can go forth and get that diffuser planted. Time is ticking away. The EX7 needs to watch both of these crosses. And is the plant deniable for Doctor? Pushing on down. He doesn't know where it's happening. He could potentially get the wallbang here. He spots out the player, lands a bit of damage, but Sandy closes that round for Union Gaming. The 3v3 turns. And Sandy gets the job done at the end of the day.
I guess I eat my words. I said I didn't think that it would work out in the favor of the attackers, but I think that very pivotal kill by EX7 onto MI7 in Piano was the turning point for that. It made sure that there was room. They didn't have to worry about having some kind of pinch or a crossfire being applied onto them. It did still mean the Doctor had to watch out for 2 different angles, but there could only be someone coming from one of them. And with the time that close, once the diffuser started going down, it looked more and more in the defender's favor. But if Union Gaming can continue this on, they should be able to even out the scoreline in this next round. Mercenaries heading down into the basement. This is obviously the site that we saw Union Gaming come to the most and struggle with a decent amount. And a lot of that came from the pugnaciousness of Mercenaries. I don't know if that's a word, but I'm making it a word now. Their willingness to fight.
Look at this, quite a lot of investment off-site for Mercenaries, in contrast to what we saw from Union, which was almost exclusively a full total strategy, 5 players on the basement floor, except for when they had loose roams, whereas this is more what I would call a hard roam. It's a hard public bathroom hold. Hatches upstairs also open up to allow some fluidity for the defenders should they desire it. Mute is the perfect operator to set this up as well. I do wonder where he's put his other mute jammers. I think there's 2 in public, 1 to protect. Okay, so there's a 3rd one going down. So he's protecting a lot of his own walls here to make sure he can't get hard breached off. But that wall just west of the hatch, or south of the hatch, I think, is actually still vulnerable to some X-Kairos from Jittery, and that would then cut off Fatah's retreat down through the hatch. So perhaps that'll be the strategy from UG to counter this setup.
At least he has that room to move down. Union Gaming starting to come in once again, heading in from the top floor. It looks like Maker is willing to go out. Maybe he'll extend beyond this into a bit of a roam. He wants to stay in that position where he can retreat down very easily, but still have some kind of view up onto the first floor.
I really like those holes pre-opened above where that breach would eventually be. It means that if Fatah is just ignored by Union, then he'll have a possibility to flank detrimentally and just deny that plant vertically. A lot of drones gone down there. And Maker takes out that flank watch drone at top Visa stairs. I still feel like MercenarieZ is quite in control. Oh no, the default cam is still up. That's going to feed Fatah all the info he might want. And pushing in through lobby is Sandy. He's going to be met with Maker. But will he meet his Maker? Not too eager to peek this, and the drone spots out the position. He meets his own Maker. EX7 just lightly dusts his head with the R4C. And now Union Gaming have the advantage.
Oh, starting to put the focus onto the bathroom. They know that Fatah is still in there. He managed to drone past him when he stepped out of the bathroom before, so those mute jammers didn't necessarily prevent that.
It's got to drop.
And they're going to be working to open up the wall. It doesn't look like he's utilizing the drop just yet, though. He's waiting for someone to come around the corner, but he doesn't win the engagement. X7 very happy with that one, as now that just gives Union Gaming so much space. A vertical kill onto him, though, removes that victory, and we're back to a 3 versus 3.
I was very worried there for MercenarieZ, but those 2 vertical kills were super impactful and super critical here. Another aggressive peek for MI7. That is exactly what they needed. And, well, he quite literally does not miss a beat. It's all on UG now. A desperate drop, but Shaiko, or rather, Sparko goes down. Man, what a way to get confused. And now it's all on Jittery, and no doubt he's feeling a bit jittery in this 1 versus 3. It all fell apart for Union. And he'll just bide his time until the round ends. MercenarieZ pulled through a disadvantageous situation and got themselves another round win.
Just leaning into their aggression has worked so well for them every single time. Every time that we have seen it. They know where their skills are, and they know that they can play like that when they have the confidence to do so. And I think we're starting to understand why it is this team are associated with these more aggressive, scrappy maps at this point, because they know that they're happy to, I'll use your term, kind of throw caution to the wind, not play scared, not be worried about it. And I think it's really cool as well, because knowing what the stakes are for this match, knowing that Union Gaming could end up in the 6 Invitational if they win this series, you know, it would be very easy to be daunted in the face of that. Especially looking back at the August Major, when you once again had an instance of MercenarieZ having been higher up in the head-to-head with these 2 teams, having had a better track record against Union Gaming, and still falling 3-0 to Union Gaming. I mean, that's a painful loss. And it'd be so easy to come into this major and worry the same thing's going to happen. And it does not look like their mental fortitude has been cracked.
MercenarieZ said last time around, well, Union were always 1 step ahead. But things have changed now. MercenarieZ themselves, I was chatting to MI7, and, well, he definitely had a renewed confidence. He was saying last time, during the August Major, their roster, MercenarieZ was, what, 2 months old, maximum. And to think that, like, imagine a 2-month-old roster competing with, well, a team that has developed a bit of a legacy here in South Asia, and were no doubt favored. Well, things have definitely changed. MercenarieZ, so much confidence they have in their roster now. The maturity that they have developed over even a short space of time has shown that even when at a deficit, they can crawl back and claw back advantages.
And they're only 2 rounds behind. It's definitely a deficit that I could see this team shortening. But they need to get their heads back in the game.
Ooh.
Jittery narrowly avoids his own flash.
Yeah, well.
Oh, narrowly avoids an explosion as well.
And this ADS is still not burned. The peek made him a bit scared, and EX7 finds the first kill. Man's always eager on those gunfights. Jittery tries to spray forth. Takes quite a bit of damage, though. MI7 has a really nice shield here. We don't usually see it placed quite like this, but I do like the positioning. It allows him to contest long, but it's dispatched with thanks to EX7, who receives a lot of damage. Remember, the bomb site is lobby press, but this is just a top floor control at the moment, contested by Mercenaries. MI7 getting aggressive, but he decides to play cautiously and retreat. Eventually, he is cut off, but man, surely he can't survive this. Indeed, Sparko, he doesn't have the info. He's going to finish the job with a nade.
That'll give him room to move in, and you can see all of the control that Union Gaming have managed to take. Although Doctor's decided he's going to sneak on up. Gets a nice kill onto Beat, turning around, feeling the flirtation of his bullets across his skin. Gave him all the information he needed to get rid of him. But the fact that he's not completely committing to being downstairs has allowed him to get yet another kill. Straight onto Jittery. And maybe Mercenaries aren't completely out of this just yet. All they need is one more kill and you're suddenly on an even man count once again. Hasib's deciding to extend a bit beyond his position as well. This could give them the opportunity to get those deaths, get those kills that they need.
It's only a matter of time, and indeed, UG begin that plant quite early. Lots of time still. Is the C4 there? It might be too late. What was that throw? Quite literally a throw from Hasib. And my goodness, things have turned around on their head. Union Gaming are very much poised to take this one. Doctor waves to his teammate down below, but nothing he can do but drop to his demise at this point. And Sparko finds the final 2 kills and the plant. A great job from Union Gaming. A 5 versus 2 man advantage, and things did slip against them. But they quelled our doubts and thirsted for that round.
Oh, it's just, if Hasib had not have screwed up the throw on the C4, maybe he would have got the deny. Maybe he would. He couldn't even go to pick the C4 back up. It got shot straight off the door frame. It was like a huge target. That's definitely a disappointing outcome there for Mercenaries, and it puts them yet again in a situation where Union Gaming are now right on their tail.
Yeah, what I think happened there for the C4, it's not just that, Hasib just threw it. I mean, I kind of just had a bit of a go at him because it was, fun. But what actually happened in my theory is that, originally he thought that Sparko was planting where Sparko actually was planting on the east side of lobby. And so he began to prepare that throw trajectory. But then he thought, oh no, what if he's planting in the northwest corner? I don't know whether there was a call out from a teammate that said that, which was obviously an incorrect call. But he clearly didn't know exactly where that plant was going. He ended up changing direction halfway through throwing, and it landed on the door frame. And maybe it does make you wonder, is that perhaps a bit of jitters? Not to, pardon the pun, but a bit of questioning second-guessing yourself, right? He had it right the first time, and he changed his mind. Mercenaries are a team that have consistently provided results against Union Gaming, but not when SI points are on the line, not when the stakes are this high. So is that what's getting to Mercenaries right now?
Well, whatever it is, they've got to pick themselves back up, and I have no doubts that this is a team who could do that. Aggressive positioning early on here. I mean, the players are shifting out of admin, where they were very close to the windows, but still could have had the opportunity to catch someone out. They did not. Union Gaming have clearly changed some things as they've decided to bring along a Lion. That should give them some extra information as to the locations of the defensive team. I'm also interested because this is the first time that we've seen a CEO defense so far today against between these two teams, we don't have any information just yet to provide us with some understanding of who to expect to be better on this site. At the very least, we knew that Union Gaming probably weren't comfortable defending it, but it doesn't necessarily say the same about their attack.
I'm going to give Mercs the benefit of the doubt here, at least for now. Hasib, though, could get punished. Fortunately for him, he backs on out. It's a yellow stairs hold for Mercs, and Union toyed with the idea of pushing that. Jittery tossed 2 of his stuns through there. I like this late Banshee placed down, just in case it is a meeting push eventually, and it does look like that's what UG wants to go for. Sparko is taking control of admin now. Sandy's droning up for him. Doctor's actually going to aggressively peek the top of his stairs. I like this, though. Jittery is going to breach open that wall from admin. That cuts off this long, deep angle into meeting and prevents that aggression. Another one, exactly the same thing here, but for long desk.
Jittery quite low on health, but at the very least he's been able to utilize the X-Kairos. He still has one left in pocket. Could use that to open up the meeting wall. That'll help flush out any of the players who are still holding on to that area of the map. A minute remaining. Union Gaming have been making steady pace, but as I mentioned, someone may be in meeting still. That's Doctor. He's out of magnets. He's still holding on to this position. The wall is still intact, the reinforced part at least. And now Jittery's going down, which means those X-Kairos can't be expended for that use. Sandy finally bringing down Doctor, which makes that empty, but he gets full damage as well. And now he'll be bleeding out. He should be able to withstand, though. It's a Zephyr, and there we go. He's back up and alive. Beat taking advantage of MI7, who wasn't looking in the right direction. And now the E1D is going to help facilitate the rest of the push from Union.
Hasib's got this covered, though, from yellow stairs, or just above. He shuts down Beat, and then goes downstairs, has that C4 in pocket. If there's info on the site, this can be easily denied. UG have to push now, and the plant starts to go down with just a few seconds on the clock, but the C4 from Hasib, and it's all on Sandy with no hope and no diffuser. Union Gaming tie our scoreline 5 apiece.
Nice and denied there. And now Mercenaries are on match point. It wasn't Union Gaming who took that round.
Oh man, I said it the wrong way around. Oh, that's such a bummer.
Mercenaries on match point, and that means that we're actually seeing a situation that we didn't get back in August, and that is the prospect of both of these teams taking maps in this series. And this is a best of 5, remember. This could go all the way. And Mercenaries are certainly making it known that that is what they want. Not going to let Union Gaming run away with it any longer. They will be returning back to Cafeteria and Garage for round number 11. This was a site that Mercenaries did win before, back in round 8, and Union Gaming didn't successfully make a plant either. So evidently feeling like this is where their confidence lies, this is where they have the best chance to close this map out before ever having to reach overtime.
Union Gaming fighting from behind. It was such a close round just then, but too late in execute with too little in numbers. And no flank watch vertically. It was really Beat's job to do that on the line downstairs, but he decided to late push up yellow stairs. I think he felt useless in lobby. He was like, well, I'm not doing much here. I need to rotate back up and support my team as we're executing in, well, I think a 3v3. But unfortunately, he basically threw his life away on yellow stairs, and then, of course, the player who killed him managed to rotate down and deny that plant. But we'll see. Mercenaries already won this Garage Cafeteria defense once. Despite Union Gaming actually giving a pretty good crack, they cleared out the public bathroom with a decent amount of time to spare. They just could not execute. MI7, such an aggressive position, waiting for that nade to come through the drone hole to clear off the mute jammers. It gets caught by the magnet. A lot of utility drains here. And Union Gaming is still trying to figure out how to breach this wall.
MI7's not going to be relinquishing this position just yet. And you can tell that with the position of Fatar, it'll be harder if Union Gaming do decide they want to try and remove the mute jammer from above. He will be right there, ready to bring down any player who may go in. At the very least, they'll have to be cleared out before there is an opportunity to do that. You can see Union Gaming have a couple of their players coming in from the top floor, and they'll head down, and maybe that's going to be the next target in their sights.
Pretty good so far for Union. Oh no, the nade from Sparko. Actually, no, it actually does do the job. But then Sparko soaks up some of those X-Kairos. Bit miscoordinated here. Poor Union. You can just feel that palpable frustration. A good move from Fatar to default back out. And this was when things fell apart last round for Union. Mercenaries found 2 kills to the floor, and Union just fell apart. Hasib stepped up last round and trying to do so now, but an explosion forces him off it, and Sparko's actually been injured. Union Gaming in a 5-on-5, they have all the map control, but time is slipping away from them.
At the very least, they've been able to open up the floor, so I imagine those mute jammers have been dispatched with, but as you mentioned, so much time has been eaten in the meantime. Sparko finally finished off, and you can hear the garage wall opening up. Sandy gets a kill for himself, but with MI7 returning, it still puts Union Gaming in a difficult position. A C4 to add EX7 to the number of casualties. And Sandy's just trying to peek down the yellow stairs as best he can. A beautiful headshot there from MI7, who continues to be as aggressive as ever. They know that Jittery is all on his own. He is carrying the diffuser, he takes some damage, and Maker doesn't take long to finish him off. And MercenarieZ put a map on the board, and they take this forward onto the next.
It took them a while to find their groove, but a very strong attack half from MercenarieZ, and then just par for the course on defense was enough to shut down Union Gaming. Only 2 bomb sites successfully defended. That's all that MercenarieZ need, and they've done better than they did in the August Major. Already won 1 map against Union. And Gio, there is absolutely no doubt about it. We have a serious fight between these teams.
Very much so. I think it is fair to say that these 2 teams have proven themselves so far to be incredibly well matched, and we've seen where the strengths of each team lie. The question now lies in, where does that lead them down the path of the rest of this series? We will have to wait to find out, but we know that there's going to be a number of maps to come where that story will unfold. But for now, let's send it on over to a quick break and then to our analysts.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The return of Map 2 Consulate, polar opposite yet the same scorelines. from map 1 on Clubhouse, ending up in Mercenaries, taking it. Hell of a second map, and it looked like Mercenaries have got their act together. They deny the repeat of the last August Major.
Hey, that's the best you can kind of have. Positivity, bringing yourself back onto a map you're expected to take. Taking your own map's important on whatever the day is, but obviously if you're looking at this situation where they weren't playing well on club, you've got to step up from that point onwards, regardless of whether it's your map next or not. With what they had before and what they could do today, now, then, that was better. That was the Mercenaries of yesterday. That was Doctor and Fatar being able to have big games. It was just an all-round improvement, really.
It was indeed a big improvement from Mercenaries. They played more, as you said, like they did yesterday, whilst Union wasn't really able to find a response to it, as time and time again on their defenses they were being picked apart. There was absolutely not a single opportunity they could have gone for there, because, well, I mean, of course there were opportunities, but every single time like one seemed to be arising, it was Mercenaries that quickly picked up 2-3 kills, and suddenly they were back down in the dirt. And that's not really what you would like to have as Union. You're fighting for that SI spot that is on the line, and Mercenaries are giving them a true fight, a true run for their money.
And that's what Mercenaries said yesterday, right? We had a chat with Mercenaries at the end of the day, and Hasib was telling me, like, you know what? If Union Gaming really want to represent our region, they're going to have to prove that they really are the best by winning these 2 majors, both of them in the grand final against Mercenaries, to then on qualify to SI 2021 and to represent the region for the first time ever in its entire history. A lot on their shoulders, of course, but you don't want to just give it to the team to have representation. You want them to earn it. That's what Mercenaries really are showing up with today. Though Theme Park is our next map, and it's a bit of an unusual map for a lot of regions, I want to say. It's just difficult for teams to deal with, and when both Mercenaries and Union being so good on their attacking sides, I'm kind of wondering how Theme Park's going to shape out.
I think that's it as well. Theme is it's heavy. It's heavy.
Very.
It's heavy.
Very heavy.
Now you go.
Very heavy indeed. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, is this a throw? Is this not a throw?
It was a throw. I guess it's hard to tell.
It was a throw. Very heavy. And the question is, which side will do the heavy lifting in this one? Because we saw the attack, taking it up on their shoulders time and time again. But Theme Park is more of a, well, historically speaking, defense side of map. And now my question is, Union is going to be starting out probably on the attack, by the way that the map feeders have been going out so far. Is that an advantage or a disadvantage? Well, like normally I would say disadvantage, but I don't know in this game right now.
I don't know what sort of operators you can expect on the other side, given how these 2 teams have shown that they're willing to take chances. I don't even think... Usually sometimes you see like a vigil or something like that being brought up on Theme Park, right? There's a lot of nooks and crannies you can hide, but I don't even think these 2 teams want to go for that. They just want to go something with more abrasive. You don't need to hide away from drones when you can just, hit heads when necessary.
Yeah, and I think that's it as well, is you're looking at one where the breakdown for these 2 teams, when they've not been playing well, has always started with strats. Has always started with the fundamentals of the game. You look at maps like Coast, you look at places like Cafe, where sometimes, Cafe can be quite strategically heavy, but you can still get in. Theme often doesn't let teams in if they can't get those fundamentals right. You just cannot get into the building. You cannot get a firm grasp of anything because it's so heavy. It's so strat based. You're looking at any lapse in those fundamentals is so unbelievably costly on your attack. Maybe more so than any other map because it's still, for a lot of teams, I'm going to say new. Obviously, it's not that new now, but it got banned a lot. It doesn't get played much. So it's still the freshest. It's still the fresh blood for a lot of these teams.
Still very technical because of the way that all the operators have to interact with one another to deal with not just reinforced walls, but there's a lot of times these like different layers of walls and reinforcements and shields and everything that are very complicated even for teams, in North America or in Europe that have dealt with these for ages, still struggle with. Imagine you're a team from another region that hasn't had as much experience. It's going to be more complicated to deal with it. And I wonder what sort of operators you bring or you remove to make your task easier, your opponents a bit more difficult.
It really depends, right? Like, there's two ways to play Team Park. We've seen APAC North especially that sometimes they just don't care about the objective and they just start running around the map with like all 10 people and gun each other down in that case. And you also have that more strategical approach where you do everything you can to just turtle down an armory throne, for example, put up all those shields that you can set up for and make sure that their lives just become hard. So it really will depend on which one of these two we will see. Will we see the strategical side or will we see the fragging side? Because that changes the amount of operators that you would like to bring.
I would still say that you can strategically be aggressive in the sense that, I know, very general like semantics playing at this point. But, on a map like Theme Park, I think it goes beyond roaming. It's more lurking. I always want to remind myself of what Blue mentioned specifically. The role of lurking as a lurker is very different than just roaming. And it's something that I attribute to a Vigil, for example. But any other operator can do it on Theme Park. Again, nooks and crannies hiding at the bottom of yellow stairs. A lot of locations, not just the bathroom, but closer to Dragon that you can play around with. And I'm wondering if this is going to be a similar style here today because there's a lot of entryways, but they kind of funnel you down inside the building.
Well, that's one of the things as well on the top floor. We've started to see some teams do it in EU at least, is they'll bring Kali for the sole purpose of hitting 2 or 3 walls in a row and creating their own flank watch and their own holds for those roamers, for those lurkers as well, because it's very intricate. It's very kind of, here's a little pocket, here's a turn, here's a corner, but then you'll look at it from the top down and it's soft wall, soft wall, soft wall, soft wall. If you crack that through, they've worked out, well, there's a sightline. There's a sightline that cuts off 2 staircases. That's a way of holding it. That's something we've started to see. And that's one of those big things about this map is you're looking at if you want to step it up a level and if you want to control it, you have to get a bit clever.
Because Thatcher's going to get banned, right? Like, let's be completely honest here. Expecting, like, Kali and Ace, as you're alluding to, Fluke, is something you should always have in the back of your mind when it comes to a theme park, right? We've seen the strategy employed for so long. It allows you to also deal with shields if you want. I just wonder, how do you make things even... How do you make your vault even more uncrackable on the defense?
There's multiple ways.
Yeah, then
you can.
How do you expect Kali is going to be brought, right? You expect Thatcher's going to be banned.
Yes. Well, I mean, Thatcher ban is basically default nowadays. It allows the defense to just use those indestructible E charges that Kali cannot actually reach. That you're going to be using a mute and a bennett most likely. Just there's a lot of ways to interact with it. You just need to be active on your defense and on your deniability because otherwise it's not going to be working.
All right, to make sure everything is working, Medic's telling us Sparkle wants to start the ASAP before he DCs again. He disconnected. He's back in the lobby. That's why you have to delay, by the way. So let's toss it back to our casters. Half Fluke, thank you so much. Let's see how Theme Park goes. Who will break the tie in a 1-1 between Mercenaries and Union? All back to Geo and Dev. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Milosh. Yes, we are heading back into Theme Park, and hopefully no disconnects will be on the cards for these players. Obviously, that's something that, due to the nature of the region, sometimes they have a few issues with. It hasn't been too bad so far, so fingers crossed it remains that way. Theme Park, it's going to be a difficult map, Dev. This was a map that these two teams did play in the grand finals of the August Major. It went 7-5 to Union Gaming. But are they going to be able to recreate the same results?
It's anyone's game here, but as you say, maybe Union have a way back into this. If there's one thing for sure, Gio, it is the fact that this is no August Major. We are here in November, and both teams have a map win. It's a 5-map series, but we may not get there. I don't know, Gio. So far, I'm starting to think that we will see it all the way through to the end.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I would say is worth noting is both of these teams so far have looked pretty attacker-sided. However, back in August, MercenarieZ did also start on the attack, and they didn't get as many rounds in as Union Gaming did, who had that defensive advantage that Theme Park really needs. And I wonder if this is the first time this series so far we'll see something that we didn't see on Clubhouse, which is the defenders actually still having an advantage. But the operator bans will obviously have a pretty big impact in how this game plays out. And so far, we have a Maverick and a Jackal, no Thatcher to be seen.
Yeah, I love that because it means that the desk was wrong. And I love it when people are wrong. It makes me happy. Now, last time these two teams... when I'm wrong, I mean, it's happened so frequently that I'm just indifferent, Gio.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. It's a very, very apathetic way of looking at it, but be a nihilist, sure.
I actually love nihilism, but more on that later. To dive into the operator veto phase, Union, last time these two teams played each other, banned out the Thatcher and the Wamai. So it's actually Union that significantly deviated from what we would typically see, whereas Mercenaries, they usually ban the Jackal and the Mirror. At least they did last time when they played Union, and that's exactly what they've done here. So it's Mercenaries who said, look, we beat Union 8-6 last time, very close game, and let's just go with the same thing. And it's Union who's taking that step and doing something a bit differently. And the significant part of that is we're diverted from a situation where both teams are very familiar with, which is Thatcher being banned. Mercenaries bans at 60% of the time, and Union 70 in the stats that I've got thus far. And, well, with Thatcher on the table, he's probably going to be picked every single round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
I'm really interested. I was just looking at it and remembering this is Union's map, and they still got to have the defending side. So clearly something about this, Mercenaries feel they have the advantage on attack. Despite what happened last time, despite the nature of this map, that is how they feel. I suppose we'll find out if they are right to feel that. As Union, they come to Armory and Throne for their first site. We saw a couple of 6-picks come out. First, it was Sparko, who 6-picked off of Frost and went on to Maestro. That may have been a bit of a bait to try and make them think it was going to be to a different site. And MI7, who started on Nomad and switched over to IQ.
Pretty well-rounded lineup on both sides. Lots of explosives, gadget denial, gadget locating. The IQ is really important, especially for that Valkyrie countering those black eyes. There are so many good black eye spots on this map. Thatcher, the ever-present but no longer present, has been taken down. That's Hasib, dropped by Jittery, thanks to a nice early spawn peek from Lab.
Jittery's actually been doing a pretty good job. I mean, if we look back on Clubhouse, he had the highest cost of any player in this game at 91%. It was pretty substantial. So the fact that he's been able to keep that up consistently throughout the game has been really nice, because sometimes you see a player have a really good map and then they drop off a bit. Jittery definitely is someone who's been showing up for Union Gaming, and you can see how the attention from Mercenaries has been drawn towards this lab side of the site, knowing that his roam is still present there.
C4 pre-placed. Likely there will be a black eye on the other side to get info. It's in Cafe, but no one from Mercs is pushing Cafe as of yet. Remember, this is a throne room. Defense. Taking top floor control is only step one. Step two is to breach the floor and flush out players on the bomb side. A C4 to miss. That does enable an angle for MI7 down into Armory. It's the throne room half of the bomb site, which is especially difficult to flush out, as you cannot breach the roof above it. Speaking of difficult to flush out, as is the entire of the drug lab section of the map. Typically late into the round, defenders will remain and roam there, poised for a flank, as that is the setup we see from Union.
Yeah, so far haven't been shifted out. And as you mentioned, not loads of presence from Mercenaries up towards Cafe means that there's not really anyone directly above them. There's the first breach that's going to be made onto the reinforced wall. They're going to apply some more pressure onto the site. MI7 upstairs, looking down from above. And Maker also going on something of a flank, as he's present now in Barrel. Barrels. How many barrels are in there?
A lot of barrels, Gia. There's a lot of barrels in there. There's not a lot of time left, though. An exchange, unfortunately, leads to a team kill. 25 seconds left. Doctor, you better make up for it. But no, he makes just about nothing. And Union Gaming is so well set up right now. Another kill for Jittery. Third on the round. Shut down. But Fatah alone. 11 seconds. And no hope of claiming the round for his side. Union Gaming starts strong on the defense of Theme Park.
A roam that just was not able to be dealt with. And this is where one of the notable characteristics of Theme Park starts to come to light and become more obvious. And that is that it is a pretty big map. And it's quite hard to to fit into the 3 minutes that you have everything you need to do to clear that roam and ensure that you can apply the pressure onto the site. You have the opportunity to go in and plant, make sure there's no denial. Utility, of course, is something you have to think about as well. And if you, as the defenders, can hold on to those off-site positions and be relatively uncontested, all the while still holding the attention and the focus of the attacking team, you're in a really good position to take that site. And that's exactly what we saw from Union Gaming in that last round. Now, they can't, of course, return down to Armory and Throne because they did just win it. So they'll be coming upstairs to Initiation and Office instead. And this is where you may see the off-site holds be a bit more dispersed because of the way that this is directly in the middle. Sometimes you have some position over towards daycare, arcade kind of areas. Sometimes you have a little bit more focus over towards control room kind of areas. So they'll really have to be watching out for both sides of the map rather than being as hunched up in one corner as we saw a number of their players up towards lab last time.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Initiation defense now for Union. Wow, Battle Eye's going off. Look at him go. You get him, mate. See you later, guys. Woof. Go
I'm
off.
so proud of my boy.
Battle Eye goes hard. UG got an interesting setup here. Lots of different ways we've seen this interpreted, this particular bomb site, and a heavy lean into Top Dragon, actually a shield with ADSs. Quite uncommon. I mean, I don't see this bomb site as much as the others on this map. And I certainly don't see it set up quite like this. So I really like this idea from Union. But if the egg cracks, then, well, losing Top Dragon may prove detrimental.
So actually, it's interesting the way that they have the control room wall open and soft, but they haven't got a mirror, obviously, because she's banned out. So you can't have the window there to help facilitate that kind of position, but you're still running the risk of having that soft wall. Obviously, Union Gaming are going to be looking to hold on pretty tightly to that. And the way that Jittery is positioned as well means that should someone decide to hop down the hatch to take control, you do have angles being held from both ends of it. Maker will be the first one to be something of a casualty, as that is exactly what happens. Jittery finishing him off, jumping into control, and the control of that area is still maintained by Union.
Yep, don't drop control hatch unless it's clear. It's very hard to clear it, but sometimes you just got to say, okay, we can't drop the hatch. The X7 been droned out again. You can throw as many drones as you want at this Mercs. It's not going to clear it, but that just might. Jittery finds another before he's traded. Doctor as well, injured now. During that exchange, leaves us in a 3 versus 3, a very common position we've seen throughout the series between these teams. Doctor likely to get revived. I like the way that we saw the ace Selma used to clear out that position Top Dragon from Cash. The last remaining one on the wall into the bomb site. 55 seconds, still lots of time on the board for the attack.
And there are still these important avenues and ingress, and Sparko's still right in Vault. He can take hold on Scaffold. And he also had Beat looking into Waiting Room as well. These are important areas that the attackers will have to focus on. And Doctor's not going to have that opportunity as Sandy brings him down. There's MI7 falling too. Once again, this all lands on Fatah. He sends out a smoke, and that can go off, but he doesn't entirely know where his adversaries are. And that means the Beat can just bring him straight down. Union Gaming made it incredibly difficult for Mercenaries to attack onto that site, and they continue on with a 2-0 scoreline.
A very, very nice setup from Union. I really, really like that. Not only the Top Dragon hold, which eventually was dismantled, but leaving it a 3v3 with one player low HP on the Mercenary side and a lot of util exhausted, including drones. That's a pretty solid position to be in if you're Union, and they were ready for that. If you look at the strategy, as soon as it was a 3v3, time started to tick away. Union, instead of holding the bomb site harder, they decided to give it up a little bit. You play from outside the bomb site. You saw Sparko. He was just sitting at top yellow. Not only does he have the angle in Vault that he can move in and flank, but he also has the top yellow wall directly into Office. So there's so many angles. You add to that the crossfires from Initiation and the extension then into Bunks. It was just great for Union. Very difficult for Mercenaries to execute onto that bomb site without some kind of pressure on the west side of the map. But of course, it's very late to rotate a player over there. So a nice round. Good strategy for UG. And, well, seeing a bit of spice brought this round. Sparko with the Frost.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was referencing before back in round 1 when he 6-picked onto Maestro off of Frost. I was thinking, are they trying to bait Mercenaries into thinking that they're going to Lab? It's really the only site that you see her on this map because of the position of those windows directly on the site. If an attacking team decides to get aggressive and just rush straight in, they will find themselves caught out in it. And we know that Mercenaries are a team that aren't too shy and afraid of making some of that. I like this position. I mean, it could just get droned out immediately, but if someone decides to vault, maybe they'll find themselves caught straight in it.
It blends into the tarp. It's like half under the tarp. That is so disgusting. I love it.
It is
a fun fact about the...
It's a spicer.
Fun fact about the Frost mats. If it's on a window and you rappel upside down, for example, the window or bathroom just there, you can shoot the Frost mat off the window. But if it's on a window that you cannot rappel above, for example, the B window, then you cannot shoot it. So that Frost mat right there has to be either destroyed with some kind of explosive or destroyed, shot at as the player jumps in. But Fatar's actually going to jump in here to bathroom. Very aggressive, and Mercs find the first kill. What a rush is this?
It looks like it's working for them because they're just adding on to the kill count. Doctor's pleading out, but Fatara is wasting no time of going in for the plant. He gets off of it. EX7 isn't looking through his cardiac sensor as he knows that it's just him and Jittery remaining to try and deal with this situation. They're not making any kind of a rush as there still is basically 2 minutes on the board. And so at this point, they're just trying to play it patiently and carefully and not risk their lives unnecessarily. There is still the C4 that could be used to deny, and Fatar once again is making his attempt at the defuse. He's actually going to make it work. That puts this straight into a post-plant situation, and it's a 2 versus 2 pretty much, with Doctor basically DBNO. And there's still one air jab on the board too. It could be quite difficult. In goes the C4. That finishes off Doctor, but it won't deny anything. But the air jab puts him straight down into the ground. MI7 not really taking the opportunity fully to get that kill. But it's still a difficult situation here for Union.
A nigh impossible post plan for the defense, but he might be able to long arm this from in the corner. Fatar surely has to jump in. No, he doesn't actually. He manages to get the angle, and now Jittery has no time to defuse. A rush that ended up using almost the entire round. He's actually smashed through the wall. Loses 5 HP in the meanwhile. And Mercenaries eventually convert. A nice rush that kind of piddled out into a very slow and methodical execute, where it was the defenders who had to retake.
They put Union in a situation where even though they hadn't all been brought down to their knees and killed off, they were significantly weakened and didn't have the manpower to make aggressive and overzealous plays. That gave Mercenaries the time to think about what it was they were going to do and figure out the best way to approach it, because they knew that Union weren't just going to rush straight in and throw their bodies at them. And I think that was kind of smart. They used to their advantage their ability to be rather bellicose and aggressive and rush straight in. They got the necessary kills at the beginning. They had, I mean, even Doctor you could essentially just say was bait, like he was a piece of meat lying on the ground, and so the C4 got used onto him. All in all, it worked very well into Mercenaries' favor, even if they didn't use the entire round as a complete aggressive rush.
If you include the rounds where Mercenaries got the kills while planting the diffuser and won the round by kills, but you count that as a plant, right? Then Mercenaries have planted it in 7 out of 14 of their... 7 out of 15 of their attack rounds in this series, which is pretty impressive, honestly. Keeping in mind that, of course, those... that's a lot of rounds just in terms of how frequently you get the plant down. It's something we talked a lot about on Consulate and Clubhouse. Mercenaries love their executes, and they're happy to do it early. And sometimes that actually means a rush, as we've seen just then. And it does get close. Often it's a 2 versus 2 at the end of the round, but the defenders have the initiative to push, and the attackers can sit and wait. That's the thing I love about Mercenaries. They're just a very execute-heavy team. And that's why Union seem to have more success when they deny Mercenaries the ability to execute in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing. Like, usually a team that's this aggressive, you don't necessarily expect to be so objective focused. It's usually one or the other. You're either a kill focused team or an objective focused team. You don't generally have that Venn diagram middle spot, or at least not to the extent that we see with Mercenaries. And I think you're right. Union Gaming, when they're playing to counter Mercenaries, do a lot better than when they're just playing for the sake of playing. They still hold the lead right now, though, so we shouldn't really talk about them as if this is over, as if they're even slipping. It was one round that took them by surprise. Maybe they're going to be more suited to this one, as they have returned to Armory and Throne, which they pretty successfully held before. And it looks like Mercenaries are being a bit more sure in their approach.
It's all in that roam clear, isn't it? Mercenaries, if you give them a chance to execute, they'll do well. That's why I expect Jittery to be roaming once again. He's actually on site right now. Very uncharacteristic. There's a C4 primed and ready to find a kill through the floor. That'll likely be EX7 on his camera right now, trying to get info onto whether someone's walking over it. Yeah. IQ destroys one of those cameras. He doesn't have much info to enable this C4. It's in waiting, as Medics is showing us right now. There's another C4 on the floor here, but Doctor spots that out. Great use of the IQ's gadget. And Mercenaries are actually really well set up here, with the only problem being that time's running low, and it's a 5v5 for the execute. Oh, C4 over the top, but it gets shot by Maker. What a shot. That BPC also now destroyed. Mercenaries 5v5. It was any other team, I would favor Union right now, but for Mercenaries, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. You do never know. There are still 4 impacts on the side of Union, so they could use those to, I mean, just as projectiles, given that they've lost both the C4s at this point. So there is still those opportunities. But even so, you know, when you've got the breaching rounds, you've got the flashes, you've got the smokes from the side of Mercenaries, you're right, there's no time. It's 20 seconds remaining. This has to get aggressive if Mercenaries want to fall this into their favor. Qatar getting the kill onto Jittery.
Oh no!
Quite secure what he needs. They're going to have to try and make a rotation. They're going to have to try, but there's 5 seconds remaining. There's absolutely barely anything they can do. Shot straight through as they tried to funnel in from Dragon. And you're right, what a tragic situation to be in where you just can't get through.
He had a little bit too much to eat before the broadcast or something, because he just couldn't fit through that rotate hole. What a shame there for Fatah. Really just barely losing that round. As I was saying, Mercenaries, I would have favored them in that 5v5 execute. Ended up being a 4v4 or nearabouts with some exchanges just prior. But, man, if Mercenaries were able to execute as they intended through the yellow breach, I think they could have taken that round. But no, not so. For whatever reason, that breach was not successful and ended up having the funnel through Throne at the last second. And that goes to show why a lot of Mercenaries' power is in their early executes. Frequently, they'll execute 30, 40 seconds left on the round, or even earlier in some cases. But when it's just 14 seconds and they're trying to push into the bomb site, it just leaves absolutely no margin for error. And when you come up against an unexpected hurdle, like not being able to get through that breach, there's just absolutely no way you can salvage it.
And it's so painful for Mercenaries seeing the difference in the two scorelines right now that has been caused by that one tiny issue. That could have been the difference between winning and losing, and in their instance, it meant losing. And now the deficit has grown. Now, you don't want to beat yourself up too much when you're the one on the attack, but still the ultimate issue here is by the time you get to the half, how much is your disadvantage? And Mercenaries want to mitigate that risk, and they could have done that in that last round, and they failed to have that opportunity. But they can't dwell on it. You have to move on, you have to move forward, because winning teams look ahead, losing teams worry about the past. Very profound. I read that in the Bible, actually.
All right, I'm surprised you've read the Bible.
Yeah, no, I have not. So Mercenaries, basically TLDR, will be looking to do better this round.
It's once again that initiation hold, but we have the same extensive setup at Top Dragon. Remember, this was cleared pretty effectively last time by Mercs. They did lose 2 players for it, but they got 2 players in return. That was worthwhile. Yeah, indeed, it is the same hold. But surely attacking it a second time, Mercs would be a little bit better. You'd think that now they've seen it, they'd be a bit more prepared to counter it. And the key really is the hard breach on that cash wall, because it exposes the position that EX7 is playing. That's what we heard just then start to go off, but first kill goes for UG. It's Sparko to find Maker, and still it doesn't look like much progress here for Mercenaries.
Doctor bringing down Jittery, but with Fatah falling as well. That's definitely a big loss for Mercenaries, just given how pivotal he is in all of the rounds that they have, especially the ones where they have won. Hasib as well. This is not looking good for Mercenaries at this point, as still 4 players from Union Gaming remain standing. MI7 has recollected the diffuser, and Doctor's gonna narrowly miss that kill as one of the players from Union runs across the rotate. There's still a decent chunk of time, but how much you can do with it in a situation like this is really limited.
That said, if there were 2 players from Mercs that you would ask for me and say, hey, who do you want to try and clutch a losing situation, it'd probably be these 2. Doctor's had some good games. He's trying to peek on through, but he knows he's walking into a crossfire. Union are playing this perfectly. Sandy not over-aggressing. Not giving a chance for Mercenaries to get back in the game, but Doctor knows he has to get it done at some point. He finds one. Suppressive fire from MI7. Still advantage for Union, but it might turn on its head. And Mercs get the job done. Ooh. Sparko, he gets knocked back, but Sandy finds one. And that might be all over Red Rover. Just Doctor left, and he has to walk through that Banshee. Absolutely no way he can walk into this crossfire and survive. EX7 closes it. And Union Gaming, a very early round lead, and they managed to get it across the line.
Yeah, that was not the best round for Mercenaries. Union Gaming retained.
Put it.
Well, yeah, you got to be euphemistic sometimes, and just put it as nicely as you can. It wasn't the best round for Mercenaries. And this is why I was wondering at the start why they'd chosen to start on the attack. It does seem to have just by default put them at a disadvantage that I don't know if they necessarily should have chosen.
A lot of questions. Does make you wonder, doesn't it? One thing that does occur to me is a difference, maybe something, a curveball that Union threw Mercenaries' way. Of course, Mercenaries knew they were starting on attack, but they didn't know Maverick would be banned. Because if you look into history and just general behaviors of Union Gaming, they almost exclusively ban the Thatcher, and every time they've played Theme Park, including the last time these teams versed each other, they banned Thatcher, leaving Maverick open. So I do wonder what the go is here. You know, Mercenaries, they've brought the Thatcher and not brought it. They've kind of been off and on. They've decided to bring him now with a final attack round. It hasn't been hugely successful. In fact, the only round that Mercenaries won thus far, they actually didn't bring a Thatcher. And I don't feel like they're making as good use of it as perhaps they would have if Maverick was on the table. So I think this is a bit of a good curveball that Union's thrown. And the second curveball is we still yet to see the impact of, which is that Goyo ban. Typically Union ban them were mine. But leaving that on the board not only favors the defense more, but I mean the Goyo ban clearly hasn't affected Union at all, but will it affect Mercenaries once we switch sides?
Questions that can be seen as worrying given the how far behind Mercenaries are right now. And despite the fact that this is round number 3, or I should say map number 3 of the best of 5, because each team do have a map on the board, this is not the final map. This is not one that is going to decide the fate of this best of 5. It's just going to push the potential fate one direction or another. And Mercenaries, despite knowing that this is not the end, will still not want that to be pushed in the favor of their enemy. Union Gaming, however, turn around and say, well, woo. And Sandy gets that opening kill onto MI7, luckily after he'd used his utility, but nonetheless, a loss you won.
Well, this game's turned out to be both a sprint and a marathon at the same time. And Mercenaries, well, as you mentioned, if they lose this is Union's map pick, second map pick. Mercenaries lose this, they're going to have to win their map pick of Cafe and then go on to win the decider as well, which will be Oregon. And that'll certainly be a marathon and a massive comeback here for Mercenaries. Oh no, minor mishap and great impact trick there. Not only does it deal a lot of damage, but it also removes that Selma. Sandy finds yet another one this round, but Mercenaries turn up the heat.
Bit of a comeback with those kills, puts it at a 3 versus 3, and actually Fatah's going to turn it around, and suddenly Union are looking more on the back foot. They're going to start to open up this control room wall and move into the site. This could be, or closer to the site, I should say. It's not an initiation defense. This could be getting there. 40 seconds on the clock. EX7 still holding on pretty firmly here in bunk. He knows that player's going to be there, but Fatah takes advantage. And now suddenly this looks so much better for Mercenaries. It's just Jittery on the side of Union Gaming. He's going to desperately be looking for the kills. He gets one.
It's a 1v1.
Does he know where the next one is? Fatah takes advantage. He says, this is my round. And Mercenaries start to pull things back and send themselves into the half with 2 rounds on the board.
You just can't ever call this game, Gio. Union had a 5 versus 3. Sandy found 2 kills and denied that breach onto the initiation wall, but off camera, Mercenaries immediately retaliated, finding 2, and you could see as we were spectating Sandy, he immediately felt that pressure applying to the office side. He felt it slipping away. And Mercenaries snowballed that into a 3 versus 1. Fatah having a huge impact despite playing that support role. But Union, they turned their attention to Jittery and they put their hopes on his shoulders. He almost 1v3'd that. It was pretty nuts from him. And it goes to show that you simply just cannot call it.
Absolutely not. And now Mercenaries have their opportunity to show what they can do on the defense. One of the speculations we had was, how is this Goyo ban going to affect them? Because we haven't really seen much of the effects of that while Union were on their defense. But it looks like Mercenaries are going to go back in time a bit and head back into the Mute Mozzie kind of defense, bit of a roaming strategy that we did see them utilize on Clubhouse as well. So as for now, we're still yet to have those questions answered, but what we do know is this is a kind of composition that they've looked comfortable on, or at least practiced on, so far today. So I don't necessarily expect them to look lost or like the world is falling because they have one operator that they can't have access to. This is something that we know that Mercenaries like to play.
I think particularly on this bomb site, the Goyo is not really one that you would typically pick. I think if it was unbanned here, Mercenaries probably wouldn't be picking it. I think Union are more so banning the Goyo for their strength on the other bomb sites. But I do like what you mentioned about the Mute Mozzie. We talked about how the roaming can be so powerful here on this bomb site, especially here in Lab, which Jittery has actually taken very early control of. That black guy dismantled as well, eventually. This is a very good start now for Union. While they haven't necessarily controlled the top floor yet, Jittery makes sure that those roamers can't then retreat and try and move over into Lab, which is a very common strategy for a roam game on this map. So I really like that preemptive map control from Union.
He doesn't want to overstep. The default cam right next to him is actually being watched, and so that could give quite a lot away. He's retreating back into storage and Lab. It's actually Maker who gets the first kill. Jittery taken straight down as well, as Hasib was hiding out in the bottom of Arcade. A beautiful C4 as well continues to add bodies onto the floor for Mercenaries, and just 2 players from Union remain. There's Beat on the Thatcher and Sparko on Hibana. They could work together and still have the opportunity to open some of those walls, but while that roam hasn't been properly dealt with, this is like walking straight into a headwind.
Yeah, really nice from Mercenaries there to get that numbers advantage really in their favor. Oh no, Fatah, he's still up here and he takes down Sparko. What a boost spot as well. I haven't seen this one before. I particularly like the way that Mercenaries pinched on Jittery, who was a player I mentioned could have a massive impact. He was not only watching that flank or watching players retreating into and out of... Oh, Beat's about to die. There you go, Fatar. Another kill on that boost. But to finish my poem for a minute there, not only was Jittery in a great position to cut off anyone retreating to the bomb site or leaving the bomb site via that split door, but he was just taking that control of lab and storage, which defenders would typically rotate to downstairs after they lose top control. And the way that MercenarieZ dealt with that was they hunted him. The QE peaks from the Bandit MI7 just guaranteed that Jittery was there by forcing Jittery to spray down once he saw the shoulder peeking. And then MercenarieZ just collapsed. It was beautiful to see.
And suddenly, the round differential does not look so intimidating anymore if you are MercenarieZ. Maybe a bit for Union, though. Knowing that you can't add any more of the defensive rounds on the board. MercenarieZ is going to be heading over to Bunk and Daycare, the last site that Union Gaming opted to go for. This time changing some things up. They're not going for the Mutant Mozzie. Instead, a bit more, I suppose you could say, denial focused. You have the smoke. Wamai is there as well with the discs. Obviously an operator that's kind of been grasped with two hands, given that it's been left on the board rather uncharacteristically.
I do wonder if this Goyo is not banned, and let's presume, just for simplicity's sake, that the Wamai was also still not banned. What would the operator be that you would sub it out for in this lineup? You'd probably just get rid of the Valkyrie. I mean, yes, UG actually aren't bringing the IQ, so maybe that'd be a difference, but we saw them still being very good at dismantling those Black Eyes on the previous attack. But if you had the Goyo, that would bring it to 4 shields plus 3 Banshees, and the Jaeger and Wamai discs to support and protect that util. That'd be an absolutely terrifying setup to go up against.
I mean, especially...
Maybe that's the idea here for Union.
Well, especially if MercenarieZ continue to get early kills on players like EX7 and Jittery, who crucially hold the utility required to remove that, well, that kind of utility. Yeah, definitely could be a scary prospect. Luckily for Union, not one they'll have to worry about, but they'll still have to worry about the power that MercenarieZ can bring, as they've definitely felt the full force of that in their faces so far.
But for Union, it is a take across from the east side. Drones ahead. MI7 forced back. He's in an aggressive position. He has an ADS to support him. Takes down another drone, but his life certainly has a timer on it should he continue to contest. Sandy, surely he won't lose this. Oh, that actually gets chewed up by the ADS there. MI7 has to keep fighting this. A flashbang goes out. Sandy doesn't have much info. The last air jab goes out to suppress any aggression here out of initiation. MI7 doesn't have to move in to make an impact, but a nice shot with the AK. Sandy shuts him down, and there's the first pick of the round.
Sandy been involved in these opening engagements quite a number of times so far. It looks like Union Gaming are staying relatively united to push on forward. The smoke stopping them from moving through showers, but now that's subsided and their drone is providing them the information. They should be able to head forward. The shield being dispatched with, and no one is present in Vault. You have Mako right at the top of yellow here, but it'll be X7 to put another kill on the board. In fact, Jittery adding on to that as well leaves MercenarieZ suddenly in a just 1 versus 5 situation. Fatar has been a good player so far today, James, but I don't know if he's necessarily going to be able to face up 5 players of Union. He cannot. A flawless round for Union Gaming makes up for the issues from the previous.
That's one way to make your mark. Jittery's been stepping into it. Ash Jägermain, so prolific that indeed yesterday against L2K, they banned it against him, both of those operators, every single map. And, well, didn't seem to have an impact, at least not too much. But Jittery certainly stepped up now. You could just see the hunger in his eyes. As he finds that first kill in office, he immediately pushes forward, finds another one in the cafe hallway, and just incessant looking to rack up those kills on the scoreboard. Union Gaming get their first attack and start to break away here, Gio. That's a 5-3 lead now that Union hold. It is their map pick, but here on the attacking side, they're looking pretty strong.
Yeah, not doing too bad. I mean, one round has gone to each team on this half so far, so you don't necessarily want to call it as Union running away with it. But you do, of course, have to remember that last time these two teams played here, at least in the August Major, which is not the last time ever these two teams have played here, it was a 7-5. So I'm kind of expecting it there to still be a couple more rounds to each team, not necessarily be done here. I mean, you know, looking at the South Asia Nationals Grand Final, which Mercenaries won 3-1, Theme Park actually went to Mercenaries.
Mm-hmm.
They won it
Very
that
close
time.
game.
Yeah, it was
It was very
in
close
overtime,
though.
was it not?
Yeah, 8-6. And that's a kind of narrow margin, a split here that you can probably see split the other way this game. Like, it's close enough, that margin, that I wouldn't be surprised if Union, like, just pure off that stat, if Union took it. But it does say something about Mercenaries. It says that, well, you can't count them out as of yet. One thing I do like in adaptation from Mercenaries, because, of course, exact same bomb site taken, exact same operator lineup taken, but one thing's changed, and that's the secondary gadget that Valkyrie has taken. Instead of that C4, that Nitro cell, it's got this deployable shield, and MI7 can use that to advantageously contest this same angle that he died to last round.
Enjoy it while you can.
Yeah, it's getting replaced with impacts in a couple weeks whenever the new update comes out. Neon Dawn.
So yeah, might as well use it while you have the opportunity, and maybe it will be the difference between a win and a loss here for Mercenaries, and the added protection that will have. Union Gaming.
Love to see it. Look at those two shields.
Yeah.
You just love to see it, don't you?
I love a good shield.
Yeah.
Just as
I mean, that's the name of the meta at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I love a good shield. In fact, I hear everyone wants shield, every operator to have a shield because they're so good. So that's just what I hear.
I'm down for that.
I've been privy to those rumors. Well, either way, Union Gaming will figure out if they love dealing with it.
He kills him anyway!
Yeah, got that opening kill regardless, so maybe they don't mind the shields. Maybe that's just not a problem to them.
I will say, I think that was actually Maker roaming downstairs, so maybe that kill came out, maybe he was like roaming around Throne or something, trying to flank up Bot Dragon. And that is exactly it. Wow, I'm a psychic.
Yeah, well, roaming schmoaming. They got a kill.
Yep, Sandy's turned it up, and he says, well, they're going to have a shield, I'll still get an opening frag. And Union are really not having any issues whatsoever dealing with all of these shields. Not even sure the Goyo ban was necessary. They seem to be unhindered at dealing with this util. Another kill, Hasib. An aggressive peek. But ill-advised at the end of the day. Does a lot of damage, but not enough to secure the kill. But great job from Mercenaries. They keep pushing. They try to refrag that, and they do successfully. But now Jittery is going to go hard.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is they're not giving up as Doctor exhibits that with his kill onto Sparko. But as you mentioned, Jittery just walks straight in. He gets the kill onto Fatar, but not before he landed one onto Sandy. A 2 versus 2, and Union Gaming still have to take this attacking round. Jittery is DBNO, so this is pretty much all on to beat. MI7 wants to move on forward, but he doesn't need to over-peak this. He's on the defending team, and Mercenaries take the round purely because Union couldn't close it out.
Wow, a great round at the end of it for Mercenaries, right when I had said Union were turning up the heat. What a kill cam there as well on poor Jittery, crawling around down, but not out, so that pads his KD. And it really came in the retort from Mercenaries. Union Gaming certainly established control of initiation and also office to some degree. They hadn't cleared out Vault completely. They were really heavily contesting. A great shot from EX7 as well through the waiting room door. But Mercenaries, they kept fighting back for everything that came against them. As soon as Hasib was taken down, Fatar peeks the exact same angle to which his teammate had just died. Now, a lot of people, you know, when that happens to you in ranked, people are like, why is he there? And I just killed someone. Why would he do that? It's called a refrag, mate. And Mercenaries did it really well. And they used that momentum, that refrag and the momentum to springboard off the back of that. And it was at a point where Union had actually rotated 2 of their players to the other side of the map. to push from Cafe, because it was like, well, Union, okay, we're in a 5v3. We can afford to chuck 2 players on the other side. Jittery can just go send it from top arcade. It's actually a really good way to utilize your man advantage. But the problem is, by the time those players got there was no man advantage.
Hate that for them. But MercenarieZ certainly happy about it, and this time, because they're coming back to Armory, they get to return to their comfortable mute Mozzie that they liked and they made work for them particularly effectively. Back in round number 7, this could be the opportunity for MercenarieZ to even things out and turn around to Union and say, we are not relinquishing this map as easy as you would like us to. I'm sorry, but that is not how this is going to work. Now, Sandy has been engaged in a lot of these opening engagements quite a bit, and they've usually been relatively early in the round too. So I'm interested to see how he's going to do and what his effect is going to be, because he's also been very efficient at placing the air jabs early too. A lot of his role in this game and in this attack has been in the opening portion of the round.
Now he's looking to take a 1v1 with Doctor. Doctor who, you ask? Well, Dr. Valkyrie ready to take an angle. Sandy now being live droned by a teammate, and he pushes on 4th. Getting aggressive here. He may well find this, but Doctor shuts him down. And a second as well. What is that from the Valkyrie? A third player eager to contest. Beat is pretty late. He's certainly lost the rhythm, but Jittery actually might take this as an excuse to just hit the bomb site. Beat on the roam, but he's nowhere near where the action may take place.
Oh,
and Jittery finds 2 kills on the bomb site. My goodness, things have turned around. A 3v3 once again. But which way will this fall? Sparko's taking control. And now it's all on MercenarieZ to retake this plant down. And Union have the bomb site.
Yeah, Jittery watching on to split as well basically meant no one could come in even if they wanted to. And now they just have complete control of this site. They can work together to hold the angles of ingress that the defenders would have to use to get back in there. Even though there is the man advantage to MercenarieZ, are they going to be able to take these fights? Jittery says no, he gets a kill onto Maker for tar falling too. And then it was all down to Doctor and he couldn't pull it out. Union Gaming taking Armory and Throne. And once again, this game becomes impossible to read.
But you know, wasn't impossible to read? MercenarieZ right there. Jittery, I mean, man loves to just go for the full send. And he did just that. But that risk paid off for him. Union Gaming realized, wait a second, we just lost 2 players upstairs. How many damn roamers do they have? Jittery's like, look, guys, I'm just gonna tease. I'm just gonna attempt, just gonna give it a shot and see whether I can take the whole damn bomb site. Jittery 15-6.
That's
what?
So disgusting.
What is that? And that is more than a 2.0 KD. He cops another 3, and that's a 3.0 KD. Quick maths. And Jittery was certainly the opening there, but the rest of Union followed suit, and for Sparko to get in there and get that diffuser down, and what's more, for Union to win it in the 2 versus 3, numbers disadvantage post-plant, gotta commend them for that.
I think also we have to commend Doctor too. He's currently on 8 and 7, so not quite as impressive as, for example, Fatar's 12 and 7 or Jittery's 15 and 6, but Doctor got a significant number of kills and has done a lot of work on this map particularly. And when we look back at Clubhouse, Doctor was the lowest cost at 27%, and he went 3 and 8. He was really, really low for the team, and he seems to have found almost, well, I was going to say a second wind, but it's almost like he didn't have the original wind in the first place. So he's found a wind, and it's been working really well. And even though they couldn't pull through on that last round, the point still stands that he has been a notable member of MercenarieZ, at least on this map.
I do wonder whether it'll be enough. Union have certainly been in tune on these attacks, and match point for them is a scary prospect for MercenarieZ. Keep in mind, Union win this, they'll only need 1 more map to take the championship and hence qualify for the Six Invitational 2021. The first time a team from South Asia has ever been to not only a Six Invitational, but a global final event. And for the first time, we'll have all of, well, Bangladesh, India, and even Sri Lanka represented on the global stage.
It's a pretty insane thing to think about. And knowing that that's on their mind as they play through this, it's also pretty heavy. A great opening kill onto Doctor from Jittery. So 2 of those players we were mentioning. Sandy not far behind, so not quite making it into the first engagement this time, but he's still there to follow up. That does put Mercenaries at a disadvantage in this fight so far, and it makes them a lot weaker, with Union Gaming having more potential to gain control in this fight. Still holding on to the site pretty heavily are Mercenaries, with the remaining 3 players having moved all the way down there, knowing how difficult it was for them to regain that control in the post-plant situation last time. Hasib placing himself, trying to get one of those kills after the utility in split had been cleared out by the Ash.
Question is, will MI7 die to these holes, or will he commit successfully? Bear some fruit in the contest. Vigil comes through with his gadget. Fatar deals... Well, he receives a bit of damage. Takes out 2 drones, but not the player on the other side. And well, it's players that Union possess in abundance here on match point. In a 5 versus 3. This will have to be a huge task from Mercenaries to stop this, but Hasib may well have the flank he needs. No, he's forced off. 25 seconds for Union to take this on match point.
Well, there's the sound of the X-Kairos as they try to open up the wall. A Mercenary is going to be able to hold back the attack. Under 15 seconds, Sandy comes in, straight through, kills him in the face.
It's gonna happen.
Shoots him in the face.
Whoa.
There's the impact to deny. Beats coming through for Union Gaming, finish it off. And that will be the round and the map to Union. Mercenaries not quite being able to hold on.
A convincing 7-4 is a damn sight better than the 6-8 loss Union copped against Mercenaries on Theme Park last time these teams played. Oh, how the times have changed. Jury 16-6. A monster in the server, completely untamed, untethered, and uncontested. Union Gaming are 1 map away from the 6 Invitational.
Absolute insane prospect. And Mercenaries still have it on their shoulders to deny that opportunity to them. But Union Gaming probably going to be feeling very confident moving forward into the next map. Let's send this on over to a commercial break and then to our analysts before seeing how the rest pans out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hap and Fluke, my king and queen, join on in. So, 3, 2, and 3. How about we kind of go through things in our third map as we've gone so far 7-4, 7-4, 7-4 in Theme Park with Union Gaming, making it through one map away from 6 Invitational. How big is that?
Is really big.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
The mute curse continues.
I was hit by the mute curse this time. It was very big. I was talking over this graphic. I know it says consulate on the left, but that's a lie. So it's not just me making mistakes, production. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to drag everyone down with me.
Oh my god, wow.
7-4.
Okay.
7-4. Union Gaming. They're one map away. They're almost there. It's theme. It was a good start to kind of be on their defense and stuff like that. So I guess it's seeing where things go from this point onwards.
Oh, and it's not just them being one map away from the SI, it's also them being one map away of knocking out Navi, Cyclops, or Astral, who, according to many, all have a chance still. But, you know, I'm thinking it's Astral, by the way, because how the rules work. But, yeah, like, almost one of those will be losing their spot, and they will be looking at this map right now, thinking, like, please, Mercenaries, show up for our sake. We want to go to the SI, and, well, you cannot let Union Gaming do it. You promised Hasib that you would play your best to make sure that they wouldn't make it. You promised the last time around.
Hasib promised himself, but Theme Park was not the best of exhibitions.
No, and I think that's the thing about it as well, is when you're kind of looking at where they've been strong and where they've been able to pull stuff together, it's really been back and forth between which of these two teams is actually taking the lead and actually taking the forefront. It just seems like they keep having these moments of mistakes, and I think it's most obviously reflected in the fact that the games haven't really been close. Yeah, it's been 7-4s, it's been a team is taking a chunk of rounds at a time, and then there's one back, and then it's a chunk around. It's not really that step for step that we were used to, at least from Union side yesterday. So it's kind of a strange pace that we have right now, and if anything, if we're going the full stretch of the 5th map, it will be an endurance test more than anything between these two teams.
And, you know, one thing that diminishes over time, because we're playing a best of 5, and it's a different environment for a lot of teams that aren't really experienced in and haven't played many in their careers. You know, you tend to see faults in even some of the basics. You saw it in drones near the end of Theme Park from Union, yet somehow still be able to fire back within the round. So I wonder if this pressure is going to start to accumulate a bit too much, you know, spiraling out of control for Mercenaries.
It's tough to say. I think Mercenaries is the team with the least amount of pressure on themselves during this matchup, considering the fact that Union has a SI spot to lose, theoretically. And yes, Mercenaries, they want to prove that they're the best team in the region. However, they're not the ones where everybody's like they're not the ones being watched. They're not the ones that have the opportunity of making it to SI right now. Yes, of course, they're being watched. Like, people are hoping for them to win in the region. You know, there's a big rivalry going on between all the other countries inside South Asia. But I still think the pressure is on Union Gaming, and they are the ones that had a pretty bad day yesterday. They're the ones that are currently one map away of making it to SI, and they have to make sure that they do not start making the same mistakes right now as we saw during the latter half of the Theme Park game. Like, you got to make sure that those don't creep into your next map, because otherwise we might end ourselves up in a 2-2, and then everything is possible.
Speaking of the next map, let's pull up the pick ban phase yet again on our map bans. We've already gone through, of course, 3 out of our 2 of our maps. We're going through Theme Park. We've got Cafe Dostoevsky afterwards, with Oregon as our decider. Should we go to it? And there definitely is a possibility. And Cafe Dostoevsky picked up by Mercenaries, as you can kind of make out by what we have here on the screen. Consulate went their way. What are the chances that Cafe goes the same too?
I mean, it's one of those things where you kind of look at it as quite a tactical heavy map. You look at it as a place where Union weren't fantastic on it yesterday. It was where most of their fundamentals sort of fell apart, which then bled into Clubhouse a bit. But Cafe was the one that kind of got away. And you have to think, okay, well, they stepped up on Clubhouse. Is the step up here going to be one that we see it reflected as well? Are they going to be more aware of what else is going on? Because their awareness of their opponents yesterday was low.
Yeah, I have to agree here. And the thing is, though, I was checking and I was like, why does Union play so good right now, to Mercenaries compared to yesterday against LTK? And it might be that it's two different kind of teams, where LTK, their playstyle to just hide in random corners was punishing the bad drone game of Union a lot more, which you could see basically hindered them winning a lot of these rounds. And maybe Mercenaries is playing a little bit more, traditional. They're holding back a bit more. They're a bit more predictable, considering these two teams have a long rivalry going. They're always in those grand finals together. And maybe that's why they don't get punished as hard right now for that drone work that is not really up to speed. But if Mercenaries start realizing that, they have an opportunity on this map as well. Cafe, it's a map where you can also go for a lot of roams. Think about when you're top 4, you have the opportunity of playing below with C4s, or when you're attacking basement, there's 3 staircase or 2 staircases you have to keep in mind. So maybe if they play more into that unpredictable kind of game style here, Mercenaries, they should be able to surprise Union.
So actually, a very cool. I asked medics or production, specifically medics, if you guys know who's starting on which side come Cafe Dostoevsky. I assume with Mercenaries picking the map that they would go, Union would pick defense to start off with. Union are attacking.
Okay.
It's strange.
We have
okay.
Because we also just had Union Mercenaries up for attack first, didn't we? On the previous
Team
map.
Park, indeed, yeah.
It's a couple of strange choices
that's
there.
A weird one.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about this
now.
because it's like, we just got the full veto in front of us, and it's kind of like, well, you sure about that? Because we had the same in APAC North, right?
It's like, why? I would love to know, because it's different. It's the thing is, it's different. It goes against the grain.
Fair.
It's not that these are maps like Oregon, where it's cited as being a balanced attacker or defender one for a lot of people's books. It's not like it's maps like Coast, where sometimes it's preferred on the attack. Theme especially is, it's a heavy defender-sided map. 5-1s aren't the most uncommon split on that for it to be a standard split. And for a team to opt to attack first on that is a little bit of like, okay, there's got to be a game there. There's got to be something where you're either more confident in your attack or you're confident that you can shake the defense.
I wonder how much lurking we're going to see on the map, because I briefly mentioned Vigil. We saw Vigil pocketing the Pokeball at the matchup that we had. I've played in a few rounds, but how do you lurk around Cafe in this case? Because L2K, as you were mentioning, Hap, played into all of that with Union. They try to disrupt them as much as humanly possible, but it seems like Mercenaries playing the kind of straight away metagame is not working super well against Union.
I mean, it is still like somewhat close in terms of score counts, not really in the terms of how the matches go. Of course, it's not like 7-1, 7-2 blowouts. So there is still opportunity to get in. I'm not sure what they need to do, be that more disruptive indeed. But the thing is, we saw Union play on this map yesterday, and we saw a lot of freedom of the roamers, able to just rotate up and down the stairs whenever they wanted, really. And not all the time there was a response for that. And that is something that you need to be able to shut down. If you are on that attack, make sure you shut down the roam game early. Otherwise, you will suffer from it. And if you're the defense, well, try and figure out when your roam game is being shut down, and don't try to keep on beating on the same dead horse in that case, and trying to make it work anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously paused.
I want to know. Okay, you know what?
Me to add something to there, and there's not much I can.
I just want to know. I would like to take more time, but our game is almost ready here. So
that's fine.
I'm personally just wondering how is any attacking side, whoever it is playing on it, on both halves, that will deal with the reading, for example. I find this a lot of teams have problems with it. I find roam games really tend to play very well into that. I'm very much wondering how it all goes, because as we've been repeating all day, it might be Union Gaming going to 6 Invitational 2021 off of this next map. Can Mercenaries take it all the way to Oregon and really give us a best of 5? That is the big question on our mind. Ladies and gentlemen, it might just be over right here, right now. Hap, Fuluk, thank you so much. We'll be back after the break. However, it's time for Cafe Dostoevsky. Gio, Dev, please take it away, the final potential map.
Thank you so much, Milos. Yeah, this could be it. This could be the map where we find the first ever South Asian team not only going to a global tournament, but going to the 6th Invitational. And James, that is huge. Here on Cafe Dostoevsky, we could have the answer to that question.
Mercenaries' fates are decided right here, right now. Union Gaming are 1 map away from SI, and the pressure is mounting for both of these teams. It means everything to Union Gaming. But for Mercenaries, it means almost as much. It's the pride of their region. They thought that coming into today, they would be prepared. But Union Gaming has been 1 step ahead, the OGs. And, well, they're very much on that train. This is a map that it's difficult to say who it favors across the November Major thus far and Stage 2. These teams have both been flawless on Cafe. This is Mercenaries' map pick, and they dealt with Monka S 7-3 yesterday, where the Union have won 2 8-6s against L2K and 1 7-3 against Kira last Major. So both teams flawless. It's difficult to call, Gia.
It's definitely hard, and as the analyst desk spoke about, Union Gaming looked a bit weaker on this map against other teams, but as we've mentioned so far, the story we've been threading this whole way through has been these 2 teams' performance against other teams in the region is not necessarily indicative of what their performance against one another is going to be. It always seems to be a different story when it comes down to Union Gaming versus Mercenaries. And given how much is relying here on Cafe Dostoevsky, that unknown and that uncertainty is incredibly unnerving and anxiety-inducing, probably for both of these teams right now.
Well, there's the op veto. Rather than talking about those operators, I'm going to talk about what hasn't been bad. And there's quite a few significant operators. And one of the big ones is an operator that stuck through the veto just consistently this series, which is that big elephant in the room, Wamai. And funnily enough, not taken. It is a kitchen taken first by Mercs, and Wamai perhaps not as useful. Maybe I'll circle back to that later when we get to our bar cocktail and reading defenses. But at least the Valkyrie being banned out will give attacking lineups a bit more flexibility. No need to bring that IQ. And hence, you'll be able to bring a lot more soft breach and explosives as we see that triple threat. Nades on both the Maverick and the Sledge, and of course the explosives from Zafia. Also some hard breach redundancy, which is nice. Maverick and Hibana together. The Sledge is your main soft breacher though, especially on this objective, where attacking teams typically take control of the top 2 floors and start to breach onto the bomb site and find kills from there. But I have a feeling that Maker is going to be roaming, and as such, Union will have to deal with him.
Yeah, there he is upstairs. And I suspect that Mercenaries are expecting Union Gaming to be going for a kind of freezer approach, given the fact that they have the Kai, they got the Legion and the Muse. So they can really kind of bunker down and prevent that. But actually, as I say that, they're not going to be focusing on that hatch. They're going to open it up instead. And that can maybe facilitate a roam a little better. It does mean that they will have to have attention on that area just because of how Union could take advantage of it. A first kill onto Jittery, that removes the Maverick, and that means that that Kaid is going to be even more important, as you have to solely rely on the Hibana for your hard breaching, and the electricals can definitely go against her.
Wow, things are certainly turning up and falling apart now for Union Gaming. Jittery, not only did he have some of the most valuable utility for Union, but also this is the player who popped off for Union on Theme Park, 16-6 as the Ashe main. And while he's playing not quite the Ashe, his value can definitely not be, well, underestimated. at least when he's actually alive, but Mercenaries have given a real fight already. The X7 though, actually loses that fight, just barely. A nice quick peek there from MI7 on the other side. And Union now desperately trying to take some ground, but I think it might be a bit late. It's going to have to be a huge task.
Definitely feels that way, only just opening up the red hatch. And EX7 is now finding himself injured. Maker can just jump out, gets a beautiful 2K for his efforts, and he can go straight into Bakery. I was wondering if he could get Sandy from behind, but Sandy had the wherewithal to know that he was coming, and that shuts him down. But it's still Sandy all on his own against 3 players of Mercenaries. A decent amount of time remaining, but there's only so much you can do on your own. He's just looking down the corridor. We've got 2 players who are on the side and 1 who is towards coat check. But where you have that rotation means it's available and open for him to make his way back. There could be the crossfire, and now the rotation isn't even being watched anymore, which could just give Mercenaries more control and more room. You can see his own air jab, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to be pushing past it, as Sandy's still trying to hold on to the angles that could potentially be coming in from both above and directly in front of him. Doctor moving from behind.
It's been a whole minute now since Sandy was left in this 1v3, and Mercenaries are just playing this smartly. This round is effectively over. Sandy's just going to try and bait for picks, but of course Mercenaries aren't feeding him. They're playing this smart. Now, there's no kind of economy or anything to sustain here for Sandy, so Doctor may as well find the pick, and, well, with that much time left, even if Doctor had died there, he knew his team still would have won. And Mercenaries, it was very slow at the end, but they certainly picked up the pace at the start of that round. 2 very early picks, and Union, well, they scrambled to try and desperately figure something out, but that push in through mining was not to be. That jump out from Maker certainly put a stop to any hopes of Union Gaming coming back in the 3v5. But if you're Union, you just got to write that off and say, guys, whatever, let's go over, attack next bomb site. You know, we lost that in the first 20 seconds of the round. Let's not dwell on it too much.
Well, I want to go back a bit to what you were saying before, and that is now we're on Bar and Cocktail. We may start to feel the effects of those operators that haven't been banned, notably the Goyo and the Wamai, both of whom have made it into the lineup for Mercenaries. Wamai obviously very commonly picked to guard the pixel angle, which is, there we go. That's exactly where that Goyo shield is, right there. Not too uncommon to see ADS and Wamai discs put there too to protect it. He can hold on to that area. You also may see a Goyo shield be placed in the backstore area. I don't know where he's put his second one because he has placed both of them. But that, okay, it's right. Okay, it's right there in the cocktail door. Sometimes you do see it placed in backstore with the door, the wall opened up to be soft, and you can have someone playing behind that. But
we've got 4 shields, but 2 haven't been deployed yet. See, Fatara and MI7 still have them in the pocket. You might put them down in backstore, like you're saying. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, he's facing it in the opposite direction, though, actually. I mean, they have already reinforced off one of the backstore walls, but he's going to be facing it towards Cocktail. I suppose that means he can... Unusual. Yeah, he can kind of face the window. Jittery getting the opening kill, kind of making some... amends for what happened before, as he was the opening death. Good start for Union Gaming.
It's the Ash, man. Special powers for Jittery when he's got the Ash. Maker on the roam downstairs, just trying to retreat back up. White. Union have a bit of flexibility here. I feel like they were telegraphing potentially going for an east push, which is not super common. I guess you could say default way to attack onto this bomb site is to take control of top red and then under New Hatch, which is where Doctor is. But, well, he doctors Jittery's face right off. It evens up that man count and also removes a lot of very valuable utility from the Union arsenal.
I believe they call it performing a surgery, which Sandy may have done on him in just a second, taking a decent amount of damage from Maker up above. You can see that Union are trying to focus a lot on these windows, and this is aggressive positioning from Maker, watching very closely onto the windows himself. just for anyone who may be below. Sparko clearing out those were my magnets, as you heard. And that means that projectiles can be sent on through.
Most of what's happening here makes it look like Union's going for an East push, especially EX7 here in Reading. The reason you would play either a Bach or a Zafir or Ash in Reading is to try and displace the players in Cocktail, but that seems to have worked because it's enabled Beat to get 1 kill and now Sparko from the repels. This is working quite well now for Union. But still, Fatah has that power position in backstore and the shield to boot, as you said, actually helping to protect him against an east side push. So Mercenaries have actually read into this from the get-go. There are 2 nades left. Beat might be able to destroy that shield.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like maybe they were expecting this. The shield is directly ahead of him, and he has both of the nades, as you say. There's the smoke to try and deter him, but the shield does get dispatched with, and that leaves Fatah significantly less protected. And with Sandy up here on Skylight, he can watch out for him if he decides to back out. Sparko's coming in from behind as well. All these angles being covered. There's a player right in front of him, and he gets rid of him. That's Doctor.
Oh.
Union Gaming have so much room to play with, and that leads the round straight into their hands.
Converting that man advantage was critical, and while UG did leave it very, very late in the round, they get the job done at the end of it. I really like that east side push. I do feel like Mercenaries played into it, however. It didn't take much from Union to start to get Mercenaries to start running around on that top floor and exposing themselves to those windows, as was the strategy for Union. Amir Zafir downstairs, EX7. Just making 1 or 2 holes in the floor, not really even contesting, and instead of Mercenaries trying to take that fight with the Zafir through the holes, they just kept running around and were pinched by Beat on the Cocktail windows and Sparko on the white hallway windows. Mercenaries just fell apart. The last shot of hope was that shield in bar backstore, but no, not going to happen when there's still plenty of nades left on Beat, and he cleared that out. And then it was just a 4v2 execute. It's just a matter of trying to make sure you can push through and refag at the same time. So good stuff there for Union. I really like that strategy. I do feel like Mercenaries can adapt to it, though, when they eventually do return to bar.
I mean, it seemed like Mercenaries kind of had an idea that that's what was going to happen anyway. I mean, they had a decent amount of their defense that looked like it was prepared for that side of the map. They just didn't overcome it. Well, now they've headed down to Reading, which still requires a decent amount of upstairs defense because you want to have control. As the attackers, you want to be having control, most notably over Cocktail, because you can open up the floor, you can have vertical pressure into the site below, and it also means that you prevent the defenders from having that position available to them should you be in a post-plant situation and should they be wishing to deny a plant as it's going down. It's very easy to do that as a defender if you have free reign directly above the site. So that means that a lot of your defensive utility does get spent on the top floor anyway, because you need to ensure that the attackers have a hard time of taking that space.
Interesting hold there, actually. It's not quite what I would usually expect with the setup in washrooms. It's the main unusual bit. Good drones here, pre-placed for UG. They're worried about players in the basement, actually, or on the ground floor. With Mirror Band, this setup does get a little bit more difficult for the defense, but I still very much favor this bomb site. I think it's a fantastic bomb site. It's like Bar Cocktail with extras, because even if you lose Bar Cocktail, it's not all over. I can't claim to be the first one to say that. I'm pretty sure someone already said that. It was a Reaper or someone. Fatah's the player on site, but Maker's trying to delay as much time as possible and shoot off the X-Kairos. I believe it was muted anyway, indeed. And I believe that air jab will also prevent him rotating back into Pixel.
And so now, you know, you've got a situation where half the round is down, these shields are still standing, the mute jammer hasn't been cleared, Banshees are still up, players of the defending side are still upstairs as well, and Union Gaming have an incredibly limited amount of time to do anything about it. And even then, some of the utility's gone down. Good kill onto Hasib, opens things up, but it doesn't take long for Doctor to respond in kind and bring Sandy down himself. And so, once again, an even man count. There are 2 C4s still available on the defending side if they want to have some kind of denial in play as well. Doctor's watching out onto Skylight. He knows that there's a player up there. He's gonna maybe catch him out, but no, not quite. Beat wins out in that engagement, but we are at the point where we're about 30 seconds remaining. Under a minute, and Union Gaming are still struggling to clear everything that they need. Sparko at some point may have to go in for the plant, knowing that Mercenaries still have such control over the upstairs portion of this map. Jittery is actually in the site. He's bringing down MI7. He can't quite get a second, though, as Fatah comes back around. And now we're in a 2 versus 2. Under 15 seconds remaining, and Sparko's going to have to try and move forward. He's looking through the footholes, but can't get a line of sight onto anyone. He finally gets it onto Fatah, and he can go in. 3 seconds down. That's all that's left. And he's still having the opportunity. Is Maker going to be able to get in time? He's not. And now it's planted and down. He does finally get the kill. He has to seek out Sparko, though, so that he's finished off the remaining members of this team. But Sparko's just going to hurry on upstairs, knowing that at some point Maker has to go in for the diffuser. He uses the X-Skyros to open up a hole as he has no other option. But Maker is right there.
Oh no!
He's going to gun him down.
Oh my god!
With the knife, and then he can just go straight into reading and get rid of the diffuser. He hunted him down, and he ensured that Mercenaries took this round.
What an unusual exchange, but Maker with that 1 versus 2 clutch. Well, that's the kind of play that puts the team on your back and gets you into gear. Union Gaming certainly had the advantage there, but Sparko in the 1 versus 1. Minor things did not go his way. I like the idea there for Sparko. He thought, okay, instead of just trying to take a 1v1, I'm going to try and set myself up in an advantageous position to watch the diffuser. And he thought, well, I've got some utility. I can use my X-Kairos to breach the floor. Unfortunately, there are a couple of issues with that. When he does that, firstly, it tells the defender where he is, right? If you hear that X-Kairos on the roof, you know exactly where that player is. He's got to be upstairs. And also, the fuse of the X-Kairos would have also blocked Sparko's hearing somewhat and made it easier for the Jaeger to flank him. Also, destroying that Vulcan shield meant that there was basically nowhere Sparko could be other than in that corner where he was. So it was a fairly advantageous pre-fire for Jaeger. Got a bit messy to the end with the knife, but oh well, whatever gets the job done, right?
I mean, it's Maker. He was always going to chase him down. The guy likes to play aggressive. I mean, what can I say? It was always going to happen. It was... I agree. It was a creative attempt from Sparko because he had limited options. As soon as he started going upstairs, I was thinking, they have not opened up this floor. There aren't lines of sight that he can hold on to. And so the fact that he had any X-Kairos was fortuitous from the perspective of being able to make an attempt. But obviously the attempt comes with its limitations, as you described. Regardless, it was Mercenaries who took that round, and they will be returning back down to Kitchen, which they also took back in round number 1. And they have a fairly wide roam going on here with Maker and MI7, both upstairs on the Vigil and the Mozzie respectively, looking out for any of those pesky attackers who may be making their way in.
You remember last time, This Kitchen objective just did not go well for Union. There were 2 really, really fast picks, but we're already past that time in the... Okay, no, never mind. There is still fast picks. They're a little bit slower than last time, but that's a good play to take down, especially when you're a roamer and you take down the operator, Nomad, which can prevent you from flanking. So that's a great pick. Spotted out, though. Ooh, actually uses the red ping there. That's going to signal the position. The X7 is just going to go for it. Surely they can hunt down Maker here.
He could be ready to jump down. He's got the ability to do so, but he does take some damage, actually. But he is finally back on the first floor, continuing on the roam. And Sparko might be able to catch him out here. If he can drone him out or even see him directly, X7 as well up on the balcony. But so far, he is still standing as he rotates all the way back down into Freezer and is no longer out on that roam.
Very much done a lot of work there. You look at the drone economy here. EX7 all out, Jittery all out, Sparko all out, Beat all out. The only drone remaining for Union with 1 minute 15 left is the one that Sandy had already put out in the field. It's a disgusting angle there through the bar, little punch holes. And, well, Union are well and truly falling apart. And still in train as well is Doctor on this roam. He's shut down eventually, but this will be a massive scramble, and Mercs are leaning into the fact there are no drones on Union's side by hiding these little rat corners.
They've just got to attempt to hold on to whatever angles they can. MI7 can just spring out and find a lost EX7. At least it seemed like he was lost. Jittery's got to try and make some kind of attempt on his own. Beats following up, and he runs straight into his death, as do both of them. And Mercenaries hold on to the lead and make it even harder for Union Gaming to see themselves taking their position in SI just yet.
It's been a nice resurgence here from Mercenaries. 3-1 at the head. And, well, I really like their roaming on Kitchen. Those Kitchen defenses are just incredibly convincing, aren't they? But if you look at the other two, right? Bar Cocktail, that was pretty sketchy. And Union ended up taking it with that really nice East push, which picked Mercs apart. And then the following round, Mercenaries only won because of a 1v2 clutch from Maker. So in the grand scheme of things, I feel like Union kind of should be up, or at least even 2-2 right now. But keeping in mind that Kitchen Cooking, which is the inarguably best bomb site for Mercenaries, is simply locked for the rest of this half. So let's humor me, Gio, right?
I'll hear you.
Kitchen Cooking, yeah, that's an easy Mercenaries win. They've already won twice. They're not going to go back. Yeah, that's 2 rounds for them. Bar Cocktail, pretty convincing for Union. So that's for them. Reading Fireplace, let's assume that clutch hadn't gone Maker's way, right? Mm-hmm. And then all Union would have had to do is repeat Bar Cocktail and Reading Fireplace. That you could convince it. You could make an argument here that Union should come off with a 4-2 half, even though that's no longer possible. And I think that gives you an idea of how good Mercenaries have been at kind of clawing away these situations where they probably shouldn't be winning. And that's what I'm going to be looking at in these next 2 rounds.
I mean, Mercenaries already, you can see how evident the difference is in their approach to this defense is being compared to round 2. No Wamai, no Goyo. They're not relying on the shields in the same way, as the only one they have is the one from Smoke. Instead, they've got the Maestro, they've got the Legion, they got the Mute. These are more related to information than they are necessarily about soaking up the utility of the attackers. And maybe Union Gaming will go for this east side push once again. I mean, this is potentially what's going to happen. It looks like a lot of the players are not on the east side, so maybe they'll change things up and they want to try and throw a spanner in the works to prevent Mercenaries from being able to predict what it is they're going to do. Either way, it's going to be different from what we saw before.
What's this run out here for Maker? Just prepping it. May well be exposing Sandy, but actually the first kill goes the way of Union once again. MI7 shut down. My God. Maker tries to retreat off of that teased run out, and he's just shut down. No warriors whatsoever for Union. Doctor almost finds a kill, but just doesn't land enough shots. 2 players from UG at the moment on the verge of death. But I don't think Mercenaries are going to be able to secure them.
You can see Doctor's just looking to find whatever is available to him. EX7 has already done pretty well in this round, but he himself is sincerely lacking in health as he's right down to the last 5 of his HP. There's still a decent chunk of time left, and the 3 versus 5 is going to be daunting to Mercenaries. Doctor throws out another one of those goo mines, trying to prevent anyone who may push in from train. But instead of a person, it's going to be a drone that Beat is sending through. He could also find himself being pinched as the angle is held from the other side as well. EX7 is not far away. In fact, he's going to be looking straight in. Brings Doctor down. And on such low health, securing his 3rd kill of the round is pretty impressive there for Union Gaming. A 2 versus 4 makes this look very difficult for Mercenaries right now. Fatar is trying to look down through the slats of the floor, but so far has not found anything, while Hasib still sits upstairs.
What a shame that is for Fatar. He's got the perfect position to try and contest that annoying, pesky EX7 downstairs, but he's now punished, in fact, EX7 with the 4K. One more left for the A's. Can he find it? No, Hasib shuts down that idea, but 3 players left in the diffuser going down. 1v2 now. This is potentially winnable, but this post plant will be nigh impossible. Even with the evil eye, there is just no time at all. And now a 1 versus 2 with a player up on Skylight. Tell him he's dreaming. Union Gaming, a beautiful attack round, all on the back of EX7. And eventually confirmed by his teammates. They go up now. The 3-2 deficit.
Couldn't quite convert it into an ace, but he did it yesterday, so I suppose he's already met his quota for the entire major. A really good round there for Union Gaming, and definitely one that they needed to put their mentality back in a place to believe that this could be their map and this could be their series after waning a little bit for a couple of rounds. And yeah, the changes that MercenarieZ made to their defense just weren't what they needed. It wasn't advantageous to them. Union Gaming took advantage. Oh, EX7 took advantage. And Union Gaming took the round. So now back to reading. This will again be an interesting one because of how it came down to the clutch at the end by Maker. Before it was all down to Sparko trying to open up the floor directly above the site using the X-Kairos. It was all he had available to him, and it made him incredibly easy to read. His positioning, everything about it, Maker came forth and knifed him in the face. So I'm wondering if it will come down to that 1v1 again. It's usually hard to imagine that a clutch situation is going to be recreated, at least exactly. But the strength and the robustness of the defense and how that will change is what my eye is going to be on.
Bit of late setup here, but that's no worries, really. Jittery just droning ahead. Always ever cautious of spawn peaks. He found a kill in the very second round, countering a spawn peak. Actually, Jittery was the opening death to a spawn peak the first round. Ever since, he's been hyper aware. And in fact, he is actually having... I was a spawn peak as an early engagement between 2 gentlemen, one on the inside of the building and one on the outside. Jittery loses a lot of HP for it, Maker not so. UG R&D going for this top-down take. Maker is so eager to contest that Skylight. Takes out a drone and backs on out. Good positions for MercenarieZ, but it's really on Union here to step up and do something.
Well, they have about 2 minutes remaining, so there is still the time. We have, of course, seen a couple of rounds this half so far where Union have been a bit slower in their approach to an attack, especially where a clear is needed because they're not approaching the top site, for example, so they have to clear out those top floors before moving elsewhere, which is exactly the situation that this is. But so far, MercenarieZ are being able to stand strong. Doctor is still present on the pixel angle behind his Goyo shield. And there's the first kill finally onto Jittery, who became significantly weakened earlier on. It'll be Hasib who finishes him off. And Doctor's still standing. The ADS around him being burned off, then sends in the lifeline, but he hasn't been pushed back too far just yet. Finally, the Vulcan shield gets felled, and he moves back to pallets.
It's a lot of util gone, though, especially considering Jittery died without, I believe, using any of his flashes or breaching rounds. So a shame that now Sandy is out and Jittery is dead. And Sparko, who was the only player with flashes left, is also dead. That's a big one for Doctor, doing a lot of work upstairs. And, well, it's unfortunate timing for Beat there, but Maker finds a double. He stepped up massively, and we'll look to EX7 to do the same. Goes into the bomb site. Hasib started the round and he shut it down at the end of it. A flawless defense for MercenarieZ. And that cements for themselves a 4-2 defensive half.
If Union Gaming want to take the series here and now, they need to pull it out on their defense. And you would potentially look at this and say, well, it's Cafe Dostoyevsky. It's a defender-sided map. They now have their chance to pull it back. But we saw on Clubhouse how that wasn't necessarily true for these two teams. It was a bit more on theme park, And now here it's just a guessing game to see if that is going to be the case. If you want to judge it purely by that first half, then yeah, you could say defender-sided. Mercenaries took 4 defensive rounds. But Union are still on the back foot because they're the one in the position where they have to do the catching up. They have to ensure that their defense is so good that Mercenaries don't have the room to take any attacking rounds. And that is currently what the fate of their SI chances rely on. Now, even if they do lose this map, there's still Oregon after this. You still go to that 5th map. But that's really pushing it. That's leaving a lot of uncertainty and no room for error. And so Union Gaming have got to cut that right now.
There's also something to be said for momentum. Union Gaming, well, they don't quite have it after that half. They certainly won't have it if they lose this map and have to settle this on map number 5. There's no doubt that Mercenaries would be in the advantage if that was to happen. Union Gaming might have won the August Major, but they are no means favorites here against Mercenaries, who have beat them in 4 out of 5 the last maps that these two teams have played, excluding today, of course. Mercenaries, while they don't have a chance at SI, they still want this just as bad. It means a lot. In fact, I had a quite beautiful conversation with MI7 where I felt like his passion just like palpably seeped out of his words. He said, "It's a dream of every Siege player to play on the biggest stage, and I would love to see us stand in front of all the talent in the world, and it would mean the world to us to compete." Really moving stuff.
Oh, I'm gonna shed a tear. No, I mean it's totally true. It means a lot. You know, it's often discussed how you win this much money or whatever, all these different things that you get from winning various tournaments, but it always comes down to the fact that you get the opportunity to play at SI. That's what everyone wants when they compete in these leagues, in the majors, in the finals, whatever it may be. The most important thing is the chance to become world champion. And that is what is being directly fought for in this game right here. And Mercenaries... Oh, go on.
I was just saying, and while there is, yes, pride for South Asia as a whole, right? There's also national pride, which is divided a bit more than that. Keep in mind, Union Gaming, they have 2 Bangladeshi players and 3 Indian players, plus the org itself is Sri Lankan. Whereas Mercenaries, 3 Bangladeshi players and 2 Pakistani players. If Union go to SI, yes, it represents the whole of South Asia, but not so much Pakistan. And I'm sure Doctor and Maker, they want to take this win to show that Pakistan has what it takes to fight in South Asia and be a dominating force.
Absolutely no doubt. And this will be where we find out, potentially. MI7 opening things up. A kill onto Sparko, removes the Kaid. He's above, playing the butt. A little bit rarely not with the C8. Now, that nade gets eaten straight up, but a beautiful explosion from Sandy sends MI7 and Doctor straight to their graves. Not what Mercenaries were hoping for, nor potentially expecting. And that ensures the Union Gaming's defense is ever stronger here. Qatar, a little bit nervous to move on in on his own and needs the support from the rest of his team. Maker isn't too far away on the brown stairs, but trying to find an angle for himself, and Fatah is feeling the pressure. Sandy's gone down not too far away, but he doesn't necessarily know that, and these angles are being held from the other members of Union Gaming. He can indeed. There's the attempt at the flood. He jumps straight in and gets rid of it, denying that right out. And Union Gaming show what they can do on the defense.
An explosive late execute. With my heart in my mouth, I just waited to see which way that would go. Union desperately trying to come back from that 2K Nitro just a couple seconds prior. And Jittery, the absolute patience that he had. Not characteristic of the Jittery we've been talking about, is it? This player who we know as the Ashe and the Jaeger main embodies the caricature that those operators represent, but he had the patience when it was needed. He didn't try to take the fights. The only thing that mattered was that that diffuser did not get planted. And Mercenaries, well, they're on the back seat now, and Union have gotten back in the game.
I love it when a round like that happens. It just fills your veins with excitement and exhilaration. And I'm sure that's how Union Gaming are feeling as well.
Oh,
I mentioned
you've got to be
earlier
pumped
on.
after that round, right?
Yeah, I mean, I said it earlier on. I don't even remember which of these two teams it was about, but where I said after that round, they will be feeling it. They'll be feeling good. And that right there was one of those rounds.
No doubt in my mind. But that was only the first defense here for Union, and let's be honest, that got very close. The first kill actually went the way of Mercenaries. Sparko got taken down. And the map clear was pretty effective. They had it within, 2 minutes or so, and they got to work pretty well on that vertical. Oh, unfortunately, I have a sound bug. Means I have to turn into not Daft Dev Martyr. I think typically we rehost after the round is gone, so we'll likely play this one out. Just waiting on the admins to see what the go is, but let's continue as if we're continuing. And, well, it's some presence upstairs, but of course this is a fireplace and reading room defense. And we are indeed having a rehost. So you get to see our faces.
Allow them to be able to hear. We stand being able to hear in our video games. So
Yeah, no, I think it's a valid thing. You want them to be able to hear. So important. So guys, we're just having a quick rehost. We'll get everyone back in the server. It won't take but a few minutes. But as it stands, Mercenaries are up 4-3, and we're at the reading bomb site for Union. And the point I was trying to make is, yeah, Union won that, and it was pretty spectacular at the end, but it was pretty close. And keep in mind that Union have to win at least 4 defense rounds here in this half. Otherwise, we're going to Oregon, which is the decider map, map 5 in the grand final, and Mercenaries surely will have the momentum at that point. So Union really need to get a serious crack on.
yeah, I mean, they're probably hating the fact that it's this major, not the last one where it's as close as it's being. Because even though in order to acquire the SI points that they currently have anyway, they still would have had to have won the last major. But right now is where you know how close you are. You know that it's possible. It's directly in your sights. And let's not forget that if Union Gaming do lose, it's not just that they lose the spot at SI. It's that you are also handing a spot over to MIBR all the way from, Brazil. So there is another team elsewhere who is baiting their breath on this series, and you don't want to be handing them a free victory.
Yeah, I remember seeing some funny comments the other day, an interaction on Twitter between the Giants Twitter account and the G2 Twitter account. Because Giants knocking out Xavier actually qualified G2 for the Six Invitational. So it was a pretty cute exchange. I love it when the brands
just
get
here's the $20.
Yeah, I think there was
Don't spend it all at once.
Exactly. Pretty sure it was something along those lines. So yeah, I'm sure that a lot of Brazilian fans are rooting for Mercenaries. They've got some extra fans on loan. But another way to look at this is if Mercenaries win, then it's a great story for the subdivision of South Asia, because it means that a new tide is rising. Union Gaming has a lot of pedigree, and they've been a team that's been dominant force within the region for a very long time. And Mercenaries, while they have had a lot of good results against Union, they've never won anything this big against them. And they're still a relatively new team. Like at the time of the August Major, they were only 1 or 2 months together. On the flip side, if Union win, it means we get to see South Asia represented at a global event for the first time ever. And if not, well, then we're going to have to wait a bit longer for that to happen.
I just find it crazy, the idea that we could be having a team from essentially a brand new region being represented on the biggest stage, while other teams that have been behemoths across the world in what they've achieved in Siege won't have that chance. I mean, if Union get in, if they win this series, Na'Vi are out. Na'Vi, the ex-Pro League champions who were at SI this year as well and have made it into the EU finals, won't even get a look in. at performing on that stage and trying their hand at being champions again. But these guys will, and that's cool as hell. I think that's awesome, and this could be the chance that they have to do that.
Yeah, well, if you want to watch the EU finals, then go and watch the EU finals. But if you want to see a global competition, then we need teams from all over the world to have that. And yeah, there is an argument that, South Asia is a newer region, so we can't expect them to perform as well as a team like Na'Vi, and therefore they don't deserve their spot. Mate, if they earned SI's points, they deserve their spot. This year has been very unorthodox with how things have panned out, and I don't think anyone can be too critical. And if a team like Union Gaming manages to go to SI, that'll be bloody amazing. So all power to them. That said, if they can't beat Mercenaries, then they clearly don't deserve that spot. And they clearly are not the best in their region. And so I think that whichever way this goes, everyone should just accept the result and what it means.
Oh, I mean, of course, it's going to go one way or the other. And I think the most fun thing about, every year when you're trying to figure out who it is who's going to qualify into going to these huge events, it's not about being upset about who ends up going or not going or whatever. It's about thinking of the potential of what that means for, new champions to arise and new storylines and unexpected things. There would be plenty of people, and there were plenty of people who didn't think Space Station Gaming could do it this year. Plenty of people who thought Canadian had his chance to redeem himself and that chance had been over. And you know what happened? They took the hammer home. And so, while, for some people, they may say, well, a team like Union Gaming who are in a new region, they're not going to be able to do that. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But the fact that there's the opportunity for them to go there and compete against teams who they otherwise would never have had the opportunity to do that against until this new format came in and until their region was being developed and taken seriously and risen up and empowered, that's awesome. That's so cool. That's so cool. There are always going to be amazing teams from every single region in Rainbow Six. That's one of the things that we are absolutely spoiled with. Every single region just shows so much. So there will always be an ebb and flow of which talent make it into the Six Invitational. And knowing that it's never going to be the same year on year, every year is not going to give you the same story, that is one of the best and most satisfying things about it.
Yeah, I actually really love the SI point system. Of course, we're not seeing it in its full-fledged manner. Typically, teams would get SI points from the positioning in the majors, which would be a global event, right? So in theory, you could have, for example, only one APAC team or only one EU team qualify if they perform, those teams from those regions performed really poorly in the majors. But we have to make allowances for the fact that simply cannot happen this year. And one of the things I really love about the point system over the old systems is the old systems really bias teams that could afford to go to, for example, the DreamHack events would always have a spot up for grabs. All these minors, which were all in the Northern Hemisphere, and it would cost $4,000 a player to fly someone from Australia, for example.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can hear the Australian in you, bleeding and hurting.
So, I mean, whether or not this, eventually, once we get to see the SI points in its full intended format, where you only get points for your performance in the major, whether that means that teams from one region or another are lesser represented, that's okay, because that'll be merit-based. But at the moment, you can't just assume that one region is more valuable than the other. And I think it's fantastic that we get to embrace this global environment, because everyone, especially right now, when we don't have global competition in Rainbow Six, the last thing you should be asking for is less diversity in our global competition, right? And one of the things I think is awesome is the fact that there are literally billions of people who live in South Asia. It is one of the most populous places in the entire world, and we should welcome them with open arms. And in fact, I wish that we had more representation in general of people from South Asia. I've been we've all been talking to the experts on this region, because we're experts, right? But we haven't been following South Asia as closely as people from South Asia have. So I want to credit to all of the people who have helped sustain this community and build it to where it is today, because it didn't just happen overnight where Ubisoft is yeah, okay, let's introduce South Asia. This community has been pioneered by all kinds of hardworking people who have been doing it for just about no reward for a very, very long time.
No, I mean, I think it's freaking awesome. And it's one of those situations where, as I say, we both said, whether Union make it into SI or not, the unfolding of that narrative is part of the story that's exciting to see. Right? It's not just about like, oh, this is only okay if they make it. No, absolutely not. The fact is the competition is there, and the competition is as riveting and thriving as we're seeing. And obviously, once this rehost is finished with, then we will get to see the rest of that unfold and actually see which direction that goes. Because on the one hand, you've got a team who's finally representing their region on a global stage for the first ever time. On the other hand, you've got proof of just how competitive this region is because their rivals has come and snatched that opportunity away from them. I don't think I would be disappointed with either of those outcomes. Now, evidently, if you're a fan of one of these teams or the other, you're going to have a bias and a vested interest in one of those outcomes. But as someone, as just a spectator, as a commentator, as someone who is just watching this and enjoying seeing the story write itself, I think both ends of that story bring something really fantastic.
Very much so. I think that we've provided a lot of context for why this is important for both of these teams. And to get back into it, right? If we review the series as we've had it so far, we've had basically a trading of maps, and the teams have actually taken their own maps. If that trend continues, this should be a MercenarieZ victory. And while that is currently indicated on the scoreline, we have to take into account that it is UG who are on the defense and inherently have the advantage because of that. It's been pretty close so far, actually. In fact, it's all been 7-4s. I just realized 7-4, 7-4, 7-4. Does that mean this is going to be another 7-4? I don't know, but maybe I should turn my attention to Oregon and have a look. I'm going to do my stats. If we get to Oregon, it's a really good map for MercenarieZ. That does scare me a bit. But if you look at the last two times these teams played it against each other, oh no, actually, MercenarieZ won both of those times. That's pretty scary for Union. Yeah, I'm just going to lean into that even more. Like, Union won it in the August Major, right? But let's be honest, MercenarieZ were a 2-month-old team at that point, and Union Gaming clean swept the series. Clearly, they came into that feeling good, and MercenarieZ, bit of a flop. It happens. No offense, Knights. Just going to throw that in there for OC fans. But if Union lose this map, I don't have a lot of faith in them for Oregon. If you look at the last two times they played MercenarieZ, there were 4-7 losses. And MercenarieZ are very much good enough to take this series. The question is, do they have it to take Cafe? Because that's the first step.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at this, the last time MercenarieZ lost Oregon was in the August Major.
Yeah.
In the grand finals against Union. That's the last time they lost. They've gone 4-0 since. 2 of those have been in the South Asian Nationals, both the grand final and the semi-finals when they played Union as well. They won both of those times. So yeah, I think it is fair to expect that Oregon would be lent very much towards MercenarieZ, which means that the pressure is so on Union Gaming right now, who are still currently on the back foot. They've taken 3 rounds here on Cafe Dostoyevsky. MercenarieZ have taken 4. So as has been a pretty consistent pattern so far, there hasn't been a huge deficit between the two scorelines. The round differential is not massive at this point in the game. It's still Union who are behind. It's still their game to lose. It's still for them to have to put in that work to get not just on par, but one step ahead.
And in my opinion, MercenarieZ actually have a minute advantage coming out of this rehearse, as they were on the attack and they would have seen Union Gaming set up in the brief moments that we had at the start of the action phase before we rehosted. To my expectation, as is commonly the rule, all operators will be locked in as they were, and that means that Union Gaming are locked into like the same defensive strategy. They can't really flex too much within that. They're doing a reading defense. They're going to have Maestro, Jaeger, Mute, Smoke, and Mozzie, so they're leaning into that kind of information denial setup. But you can't really deny the info when that round has already been like half played out. And I mean, technically the stream, I guess, is already caught up by now. So I really feel like MercenarieZ have an inherent advantage because they could have spent the last 5 or however many minutes it's been discussing how they're going to deal with that Union Gaming defense. which makes me a bit worried for UG, especially considering that, yeah, they're at a deficit. They're on their defense, but they need to crack on and get 4 defense wins in this half. Otherwise, they lose the map. They head to Oregon, and we favor Mercenaries for that. So I'm starting to get a bit concerned.
It feels like, there was so much confidence and so much faith at the beginning, and
No.
it's just these two teams, man, whenever they come up against each other, it just always, you can never predict how it is going to go. You just never can. And we have been trying throughout the course of this series, even round by round. There have been rounds where we're like, oh, well, this team has the disadvantage, so it's probably them who are going to lose. And then the other one will just come straight through and prove us completely wrong. So even at this point, it is impossible to predict. For those of us who are just joining and just wondering what's going on, we had a sound bug. We've been waiting to rehost. We're just getting that done now. We are very, very close. We are nearly there. But we are on Cafe Dostoevsky currently, looking to head into round number 8. At the end of the half, we had a 4-2 split towards Mercenaries, who started off on defense. Might not sound too uncommon to many of you who are not as familiar with this region or these teams, but these teams typically do better on attack. So it's been interesting to see how that's been going, and whether Union Gaming are going to be able to scrape it back.
Especially because Union only won that last round because of a clutch. I would call it a semi-clutch, right? It was like a 3v3 execute. Plant was going down, and Jittery jumps over the counter and denies it. I would call that a semi-clutch. Union don't have... they haven't given me confidence. That's it. They haven't given me confidence, and that's why I'm starting to get concerned. The one thing I will say is there's been some bloody amazing plays from both sides. The talent that these teams have is insane. I do feel like a lot of those highlight players, however, are on Union, which is funny because they're technically losing the series right now. They're one map up in the series, right? But they're losing the map. So while I would love to talk all day about a player like Jittery or EX7, who are players who have, Jittery, 16-6 on Theme Park, absolutely gunning. EX7 almost got an ace earlier on Cafe and got an ace yesterday, I believe. Mercenaries have looked like a really, really consistent team. And one player that I really want to look at as well is Fortify on the support player. In fact, the supports on both teams have really stood out to me. And not only in the supportive department, but also in terms of actually getting kills on the board too. It's a shame that hasn't so much manifested this map as of yet, so much as it did on Consulate and Clubhouse in particular, I'm thinking. So I'm hoping that we can see them start to come to fruition, because I feel like the later this night goes, the more it starts to slip into a bit of a frag fest.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. You mentioned Jittery and EX7 in the way that you do. It's almost reminiscent of when we go back to Clubhouse, how I felt about players like Maker and Hasib, who are big playmakers, and they were doing that. But Mercenaries weren't necessarily capitalizing on that at the points that you would necessarily expect. And it kind of feels like that at times here, where it's like you have these big playmakers on the side of Union that haven't necessarily been exploited and followed up upon, and it's not necessarily turned into a win.
Yeah. It's difficult to call it either way at this point. I think that we can say with confidence, the only thing we can say with confidence is we don't have confidence. But did the map just start? Do my ears
I can hear it. I can hear it. Please. I don't know.
I'm looking at the clean feed. It started. The map has started. But we're confirming that everything's all G, guys.
All G.
Because we've had some players that have struggled with some issues. My heart goes out to the players. Sandy earlier today almost had to sub out, as he did yesterday. And there's been some pretty horrible stuff in terms of natural disasters going on in the area as well. So, I hope everyone out there is doing okay. It looks like our players are all sorted, but we'll be getting to the game before too long. Here we go, Gio! We're back!
It's a game! Alright. This is where we both take a moment to stand up and move our stuff and not sit down anymore. I'm
actually doing the opposite. I was standing that whole time, and now I'm moving to sit down.
Oh, well, okay. Whatever, ruin my moment then. Either way, we are back into the game. Now, both of these teams, despite that being a technical timeout, will have been able to also use it somewhat as a tactical timeout. So we could have some more refined approaches coming through from either side, and that's most importantly going to be pertinent on Union Gaming's end, given how much they have to lose if they are not to take this series, and how much they do not want to be forced to head into Oregon.
These teams will pull out all the stops right here for a place. The 6 Invitational for Union. And a place to finally turn the tide in South Asia for Mercenaries. Wasting absolutely no time getting to the roof. This is a reading bomb site defense. The drones come out in droves, but of course, there's a lot of util to contest with. I think they accidentally shot that own drone. I don't think that was Jittery who did that one. The Mozzie Pest comes through, and the drones drop like flies. Already, MI7 and Fatah, clearly the 2 primary droners are completely out. We'll need to see this Yana leverage in order for Mercs to have enough info to really set out, and that's indeed what happens. The Gemini drops the hatch and starts to clear the map.
EX7 not too far away. He's not shielded by a shield. Remember, this isn't a bar defense. This is reading. So a lot of that utility will be elsewhere. He was able to get rid of the Gemini. MI7 just looking down through the hole. Oftentimes those can be opened up to throw up C4s. Especially if you want to throw them in towards Cigar as the players are coming in through. But they've made it through safely regardless. Jittery is directly below and will take a tiny bit of damage, and he's going to try and shoot up through the ceiling, but instead decides to retreat as the floor above gets opened up.
Good progress thus far, but in a 5v5, oh, not so much. Jittery. And that's the diffuser, no less. What was that angle? Surely a long one. Maybe from inside the fireplace? That's an impactful kill, absolutely no doubt about it. Fatah goes down, that's just smokes. That's just support player. Mercs will now have to rotate who holds that diffuser and who intends to plant. But first, they'll have to get it back. Ooh. Jittery finally gets refragged, but my God, he was worth more than he could have asked for. Mercer is in a 3 versus 4. Things are looking desperate.
It'll be harder for them on this attack now, especially as the diffuser is still yet to be collected. Sparko downstairs in relative safety of code check. He can check his cameras without really being pressured, and also potentially have the chance to flank or catch someone out from behind. It'll be Sandy the next to go down though, as Maker gets that kill. And now he's holding on, just dropping down into Laundry and ready to sneak on forward. But 2 kills come in from Mercenaries. This could finally fall in their favor. Doctor's going to go in for the plant, and once again, it's just Sparko on his own.
Oh,
he has
no.
the Evil Eye though, but it wasn't enough. The diffuser was still placed, and now this 1-speed has to try and run all the way back upstairs into the loving embrace of 3 attacking players, knowing he'll have to basically kill them all if he is to have an opportunity here. It doesn't. His blood gets sprayed across the wall behind him, and in a turn of fate, Mercenaries take the round.
A turn of fate? Well, that's one way to put it. Let me give you an abridged version of that round. All right, round started, and Jittery got 2 kills. And then Mercenaries got 5 kills. That was what happened in that round.
Sometimes
the only kills that Union found that entire round was just that early 2K from Jittery. From that point, Mercenaries pulled off a 3 versus 5. And look, there were a lot of question marks for me. Lastly, I mean, it's surely hectic in the Union comms, because I don't know why Sparko didn't have info on where that player was planting. He had an Evil Eye directly next to it. And, I mean, even if it wasn't facing the right directions, his teammates could have called that player was planting based on a sound cue. And then Sparko could have gotten on the Evil Eye and denied the plant. Of course, it didn't happen that way. He did that far too late. Mercenaries just timed that so well. 18 seconds left, and they went for broke. Dropping down the Laundry hatch for Maker as well was a great play. And with Sparko downstairs, it's great for him to be safe and snug down there, but only if he can actually deny the plant, which he couldn't. Now UG will retry that bomb site and hopefully net some more success.
And given that it looked like it was kind of falling into their favor for a decent amount at the start of that round, I can imagine how they could, feel confident that they can recreate that, but can continue the momentum forward. That said, Mercenaries will also likely be riding off the back of their own confidence. I think Sparko had a decent idea, trying to keep safe and put himself in a position where he could do the denial, but he didn't have access or didn't try to look at his cams until it was too late. So Mercenaries still got the plant down, even though that utility was well positioned to be able to deal with it. That's something that Union Gaming will have to change if they decide to go for something similar this time.
For Mercs, it looks very, very similar thus far, except for the fact that they haven't lost 5 drones yet, which is always nice. Last time, 5 drones, that's half of the info gathering, aside from the Yana Geminis, which is actually being omitted this round so that Hasib can bring the Nomad. And there's the first pick, Jittery once again, but we've seen, doesn't always mean the round is decided as of yet. My 7 goes down very early. Jittery is such a nuisance on this top floor.
Yeah, he's really proven himself to be a nuisance. Hasib narrowly avoids what could have been a potential death, and Jittery actually takes a lot of damage as well. He doesn't want to be brought down just yet, but he is. Maker gets that kill, and now things are evened out as he moves on into Piano and ready to push forward.
The Buck being the only operator that was lost is really only detrimental if it comes down to trying to hunt those players on site through the floor. But I don't think that's the thing I'm most worried about. For Mercenaries at the moment, it's trying to fight for that top floor control in the first place, and that means destroying this shield. C4 comes through. That's actually surely going to destroy the Pest. So that's actually pretty good for Mercenaries. That C4 was way too premature and fell short. Hasib's got a great position now. Doctor as well. This is actually a full push on down in through train. This is desperate. It might work though.
Investing the Salmas to open up onto the dining wall either side of the fireplace. Union Gaming are trying to position themselves well, but Sandy won't be able to as Fatah gets that kill. Sparko is nearby this time. He's not all the way off site elsewhere on the other side of the map, but the plant is going to be attempted.
The Evil Eye.
Slightly, yeah, well, I was going to say a slightly unorthodox position, but because of the Evil Eye, it makes it so much harder. Another kill onto Union Gaming. This could open up another opportunity for Mercenaries. You have 20 seconds still to play with. But Sparko wants to have the opportunity to look at his Evil Eyes. Fatah's going for another try. Sparko coming down. This is all on beat, but he can't get the necessary kill before the plan is made. And Mercenaries, once again, with a plant, with a win, they take themselves to match point.
And what a way to do it as well. They didn't even fully take the top floor. They just focused on train. They telegraphed so early on that that is where they were going to execute. In through train onto fireplace. Great usage of the Selmas to enable a breach without funneling in through that fireplace. And while they did go for that initial plant, 40 seconds left on the clock, that Evil Eye put a stop to that. But swiftly dealt with from Doctor. The plant eventually came down. Started about 25 seconds left. And Sparko was taken out. He felt helpless that his Evil Eye was dispatched with. And unfortunately, Beat ended up dying and allowing the plant to go down with 1 gas still in his pocket. Now, they knew exactly where that plant was going down. He could have just pre-gassed that. But perhaps they were doubtful of where that plant was actually hitting because of the smoke coverage from Fatah. So overall, a good round from Mercenaries, and it feels like things are just slipping away from Union. They're looking a lot more disjointed. Jittery is going off and getting some kills and dying at the start of the round, and the rest of Union are just falling apart in the latter half. Mercenaries now take match point, and, well, Gio, they are 1 round off of taking us to Oregon, which we think should favor them. Union need to step it up right now if they want to hope to go to SI.
I'm getting very similar vibes here to what I got when we went to Consulate, where Union Gaming have only rotated between 2 maps on their defense. Given what we saw happen on Kitchen in round 7, I don't have enough confidence to fully say this could be their round. Even though they won round 7, it was because of Jittery's clutch. His launch over the side of the counter to deny the plant that worked. It wasn't a definitive or a definite or a completely conclusive win. And Union Gaming evidently don't feel comfortable enough going to a different site instead. They don't want to go and play on Bar and Cocktail. So they are sticking to kitchen and reading, and I don't blame them for not wanting to go to mining. So they are investing in the idea that kitchen will work. And yeah, they won it before, but it was not a win that would lead me to believe they can always recreate it.
And you know what's more than that, Chio, is it doesn't matter. If Union win this round, that's fine for Mercs. I mean, Union are going to have to go up and win bar and win reading. Like, there are no mistakes from here on out. The only way that Union take Cafe is if they go all the way every single round from here on out to take us to overtime. And I might add, that overtime has Union starting on defense, which has proven to be a struggle for them.
Not good. They know that the likelihood is they will be heading to Oregon unless they can pull this out. Just picking up the Claymore there. Mercenaries probably aren't feeling too phased or concerned. Just working on opening up the floor above the site. That should give the opportunity to pressure down. As so far, Buck is relatively unimpeded and hasn't been stopped. He does take some damage, but not enough to end his life. And there's a Claymore kill to kick things off. That's one way to get the opening kill, I suppose. Not good for Union Gaming.
The X7's been asleep at the wheel this game. Keep in mind the stats on screen for kills and deaths are not representative of the full game because we had that rehost or two or a million. Maker pushing down the red stairs.
4-0.
Yeah. Well, certainly since the rehost, that tells you how good Mercenaries have been, how dominant they've been in the last couple of rounds. And Mercenaries, what is this? Maker is on the verge of the bomb site. Sparko finds one, finds two, but the retaliation comes forth. A 3v2 now for Mercenaries on match points. Sandy just around the corner, but Maker goes massive. Shut down. A double for Sandy. It's all on Hasib to close the map. Can Sandy clutch it? Or will the pre-fire get the shots? Mercenaries take map number 4. Geo, we need every single stretch of this marathon to settle it. We're going to Oregon.
What back in August was completed in 3 maps here in November is going to go to all 5. And Union Gaming see their chances of making it to the 6th Invitational slowly slip away from them. Even though we had that rehost in the middle, and so these statistics are not necessarily representative, what we can tell you is Cafe Dostoevsky was certainly a backwards and forwards. It was certainly a surprise, and it certainly set up the expectation for Union Gaming that maybe wasn't quite the same as it was at the start.
This is a massive, massive blow to Union. Mercenaries, surely it's so close that they can taste it. The most convincing map we've had all series is Cafe, a 7-3 with some incredibly strong attacks, as has been the nature of Mercenaries tonight. Oregon is next up, and I feel like Union, it's their time on the chopping block. Milosh, over to you guys. We'll see what you guys reckon after the break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hap Fluke on the analyst desk yet again, as Gio was saying, Union Gaming so close, yet so far from the SI 2021 slot. Oregon is all that stands in the way. You know what? It felt like that cafe map didn't really favor Union so much.
As I kind of said and saw.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's just been like each map is falling one way or the other. I wouldn't say there's really been, out of the 4 we've seen so far, a map that has kind of been a bitter fight all the way through. Sure, they're able to pull a couple of rounds, but it's the least that either team's been able to do so far. It's just Maker popping off, sure, Hasib too, but you're looking at each map being each team's. There's been no real attempt in terms of actually pushing each other to the limit and trying to steal the opponent's maps. It's all boiled down to this end one.
It is hard to say. Both these teams seem to be winning their own maps, which is something that is unusual to see, I guess, because we do often see the maps being traded away due to the side favoriness of things. Doesn't seem to be the case here, however, and well, that leaves us up to that last final map. And then my question will be, what will happen in this game? Because, it's no one's map. Are we going to maximum OT and then somehow end up in draw traded rounds every single time because the universe cannot decide who would win this one? I don't know.
Oh, we would keep going. We'd just be adding maps until the end of days. So we're just gonna have to deal with it as is. I gotta say, maybe the pressure is really starting to get to Union Gaming on here. Now, Oregon is our final map in this best of 5 series, and that's where it all ends, by the way. We're in South Asia. Tomorrow we'll be going through Oceania, and of course, come Sunday, it'll be the APAC North final. I know a lot of people are looking forward to our last 2 days, as well as today, that's for sure. Oregon, our decider, and MercenarieZ are starting on the attack. Union picking up the defense, given the situation. And should we go to overtime, just an extra slot, MercenarieZ will be starting off on the defense. So things are laid out, given everything that's been seen so far and kind of shown for both of these teams. MercenarieZ starting an attack. How does that favor them? What do they need to deal with probably on the defense from Union Gaming? There's a lot of pressure. You got to deal with it somehow.
There's a lot of pressure. There's multiple operators that jump to mind they will have to deal with on that attack. For example, a Clash is an operator we often see on that basement to come down, which is really oppressive and hard to deal with. Now, we did, however, see that Union, when they play Clash, doesn't always go as well. Clubhouse was a good example of that yesterday. But it's definitely going to be one of those operators that will most likely be brought out together with a bunch of shields.
Oregon is one of those. Oregon's an inevitability. Oregon is it's in every single setup. It's always there. It's inevitable. It's like the fat cat that will slowly and steadily waddle its way towards the food. It's always going to get there at the end, whether we get there quickly or slowly or not. And I think that's the same with your attacks and your defenses. There is a way to string this colorful analogy towards it. It can be one of those maps where if a team is slow and if a team isn't paying attention, it can very quickly fall out of you. There can be a quicker cat. There can be someone else that gets there first towards the prize. And I think that's the problem, is we've seen too much of sitting back and too much of letting things slip through. This is a map where you have equal chances on your attacks and your defenses. This is not like any of the others that we've had so far, where they are traditionally defend awaited or defend decided. There is so much opportunity for them on every single round of this map. If any of them are too slow, if any of them don't take that pace, they're going to get there and there's not going to be any kibble left.
So the big question is, who is the big chungus of this matchup? Are they MercenarieZ Union Gaming? Oh Lord, he coming, as they say nowadays, is what the Gen Zers say, I guess, in these times. But I'm kind of wondering how to deal with this. Union Gaming, a lot on their minds. They have to bring themselves back into this. Hap, your experience as a competitive player, of course, is very important in this. How do you refresh yourself, dig yourself out of that hole? What operators do you ban? What strategies do you try to employ on Oregon, which is still similar to the olden one?
I think you just gotta do what feels natural here now. Try and stay in your own game. Don't go too far away. Don't try and play too much into their game, but maybe keep it more close to heart. Keep it in your own in your own alley, what you feel comfortable with.
What
Because if
is-
you're starting to adapt?
What is the
Yeah.
comfort zone then for Union in this? From your experience of watching
That's
them
the
so far?
question. It's a new map, of course. It's Oregon, so I'm not sure what they would like to do. If they want to go for these crazy roams every round, which work on some maps but not on the others, or if they're going to be turtling in, which could also be dangerous because you give a lot of time, you give a lot of space to the attackers to work with. So there's a lot on the different ways that you could be approaching this one.
It's a map of reactions. It's a map of whether you're on your attack or defense. You know, if you're looking at how the map is actually structured, it can be, in a way, two sections. You can obviously have your blue side, your main tower side, and then you've already got the dorm side as well. If you're roaming dorms and they push in bunker, you have to have the reactions. You have to be able to pull back via freezer. It's that.
Everybody's been having a lot of problems pushing through bunker, dealing with elbow, blue, etc., whatever you may call the entire area. That hallway is a hallway of death. I see a lot of teams still making those mistakes. Still goes for South Asia in any region, really. But these two teams might also fall into that trap today.
Yeah, I mean, it is difficult, right? Because the
Yes.
teams are still developing to some extent. It's not like they are set in stone. It's not like the players have hit their skill caps, and well, neither does the team. So there is a lot of potential development still left, and sometimes that goes with a bit of a drop in performance here and there. You just got to make sure that you stay consistent right now, and that you take into this map what you managed to take into those two maps that both these teams won. That is how you're going to be able to play the best Siege did, because clearly something worked out on those two maps that didn't work out on the other two, given the score lines are, 7-3, 7-4, is quite the difference still. So it is really just a mental game, I think, that's going to be coming down right now. Who has the best fortitude, who's going to be able to stick to their game style the longest and not suffer from fatigue.
I wonder if Jittery is going to wake up again for this map, because at least the way I've been seeing it is whenever Jittery is not so jittery, he hits his shots and the map is won for Union. Who has to step up in this game from both of these teams to really show up? Is or like to remind everybody, Union winning this next map means they win the game, means they make it to SI 2021. Simple as that. Biggest stage of them all.
Yeah, and I think that's the kind of weight that is playing on Union. And when Union started today, when they hit that first map, you were like, okay, they know what the importance of today is. They know what the importance of the game is, because it's not just playing for first place, which obviously both these teams are doing. They're playing for the chance at being the first team from their region ever to be on the grandest stage, the first opportunity, and they've taken it. It wasn't a guaranteed spot. It's been a bit of a tumultuous year, but at the same time, there was possibility there. Then things started to get a little bit shaky. MercenarieZ weren't stepping back. They stepped up. This is now, it's not just the chance at a win. If they stumble and fall over the line, sure, they'll get a route to SI, but they have to take it. They cannot just have this be another victory. It has to be an assertive one. It has to be one that says, yeah, we are the team coming from South APAC. We're the first team to come from this region, and we're going to make sure that we're a team that is worthy of the spot, the praise, and will be reminded.
It's not these two teams just that are watching it for an SI spot, especially Union, who can make it, but so are MIBR and Astral, because if Union wins, they qualify. Congratulations. However, Astral would be knocked out. They would be locked out. There would be no opportunity for them anymore to make it to SI. However, if Union loses, then MIBR is going to be stepping up here today as a new, basically someone with a new spot into the Sixth Invitational that they otherwise might not have gotten. So there's a lot on the line right here with many different teams, but both of them being in that legend.
I'd like to remind everybody that SI 2021 is going to have a total of 20 teams. So one of them coming from South Asia would be not only a world first in terms of the world of Rainbow Six, but a huge one for the region. I know some people are going to go out, and I check Twitter every now and then. It's not because I'm not posting everywhere or not streaming all the time. It doesn't mean that I don't keep up with the happenings. But one team out of 20 actually qualifying and being represented from a region that has never been represented before is not going to kill your careers for some of the players that might be complaining about it. Trust me, you might be looking at some other things in your own play and team before you take jabs at others performing in their own even sub-region at this point. So yeah, pressure is up for Union or on Union to try to qualify for SI. I'm sorry we have some delays. Thank you so much for keeping up with us, as one of the players is Sparko in this case, is just trying to restart his machinery to make sure that everything works and is able to join the lobby. That's why we've been having the delays. Trust me, we usually blame it on Hap, as we always do, but right now
This time
it's not Hap. It's not the casters that are not clicking. I'm sure Gio's sitting there and just waiting to press start, but it's not that this time. It's just player.
I think James is still on the toilet break, singing out that he needs to be.
He's been singing that for the past 2 days, right? Pretty sure he's spinning Baird. I think he posted a video every now and then on the Discord. That's usually how it works out. So actually, I want to take the time to explore things beyond where we are today. Since we kind of exhausted the talking points, we can dig into deep details, but without giving people at home the visual of how things would turn out on the map and in certain locations, it makes it difficult to imagine. So I want to talk about some of the changes that are coming to the game with faster reinforcements and with Habana changing the way that she functions, or at least her gadget, because attacking down into basement, dealing with elbow, dealing blue, the entire bunker area. There's got to be more options of that if you count the Habana and faster reinforcements. I want to hear your thoughts on those sorts of things as we kind of build up Oregon in the future.
I mean, Habana...
Podcast, let's go.
What?
Podcast.
It's a podcast. Let's go.
Podcast now. Yeah.
Frozen.
Okay, yeah.
No,
I mean,
podcast.
There we go.
haven't you been DM'd by someone that can help with hotcasts?
Why? I mean, not really. I'm not allowed to speak for prolonged periods of time out of fear of what stupid things I will say. We're looking at Habana becoming, for a lot of teams, probably a ban, and a constant ban, because she's going to be so useful. It's not just that she's going to be able to open up and get herself into these kind of physical positions of taking care of multiple angles and options or whatever. It's that she can also burn utilities. She can burn discs or burn kind of ADSs, and she can do it in situations where the versatility that can be applied from her as a single operator in what is currently, and you can only apply the perspectives to our current meta because we don't know what pros are working under the scenes until we see it. Compared to our current meta, if she existed now, she would break all of those kind of weights of holds of angles, because she doesn't have to burn flashes. She can just pop off a couple of those, and then she frees up those operators that you're otherwise bringing for flashes to have other options, to bring other suggestions, other bits. It's not just what she can do, but it's also what reliances she removes from the pockets of the other operators that you've otherwise got to bring.
I remember the day where the X-Kairos would actually be picked up by the ADSs, where
you would burn all three
what
ADSs.
They would do is just shoot one pellet, and all three were gone, and they removed that back then. But now some sort of it, with the versatility, extra versatility added between opting to go 2, 4, or 6 X-Kairos pellets, is going to be turning it back a little bit, especially with the Renegades at some point coming in. Of course, they are not going to be in competitive play straight away due to the quarantine period that they have. But it is definitely going to be allowing Hibana to, basically open up every single hatch that she wants to, because you only need 4 of those pellets. Normally, there's only 2 impact tricks. You start off with shooting 2 pellets, the impact trick that, you do another 2. And then you still have, how many left? I think 14 left. So there's, enough to open up all 3 hatches, for example, on Clubhouse.
A lot to work with in the future. Personally, I think we were all super happy when we saw the change with the reinforcement pool. That was something that I know Hellbeam was probably watching somewhere, somehow, and is thinking, reinforcement pools means I can reinforce 7 to 8 walls every single round as an individual player, and I can definitely respect that point of view. So, very stable. The next part is making reinforcing faster. So, this is why specifically I wanted to mention this about Oregon. You can do pop in, pop out reinforcements very quickly. If you're dealing with laundry defense and you want to extend into bunker, you want to fall back, you use shields, you don't have to worry about really putting things up at the last second. It affords you a bit of extra time. So I find it quite interesting. Though we still need a bit more time, by the way. That's why we're having
a
this
little.
more of a podcasting. Yeah.
You said that we couldn't draw, right? About the map of Oregon, but I might have found a way how I can use the map of Oregon as my chem so we can draw over it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not sure if you want it to have an
you sound
explanation
crazy.
there.
Go, show me.
I need some time. I need some time to set it up. Just give me a little bit of time.
All right.
I need to find a basement first.
Okay, that is a conversation piece. But Sparkle is restarting his router. I know MIBR fans in chat are sweating bullets right now because, as Hap was saying, should UG, Union Gaming, lose their game now, it just means they don't qualify for SI. And that means MIBR from
Prediction,
Brazil
I'm sorry for this.
will make,
Whoa.
I have
will
to do this
make it
temporarily.
through.
He's very zoomed in.
Oh, there we go. We got it. There we
Whoa.
go. We got the basement of Oregon.
Okay.
Do I need to flip it?
Very small.
You know,
though.
Jesse Chick, if you're watching right
There we
now,
go.
this is what we work with here in EU. Hap, go ahead. Explain.
All right. So, what do we want to talk about? Because there's some stuff to talk. Is this Old Oregon? I think this is Old Oregon.
Yeah,
isn't
it is. It is. You messed it up. So Jesse,
I need some
if
more
you're
time. I'll be
watching,
right back.
we're very sorry. We're fools to have ever questioned North America. And
No. Hold up. I got it already.
Ha! I told you we were
Almost.
better.
We're so talented.
Never doubted Hap.
I'm
need
doing
to-
nothing, but we're so
need to-
talented.
I mean, look,
All
we're,
right.
we're
okay.
providing.
Going back to number 2. There we have it.
there you
okay, we're
go.
in our beautiful
We're back.
MS Paint, which you can see. So what do you want to talk about so we can analyze it, Milos?
I just want to say somebody paid a lot of money for us to have a telestrator at the studio. They're very much regretting that
needs
decision right now. Yeah, honestly.
You've got-
sorry, Nelson. Sorry, Rashid. But you know what? I want to
got
talk
paint.
about. we got paint. Actually, perfect timing, Hap. As we're not gonna need that.
Is that necessary?
No.
Yeah.
So, thank you. Our love is already Steinhappers. We can talk
Tried
about
so hard.
in the end, it doesn't even matter. You can use it later on at the end of the show, maybe to kind of recap some of the strategies, though it is time for us to toss it down as our production is calling for it right now. Hap, Fluke, thank you so much. Union Gaming at the cusp of victory. They have messed it up, but maybe they can recover in Oregon and then make it to SI 2021. MIBR fans are sweating bullets right now. Maybe, if MercenarieZ win, MIBR can make it through to SI. All that and so much more on the line in this one map. Oregon, let's kick it off. Geo, Dev, all yours.
Thank you so much, Milos. Yeah, Dev, this is what it all comes down to. I don't think any of us expected that this series was going to be going to a Game 5, and now Union Gaming may be about to lose their SI spot, and MercenarieZ become the next champions of South Asia.
And Milos said MIBR fans gonna be sweating. Union Gaming fans gonna be sweating right now. And the MercenarieZ fans. I've already seen a bit of activity online. One thing that we can say for South Asia, this is a win-win for the region. Either MercenarieZ upsets and takes down the long-standing giants that is Union Gaming, or we get Union Gaming as the first South Asian team to SI, to any global event ever. And it all comes down to Oregon. Geo, if you want to see an SA team go to SI, well, I'd be scared right now because Oregon is a good map for MercenarieZ. They are nearly undefeated, but guess what that nearly comes from? This one time that they lost it to Union Gaming in the August Major.
Oof, but you are right. They were the thorn in their side. However, 2 of the times since then that they have won it have also been against Union Gaming. So you can turn around and say, yeah, MercenarieZ lost this map to Union, but they've also beaten them on it more times. Double as many times, in fact, if you want to take it from that perspective. And so I don't think Union Gaming have any reason to be overconfident, let alone cocky, about this map. This is one that they knuckle down, they take seriously, because everything is riding on it.
Operator Vito coming in hard and fast here. Pretty standard stuff for Mercenaries. Mira is their most banned, and Thatcher, which being their most banned, was already banned by Union, so they go for their second most banned Nomad. That's going to enable some flanks. We've seen the Goyo ban creep in and out for Union, and it does end up creeping back in here after they banned it. I believe it was on Clubhouse earlier today. And what's funny is we actually did see a bit of the Goyo picked from Mercenaries last map on Cafe, 3 out of the 6 defense rounds. But I wouldn't point to it as a decisive factor, and I definitely wouldn't point to it on Theme Park as a decisive impact, the ban from Union. So I don't know how impactful that's going to be, especially when you've got other operators that can bring shields. You've got your Smoke, your Ella even, and of course the Valkyrie and the Wamai still on the table.
Well, Laundry and Supply is going to be the first site, and as we mentioned before, Union Gaming are starting on defense. This was not a site that worked out in their favor so much on Clubhouse, nor was it on
Match open.
Cafe, nor was it on Consulate, if I remember correctly. Let me have a look. When Union were defending, no, they only took 2 rounds on the defense. So, to be starting on defense on Oregon, while in many places in the world you would think, oh, hell yeah, I landed the jackpot, for Union Gaming, I am not so sure. And this is an interesting kind of strategy that they seem to be going for here as they place the castle barricades, potentially preparing for an extended roam. That could be something that we see Sandy, for example, leaning into, or maybe just Sparko. But again, they have also brought the Clash, someone that we do see being utilized a decent amount, I would say, on this site. And that kind of suggests why Doctor went into the 6th pick onto the Zephyr.
Bit of a mixed strategy here for Union. Quite an extended roam, as you've said, but they still have quite a few anchors. Not overcommitting. Sandy's actually on a loose roam upstairs. Droned out twice now. He needs to be careful not to lose his life early. He shot 2 drones. He's done his job. If he can drop down one of these hatches, that'd be a win for him. And indeed, he just wants to shoot 1 more drone. Before that happens, he might get it. This is a big risk. He's actually committing to take the fight. Retakes Master. The hatch in Attic is actually also already catered, so we're going to have to make a rotate into Big Tower. Shoots another drone. Now this is where it gets dangerous for Sandy, but also for Mercenaries. They need to make sure to punish these roamers so that they can start focusing on the objective.
Oh, and there we go, straight away punished. He was hoping to sneak down and flank around behind some of these players of Mercenaries, but they knew to expect him and they were ready and waiting. And EX7 has jumped back down into the site. Now again, that is that hatch that is open over E-Box. One that you typically see. Mercenaries going to throw in the nade. That should at the very least get rid of the Banshee and any of the other utility that may be down there. Union Gaming still have this roam.
Yeah, it looks like Sparko's actually managed to dodge a lot of those drones. It's one of the things that a lot of these teams have struggled with, is the drone game, losing them early. And look at that, only 1 remaining on Mercenaries' side. Sparko, man, he could decide the round well and truly, even from a numbers advantage. Peeking from the hatch, checking for drones. Doesn't see a player. It's really tough to get angles down here, so he has to commit to the stairs. But Maker starts to make his move. Sparko gets a flank, finds 1. He needs to find a second kill, finishes off the Zephyr as he tries to withstand, but he's enough of a distraction to let the Clash get in. Now it's all on Sparko, as the rest of Mercenaries have absolutely collapsed. Plant not going down, but Fatah doesn't need that. He's got the AK, and Mercenaries completely dismantle and bypass this roam.
Picked apart throughout the course of that round as their roam did not necessarily pay off. Not really a strategy that we're used to seeing in other parts of the world, including just APAC North, not very far away from their southern neighbors. And whether Union decide to lean into such a strategy when they eventually come back to that site is something that remains to be seen. But for now, they've decided to move away. They're going to head all the way upstairs and go to kids and dorms. And this looks like it could maybe be a bit more standard. We're not seeing something like a Maestro, which is very common to see on this site. But nonetheless, you do still have the potential for example, an impact trick from Sandy. If he were to be playing in games, for example. Not necessarily where you always see a Malusi, but there's still that potential. Shields coming out, you've got Sparko on the mute who can play with a C4 down below. So it fits a little bit more into the orthodoxy that we're used to seeing, but how Union Gaming end up using it is where the question marks are.
No doubt. It's pretty scary when you've gone up from a 2-1 lead, you won the first map, and then proceeded to trade maps there onward, and you're on to the final map, you're on defense, and you lose that opening round, then be absolutely smothered off of your bomb site. Union, no doubt, feeling the pressure at the moment. The pressure is, no doubt, ever present and honestly enormous for Union. They lose this map, no 6 Invitational.
Really, really scary prospect. Mercenaries know that they don't have that kind of pressure on their shoulders. Yes, there's the pressure to become the champions of their region, and that's something that they're really reaching towards. But there isn't something higher than that they could potentially lose. That doesn't mean they won't try, of course, but I think it puts them in a situation where they are less inclined to be lost to their own mentality. And that's going to be the
100%.
real big fight that happens here on Oregon.
100%. I think it was Specker on our OS interview yesterday said, in his opinion, Siege is 90% a mental game. That's what matters. And that's a battle that will be waged between these teams. And I think that MercenarieZ is winning that fight right now. Doctor peeking in from Trophy onto the bomb site, clearing these angles. Slicing the pie, as we like to say. But he can't scan. Oh, there you go. Finally gets it. Bit of site info. Just happened to be that Sandy was a dead man walking, and man, the collapse comes through. Union Gaming are falling apart.
A bomb has been located.
It's just continuing on at this point. Beat is desperately waiting for a drone to come on through, something he can shoot, some way of denying information to mercenaries who just seem to be consistently picking apart his team. But so far he's seen nothing. EX7 as well, being relatively untouched in the attic. They're just looking for something. Sparko's going to push up. He finds MI7. That's at least something for Union Gaming. And as the smokes come out, that says to him that things are trying to be denied. Mercenaries are trying to push on up. EX7 preparing himself. He throws out the magnet. If anything, that's going to give away his location if it wasn't already known. And he's going to try and hold on to the breach because there's no one in games to do it. But look at that. So much health lost in the process. Sparko gets another kill. That's straight onto Hasib and evens it out into a 3 versus 3. But with Sparko going down, Fatah can try and put down the diffuser. This denial will be so much hard with the crossfire being held. And it looks like mercenaries have this all but in their pockets. Beat just trying to hold on to the one angle he can. But in a 1 versus 3, it's virtually impossible, and mercenaries take round number 2.
And in classic mercenaries fashion, a very, very strong attack, perfectly in sync on that execute. And in classic mercenaries fashion, executing early in the round rather than waiting until the last 10, 15 seconds. It was 40 seconds left, and mercenaries, they just pushed on in, started that plant, but a lot of this execute prowess that we see from mercenaries, I want to put on Fatah, the support player. I think so typically people think of support players as the guys who carry that diffuser. They breach the wall, they maybe throw some util, and then they just go in and plant. But no, Fatah goes in, fakes the plant, and then watches because he knows that's when he's going to get peaked. Instead of relying exclusively on his teammates to cover, he's always there. We saw this so much. I remember if you stretch your mind back all the way to Consulate, it was just a classic thing. How many times did Fatah enter Garage and then like find one pick and then start planting? And it's what we saw just then, covering the top of White Stairs, and Sparko felt. From that point forward, it was just so well set up, and Mercenary as well. Everything functioned like clockwork.
I mean, that's the thing with Fatar as well, is that despite the fact he's been on this roster for a decent amount of time, he didn't play in the August Major. So his prowess wasn't available in that best of 5 grand final, sorry, that we saw back then. So this, while it's been something that Union Gaming have become used to and accustomed to, they know him as a player because they played against him in the South Asian Nationals, for example, still in the context of a major grand final, this is the first time that they've come across him in that fashion. And he's doing so much for his team. And knowing that is going to be an incredible point of frustration for Union Gaming. But they managed to open things up with that opening kill. That's something they really needed to get their claws in and is a good start for them. I also wanted to note that I like the change they made, putting the Maestro on. They were teasing the castle before they 6-picked. And I'm hoping that can also add to a positive change for them.
Something else that Union needs is for some of these big players to step up. Cast your mind back to Theme Park, where we saw Jittery go 16-6. Absolute monster. EX7 also had some fantastic rounds. A 4K as well, a Naya Ace on Cafe. Particularly on the attack. Both of those players really do step up. But on the defense, we haven't seen quite so much. And guess what? Up until this round, both Jittery and EX7 actually had 0 frags on the board this map across both rounds. We certainly need to see MercenarieZ stopped here if Union are to contest forward. Good impact trick from Sparko. The second impact will deny that final Selma, and well, that's almost all the hard breach that there is for MercenarieZ. Yeah, maybe you can rotate Hasib to finish the job, but that's pretty difficult to pull off. And that's a great job from Sparko. As you mentioned, the adaptation bringing the Maestro and his impacts along with it, it worked so well.
Beat takes a beating, losing a decent chunk of damage. Jittery is still present upstairs, but he is distracted by the sound cue that he hears from afar. That's going to push his rotation in a different direction. You can see also that Hasib is droning out in security and now up the stairs as well before the drone got shot. And Jittery's had his opportunity to rotate around and try and catch out this player from behind, but he fails. Hasib winning that one out, and he can try and look up and get the vertical angle, but before Union Gaming could try and bring him down, the crossfire was established, and MercenarieZ continue on forward now with the man advantage, and they can start moving upstairs. Beat's just preparing a Toxic Bait canister, knowing that those players are there. EX7 taken straight out, and once again, the swathe of kills coming from MercenarieZ seems to be too overwhelming for Union Gaming. Sparko has just 1 HP, he can barely do anything, and a third round for MercenarieZ makes the dream of SI look further away.
MercenarieZ are tearing through Union on their attack. And they seem unstoppable. Gio, that's 6 attack rounds for MercenarieZ in a row. Casting our minds back to Cafe, where they really turned it up in their attacking half. My God, what is in store for us? And what is in store for Union, who are just slowly but surely seeing their hopes of 6 Invitational fade before their eyes. And let's not forget as well that while we're talking about Union a lot and their hopes of making SI, this means a lot to our friends over at MercenarieZ. This has been a long time coming. They've had such amazing performances domestically throughout the Nationals, both Stage 1 and Stage 2, but they couldn't crack it against Union in the August Major, and that was an immense disappointment. But this roster admitted they'd only been together for a few months, and they admitted that Union Gaming outplayed them every single round. They weren't ready for it. But since then, MercenarieZ, well, they're fully prepared. They had confidence that this is the lineup they want to take into the future, and they're ready to topple this dominance, this dynasty that Union has established for themselves over a period of time within South Asia. And if that means denying South Asia from being at 6 Invitational, so be it. MercenarieZ has their eye on being the best in the region.
This is certainly succeeding at it so far. We talk about, I think it was Hap who was talking about it, how a best of 5 can bring an element of exhaustion and tiredness, and how much does your energy wane or deplete by the end of the 5th map. But so far, it looks like MercenarieZ is only increased. They get Jittery as the first kill. One of those key players, especially from the last couple of maps that has caused them so many problems, deleted straight up. Now I'll give them a clearer path.
You say Jittery is a key player, but he's had absolutely no impact on this game thus far. He's had 1 assist, and that's just about it. I mean, yeah, great that you can put down his ADS utility, but my god, he's been falling so uncharacteristically for Union. This is the Jittery who just popped off plus 10 KD on Theme Park, and now he hasn't found a frag in 4 rounds. At least for Union, they did bring the Jaeger this time around. They didn't have one last defensive laundry. It does mean they are missing the mute, and it would be pretty easy to breach all of this, especially when Fatal comes down.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I'm just making sure it's all open so that they're prepared for the move down. The Banshee directly below the hatch will be called out, as will the shield with the player behind it, and Maker's going to take the opportunity to try and dispatch with that, using the Asher Breach rounds. Still hasn't been able to. There we go. Finally down, but Sandy's not yet ready to move back. He throws out the C4. It doesn't quite land on anything, and he has no choice really but to move back, especially with the nade coming in his way.
This is the execute, 1 minute in, what? And there's so much control, but can Doctor cover? He's just covering the rotate hole, he's gonna find a kill, indeed. And now a 2 versus 3 retake for these poor Union players remaining. Sparko with the flank, but no! Maker shuts down that notion, and MercenarieZ are stealing Oregon.
You can tell that Sparko was absolutely desperate at the end there to make something work. Seeing this series and this map fall through their fingers right in front of them is heartbreaking for Union Gaming. He just wanted to claim something, some semblance of a victory, and yet the only team right now in this map that seems to be experiencing that is MercenarieZ, and I don't know if that's about to stop. Union Gaming are deciding to come back straight to the same site, confident that they can change something, anything, about the way that they've been playing it to pull just 1 tally onto the board. But at this point, it's gotta hurt.
Desperation, that's what we're witnessing right now. And it leads to micro decision-making that does not favor Union. There was a C4 last round tossed out after the player in Freezer, after his shield had been destroyed. He tried to toss out a C4, desperate to find a kill. He ended up destroying the Banshee that was impeding in MercenarieZ way. Now, MercenarieZ were actually low on explosives. They really didn't have enough to try and clear that Banshee, and thus would have had to walk through it and just tank that slowdown effect. I mean, if Union, it's just a micro, right? But if Union hadn't destroyed that with a C4, maybe they would have been able to take the fight to those Freezer players. Maybe that C4 would have been used as neither plant. Maybe the smoke of Beat wouldn't have just died standing in the rotate hole. There are so many maybes, but none of them are falling for Union except Jittery. Finally gets his first kill of the map, but he might bite off a bit more than he can chew. You can tell he wants to go to 6 Invitational.
You can tell they're getting aggressive. And this is what we saw MercenarieZ do back in Clubhouse when things weren't going their way. They got aggressive. They leaned into where they knew their skills could be and where their action could play out. And it seems entirely that that is exactly what Union Gaming are trying to do as well. Maybe that's the answer.
As the round progresses, we look to Union. Can they keep holding on? This roam has just been lent into even further. But I do wonder at what point is the commit too hard? The thing that's great is, well, Union just playing with so much more confidence. Sandy doesn't have an escape though. Sparker rotates over. Very risky, but he opens the hatch and Sandy actually escapes. Union could just back all the way off to site now if they can. 4 players currently on the ground floor.
Could be their opportunity to do that. They're all still alive as it stands. And this was a risky strategy that they went for back in round 1, where they spent a lot of time off-site. And the holes in their armor were able to be pulled apart by mercenaries. But Union Gaming don't look to be relenting just yet. Sparko's still upstairs. Jittery and Beat are down. EX7 as well. At the top of the meeting corridor. Are they going to come...
They're not forfeiting.
No, not at all. Are they going to come into contact with these members of mercenaries? They seem to be moving in at the exact same time, but the proximity alarm gives away the location, and that means Maker falls to his demise. EX7 ready to pounce onto him. A situation which very easily could have fallen the way of mercenaries. EX7 just continues to move on forward, getting further and further from the site.
Jittery finds another as well. Union well and truly back in this game. Mercenaries have Hasib and Doctor. But UG have the numbers advantage. That's a nice shot. That's not a nice shot. That's a team kill. And EX7, well, he finally opens that wound. And Union Gaming finally have a round here. And some semblance of hope.
They've got their hands in it now. They're actually in this game. And now they've got the first building block down. They can worry about building on top of that. That's all they needed. They just needed to know they could get something in there. Now they have the room and the space to move over to another site. I mean, they don't have a choice, but they have to do it anyway. This is a site they've come to twice. One of those times mercenaries were able to plant, the other they weren't, but neither of those times did Union Gaming win. So now, can that change?
It was so close last round. When this Dorms attack came through, Union had some great adaptations between their two Dorms defenses the second time, bringing Maestro for the impacts. Now, we do still have impacts. It's Sparko who played Maestro last time. He's just pivoted onto Malusi. And that actually works really well. Like, Mercenaries ended up not being able to execute as they initially intended through the games room wall, and decided to go instead for like a top white, big window and attic push. Problem was, top white, which was meant to be held by Beat, he was taken out. He readied a gas canister, but he didn't actually detonate it before he died. And Mercenaries overwhelmed the bomb site. Such a shame, because Union really did have a good chance in that round. I would even go so far as to say, at many points in that round, they were favored. But the big thing for me, coming into this round, and the rest of, well, this series, this map, the same thing, right? Is Jittery. Can he keep being a thorn in Mercenary's side? Because if he just lies down and lets this happen, then Union are going to die.
I definitely feel the same. I feel like Sparko has felt like he's had to shoulder a lot of the responsibility, at least in the last few rounds, where you see him make the desperate attempts to get aggressive and take the opportunities. But that loss of EX7 does not set Union Gaming up for victory. Of course, things can turn around. We've seen it happen. But it's just going to be another stab in the wound that hurts. Maker can just move straight out now. Sparko is on the roam looking for players and drones. MI7's going to catch him out, and the drone deleted straight away. But look, he's right in the garage. He's not very far away. He could absolutely creep up behind these players and catch them out.
This is such a risky way to play here for Union. They had 3 roamers, Jittery, EX7, and Sparko, all roaming separately, like not within refragging distance. What's more, Sparko is not on site, so he can't impact trick right now. This is exactly what UG needs, is for him to impact trick. He's actually gone right up the white stairs. Oh, the timing. Thank goodness, Sparko, that you're there in time. Can you trick the wall? Meanwhile, Jittery downstairs trying to take down the sledge who was lurking, just waiting, trying to contest through the holes in the floor. He's actually on drone at the moment. Jittery doesn't know this, but he might be able to find this kill. It's wide open. He's just got to grab it. He's just got to take his chance. But he doesn't know when MI7 gets off. Jittery's playing patience for better or for worse.
Oh, he's still not peeking around. MI7 knows he's there, though, and now he's just given away his location. He throws in the frag grenade. Jittery gets a beautiful kill straight onto him and manages to avoid the explosion as well. somehow, despite the information, he took
Plan's going
advantage.
down.
But now who's taking advantage? It's Fatah. As you say, the plant is
What?
going down. Jittery runs up, but he doesn't manage to get it so far. Fatah, drop the diffuser. It's been denied. Union Gaming still holding on. Out comes the gases and the smokes, trying to hold them back. If Mercenaries are to take this, they'll either have to get both of these kills or pick up the diffuser and plant that as well. But it just seems to be the back and forth. But look, Doctor's going for it. He's making the attempt. It's all on Beat.
Oh!
He's right behind the foosball table.
Oh my-
Beat got both the kills, keeping Union Gaming in. 2 rounds to them on this half. And they will be thanking their lucky stars that they could slightly change their fates and maybe have a better fortune in the next half.
That was the clutch that Union needed. It had all slipped away from them. Characteristic Mercenaries going for an early plant. 55 seconds left on the clock. And it looked like it was all over. Beat really, really messed up his smoke. It was not at all denying the plant. And that just let Mercenaries force it on down until Jittery swung through with the pistol and denied that plant. That was the turning point. But Mercenaries, they still weren't done yet. Having executed so early, they had so much time remaining to get themselves back into it. But eventually in the 1v1, Beat redeemed himself for that missed gas babe and clutched the rounds. Incredibly tense situation to be in for both teams, but there is absolutely no doubt where the pressure lies. Union Gaming on their attack, and they need to win 4 at minimum. Otherwise, their chances of SI have been dashed, and what's more, their dominance within the second region, at least at large finals, has also been, well, I think the tides are shifting for Mercenaries here, and
Locate and defuse a bomb.
we'll see what happens this half.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly can't claim to have an uncontested throne. That's for sure.
no doubt.
Whatever happens at this point, Mercenaries are definitely proving that they are a worthy contender. Whether that will continue as they head into the next half remains to be seen. As we would expect, Oregon is a defended-sided map, but that's not been the pattern that we've been witnessing so far today. Jittery's wasting no time to enter on into the building, and I'm wondering if Union Gaming are going to try and lean into this aggression that they almost desperately grabbed in that last half as they realized things were slipping away from them.
Jittery is definitely a player I want to look at. Ooh, that's a nice little Banshee there. It'd be quite difficult to destroy that, at least not without exposing yourself at least a little bit. Drone comes forth, a very heavy setup. That shield actually though, not placed down as of yet. Eventually goes down in elbow itself. Drone taken out. And Jittery may well go down. Maker finds the head. And he retreats on back as well.
The smoke as well is going to help facilitate this aggressive positioning from Maker. I mean, oftentimes you see the shield in elbow be much further behind. Now it's Fatah who's taking on that position as well. He has the shotgun out, ready should anyone walk in through the door to blue. You can see those players are out there. The smoke gets thrown out. This is still quite early, given how much time is left and that he only has one of them left. Leads me to believe that they're not too concerned about having to deny a plant later if they can just shut down the attacking team now. Sparko and EX7 still out there. They throw in the nade, and that's going to dispatch with the shield, but Fatah is still right there in elbow.
Oh, no.
Looking the wrong way, though. That means that EX7 took absolute advantage of the situation. And Union Gaming can move forward and take that space with the rotate hole still open as well. But Maker's willing to fight back. He's willing to fight back twice, in fact. Shuts them both down.
Oh my
Mercenaries
God.
still hold on to this advantage. As Maker said, no, this is my territory. EX7 now just has to look for these next 2 kills all on his own. There's plenty of time to do it, but his position is going to be somewhat known to the defenders, the last 2 of whom are still standing in the site, trying to hold on to this potential crossfire. Don't fully be able to bring EX7 down, but he is on about 10 HP, and that is dangerous waters for him, knowing how much he has to achieve right here. About 10 seconds left to go. He's just got to attempt to bait the plant. It doesn't matter if it's a bait or not. MI7 finishes off the required kills, and Mercenaries take the round.
Mercenaries are up 5-2 on the ultimate, the final map of this absolute behemoth of a series. They take their first defense round where Union could only take their 2 final on their half, and one of them through a clutch. Geo, this has been a very long marathon, but I think one team has started to really take a significant lead, with the other one clearly feeling the exhaustion of playing 5 competitive games of Rainbow Six at this level, with this much pressure, with this much on the line. And I mean, I really want to put that round down to Maker, who is feeling the opposite of pressure right now. There is absolutely nothing stopping Maker from doing as he will. 3.0 KD ratio currently, 12 and 4. And 4 of those kills came from that round.
I mean,
give him some Rook armor and the 416 carbine, and who knows what he can do.
Can you imagine, after everything that has happened between these two teams? I'm not just talking about in this series, I'm talking about their entire history together. The backwards and forwards of all the series they've ever played. The close map scores and the overtimes. Can you imagine if Union Gaming's chances of going to the 6th Invitational are shut down on the back of a 7-2? I mean, it's heartbreaking to think about. It really is. But it is also just so uncharacteristic of the story that has been woven by these two teams throughout the course of the last year.
It's certainly not over yet, but it's starting to look like this might be a done deal. Don't want to call it. Union have so much to fight for right now, and they've been fighting for so long. I know these players have been playing for years and years, waiting for some kind of tournament to come to their region, which would lead to global opportunities, because up until now it's been, well, very limited support from local tournament organizers and very little from Ubisoft. Up until we had, well, a massive, the ESL, the first ESL tournament that we had supported by Ubisoft end of last year. And guess what? Union Gaming played through that, expecting to take it, and they came second. They fell at the final hurdle in that grand final, and Gio, I think it might be the same case here.
Potential is definitely on the cards, and you can tell that they're trying to be more thorough and trying to be more intricate with the way that they're approaching this, knowing just how much pressure is on top of them. There's still the chance that things can work out, but Mercenaries are definitely going to be feeling the momentum. Maker especially, as he gets 2 kills onto Jittery and EX7. Just brutal losses, absolutely unforgiving. And he might not even be done yet. We've seen what this man has been achieving. It just seems like he's the destroyer of Union Gaming.
And it's the 2 highlight players from Union that Maker has dealt with, making it look effortless. He's been on top of the world, dwarfing the performance that we saw from Jittery earlier today on Theme Park. And, well, this landslide continues. Sandy finally shuts down Maker, ready for a refrag. Pushing up the white stairs, though. It's a 2 versus 4. Mercenaries well and truly have the advantage. These vertical holes may well expose Sandy. And it's just him left. They're gonna feed him. They want the kill. They're so hungry. Goo mine in foot. 20 seconds, but just about no hope remaining. The M762 is a trusty weapon, but Fatara is lying in wait. No need to rush. Mercenaries can hold on. Surely not. Sandy finds a triple. It'll have to be the ace. 10 seconds to get the job done. Sandy falls at the final moment. MI7 to close the round for Mercenaries. And they are now on match points, series points.
Suddenly,
And the major is about to end.
suddenly this is very real. This is very real. At every point in this series where it has looked to swing one way or the other, the narrative has always been, yeah, but there's more maps. There's still yet more to this story. And right now, there is not very much more left to this story. Potentially one round between now and denying Union Gaming's chances, denying their dreams, and elevating Mercenaries to the champions of their region. One round.
Defenders protect
What is one round in the context of the last 11 rounds, in which Union Gaming has only won 2? 11 rounds. And 9 of them have gone to Mercenaries, 2 for Union. This can only be described as an epic conclusion, but not in the proportions that you might expect. I don't see Union coming back from this, but man, they get a fight for every damn breath that they take in the server. Jittery really struggling this game. In fact, bottom fragging on the team, well, tied with 2 others actually. We really need to see that Jittery that we've seen earlier today that can put Union Gaming's hopes on his shoulders and just make plays happen. But it's been the Maker show all of Oregon.
I don't know if he has any will to stop. If anything can stop him right now, I do not know what it is going to be. The man is on a tear. And let's also not overlook MI7, who's sat at 10-4 right now as well. Both of them are in double digits for the team. So, pretty difficult position for Union Gaming to be in. But they have no choice but to face it, and to face the fears. One of the things that I am potentially concerned about is, you know, if they're unpracticed and uncomfortable on this map, how are they going to feel about coming to what is essentially an offsite? Here on Kitchen and Dining, it's not the same as going to Laundry and Kids, where you're probably very used to playing it to that extent. But this is a tertiary site. This could be much harder for Union Gaming to make work in their favor. And there's Jittery. We said he was going to have to be an important player, and now he's gone.
If there's anywhere that Union can find an attack round, surely it is right here on Kitchen Dining. Sandy finally gets on the scoreboard once again with the F2, takes down MI7, who you mentioned has been an impact player, but with everyone else still alive on the mercenary side, I don't know how this is going to work. This is a nice angle from Beat. He sees the feet, but he's vulnerable to that as well, and he cops an impact grenade. Doctor just has so much confidence, but he is shut down. EX7 steps up to the task. A 4 versus 3 for the first time on Oregon. Union Gaming has the advantage, but it can slip away. Surely Mercenaries won't let Union take this from them on the match points.
Well, they have taken control of Showers, but Maker's still up here on the hatch. He hasn't been dealt with at all. As soon as Union Gaming walk into Dining and try to plant, he could just mow them down potentially. And that is probably the biggest risk they have. Hasib brings down Beat. In comes the gunfire. EX7 is trying to return as Sparko goes in for the plant. 2 players on the side of Mercenaries are here trying to deny this, trying to prevent Union Gaming from moving on forward. The C4 achieves nothing, and Sparko achieves a kill onto Fatah. It's all on Maker in this round. He has to get 3 kills if he wants to end it right now. He's trying to play it cautiously. They know they still have other rounds to play with, but he has limited information and he has limited life. Union Gaming tenaciously hold on for at least 1 more round.
Well, it certainly won't be a 7-2, but Gio, I would be lying if I didn't admit that I had a feeling that Maker was going to make that happen. I mean, how can you not when he's been such a monster all day long on Oregon? Against Union, man, it was desperate, it was close. But they finally get back on the scoreboard after leading every step of this series. This might be the end of the road, but they found another round, exactly what they needed. But, Gio, it's only going to get harder from here. Laundry and Supply is next up on the chopping block. And Mercenaries are looking ready. They've given Maker the Vigil to roam with impact grenades and a K1A. What more could he ask for?
Oh, this is an operator that we have seen him rocking so far today already. I'm thinking back to Cafe when he was relatively unimpeded in a lot of his pursuit away from the site. And as you say, looking back to round number 7, this was a site that fell into Mercenaries' hands.
On the back of Maker getting a 4K.
And on the back of Maker getting a 4K, which sure is not something you can necessarily rely on. But I think at this point, while it's certainly notable what Maker has been doing, we can't pretend that he has been the only source of value on this team. If he's going to hide out in T3, I like this idea. I like the idea of him being very sneaky and being in a position that's maybe not necessarily expected. If you can get an early pick as well, it would just rub salt so much more into the wound. But don't forget that last time they came here, they also had that very aggressive position in elbow. And that facilitated Fatar particularly. Maker does have to move since he's been droned out. He didn't have his gadget equipped while he was running through there.
He's already used his impact, so he doesn't have any to make any extra angles or rotations. It looks like a blue push for Union. That means they'll have to make sure Maker can't flank the rear stairs late into the round. And the first kill is for Doctor. And Mercenaries are going to completely forfeit elbow. Perfect timing too, as Union had just... Oh no, 2 drones gone down to that explosion from Jittery's breaching round. That's so much util that they've just had to forfeit. And Mercenaries can sit pretty on the bomb site. They have Fatar on the smoke to deny plant in the late round. Doctor has found his seconds. And on the Wamai, he's just holding down the fort at Pillar. Union Gaming are falling to pieces. It's been a long series, and Union Gaming have given it all that they've got. But I think that it may well come down to a mere whimper. Doctor and Maker to hold it out. Beat is the last player standing. He finds one. But this will have to be an ace clutch for Union Gaming. Otherwise, Mercenaries will be the team to stand tall at the end of the day. Doctor has the patience. He has no need to get aggressive here. And you can see that he doesn't want to go for it. It's all on Beat, but I think the time is up. 1v4. Really wasted seconds at this point. Doctor is the final shot of this series. And 5 maps that came down to what ended up being a surprisingly brief Oregon. Mercenaries are the champions of South Asia. And the shiftings of the tides is complete.
The brevity of Oregon, not necessarily characteristic of the history between these two teams, but in this moment, that's not what matters. What matters is that Mercenaries are the new champions of South Asia. And Union Gaming will not be going to the 6th Invitational 2021.
And you see in chat at the end there from Maker, ain't no team gonna represent South Asia at SI that doesn't have the Pakistani flag on it. Absolutely love to see it. What a contest between these teams. I'm pretty much lost for words here. We've been here all night to bring you guys Mercenaries versus Union Gaming, and for most of it, it looked like you couldn't split them at the end, but Mercenaries have certainly deserved what they have just accomplished.
Games of fortitude, games of exhaustion, and games of resilience is what a lot of this comes down to. But ultimately, it was a game of emotion, and both of these teams will very much be feeling that right now. But James, we've been talking for long enough. I would say let's go send this on over to our analysts and see what they have to say about this insane game.
And they don't make it through.